StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Viking Fighter. The Empire's flagship, the Hyperion, was the most majestic warship that Esteros had ever seen. The 300-foot-high hammer-shaped vertical bow seemed to float on a towering glacier on the ocean, and the heavy and oppressive feeling of the top deck and the thick and bright silver vanadium alloy armor on the side was overwhelming. She was the Imperial Emperor's cruise and palace in the Star Sea, and the interior was like a luxurious palace. The open bridge corridor, the carpeted aisle, the ship's internal ladder that could accommodate many people, and the reliefs of wolves and eagles also opened Esther's eyes. He could see new equipment and new instruments every day here. In the undocumentary and the Imperial Navy's recruitment propaganda film, the interior furnishings of the Hyperion were no longer a secret, but the propaganda pictures and the actual contact were completely different. After the Federation restorationists in the province of Larisha were completely cleared out, Esther boarded the Hyperion and embarked on a journey to Korhal to study. On the Hyperion, Estelle was lucky enough to be assigned a single cabin and enjoy the treatment of a trainee sailor, and he regarded this as a favor from General Matt Horner. However, Estelle had not seen General Horner much since he boarded the Hyperion. It was said that he had urgently convened a meeting and announced that the sailor's vacation scheduled to be spent on the Territory X instead of Viridia would be spent on the captain's room. In any case, General Matt Horner used all his life's wisdom to avoid his fiancée's pursuit, and took great pains to bypass Viridia Prime and head directly to Korhal. As for the love-hate relationship between Matt Horner and General Mirahan, Estelle had heard a lot from the smiling Hyperion crew. Thanks to the title of combat hero, the crew on the ship soon regarded this young officer academy student as their own family. To be precise, Mirahan was deeply in love with Matt Horner, but the former was not the type that the latter liked, so this turned into a one-sided pursuit. For an honest man like General Horner who was steady and even methodical, a woman who was too enthusiastic and too jumpy was unbearable. This became one of the few things that the crew of the Hyperion could tease General Horner. The bored and talkative sailors liked to watch the fun of their superiors. Estelle's life on the ship was fulfilling and interesting. He had his own job. He had to get up on time every day to clean the decks with the recruits, and the rest of the time he had to help the chef in the upper kitchen. No meal was in vain. This day was November 4, 2497. According to the navigation log, the Hyperion was very close to the Imperial throne world, the Korhal galaxy. As it approached the main channel, the radio from the starship became more and more lively. At 1937 on the ship, in the armory of Cabin 12, Estelle, wearing an orange worksuit, was driving a trailer to move parts boxes on the bottom platform. All around him were the flashes of electric welding and machinery waiting to be upgraded. The most eye-catching of them were the two Viking fighters under repair. Every time Estelle saw them, he would admire them from the bottom of his heart. The Viking fighter has two modes, air fighter land mecha mode, which means that these air beasts can land on the ground and fight side by side with the Marines. The last time Estelle saw the Viking fighter was at an air show on TV. These beautiful and domineering new fighters gained countless fans as soon as they appeared, and he once wanted to apply for the Imperial Air Force Academy, but unfortunately he was rejected in the end. The A2 heavy mechanical hybrid, the Viking fighter, was finalized in the Valhalla prototype weapon laboratory and fully equipped to various armies in the second year of the establishment of the Empire. It is now the absolute main fighter of the Empire. It features a central reactor and interchangeable servo system design, equipped with 4 bypass turbines and a set of belly-mounted thrusters. It also carries MT-50 torpedoes and death heat missiles. In mecha mode, it can use dual Gatling cannons to blast any enemy of the Empire into dust. The Viking is another masterpiece of Terran Empire military engineering. It is a masterpiece born for pure killing. It is the pinnacle of human manned combat system design. No other weapon has such flexibility and deterrence. It is a war machine made of all alloys. It is like the wrath of God when it falls from the sky. As the pride of the technology of the Imperial Age, the most advanced and deadly fighter, the Viking is known for its wild speed and shocking firepower. The Imperial Navy has high hopes for this new fighter. Admiral Edmund Duke even claimed that the Viking fighter can easily deal with a Thunder Beast. In the Terran Empire era, fighter planes are no longer as scarce as they used to be, but Viking pilots are rare. It may be cool to switch from a multi-ton Viking fighter to a mech mode from high in the sky, but this tricky flying maneuver can only be mastered by the elite of the elite. It is so difficult to control these flying beasts that most pilots will die in their first battle. Those who can fly Viking fighters are the elite of the elite, because they must be proficient in both air and ground combat, and must be able to fly both fighters and land mechs. Despite this, there are enough Viking fighters to appear on various battlefields of the Empire. Vikings have become a symbol of the Terran Empire era, and the Wraith fighter, which was the leading fighter when it first came out, seems outdated. Today, the technology of Viking fighters is very mature, and various models are blooming. For example, the Archangel model is a Super Viking, which is even larger and comparable to a battleship. Of course, the army also has its own super weapons. It is said that a super mech Terran is being secretly developed. Fos, come and help me transport these mining mules to the warehouse. Brother, move them gently. I took great pains to repair them. The speaker was Milo Kaczynski, the current chief engineer of the Hyperion. Milo Kaczynski was the younger brother of Viktor Kaczynski. He came from Moria last year to join his brother. Since Rory Swan and Victor were transferred to August Grid one after another, the engineers of the original Hyperion Engineering Corps were sent to various Imperial fleets as the backbone of the Engineering Corps. The Emperor finally made the decision and appointed the young Milo as the chief engineer of the Hyperion. The newly appointed Milo took a fancy to Ister's talent in mechanical engineering and asked him to come and help. In just 2 weeks, Ister had experienced things that many people would never touch in their lifetime. They always break down easily. Ister drove a trailer to Milo's side and waited for him to hang the trailer on the car. The mining mule is still in the experimental stage, and is often sent to dangerous areas where space engineering vehicles cannot operate. Milo is a young Moria with dark brown hair and eyes. He is also rebellious for his age, and is far less calm than his brother. Pay attention, the last time Ross broke an Iron Raven, the cost of that machine was his 30-month salary. If Polly hadn't fixed it in 2 days, that guy would be in trouble. Although the collection efficiency of the mining mule is amazing, they always consume energy very quickly and will stop working soon. Milo said to Istel, for this reason, I am considering increasing the endurance energy, but that will inevitably increase the cost significantly, so it will not be worth the loss. The advantage of the mining mule is that it can harvest 10 or 100 times more minerals at a very low cost. If the cost is increased, why don't I use the planetary excavator of the Federation? The mining mule, the full name of which is the multi-purpose lunar excavator, is often dropped into the ore vein using the newly developed airdrop capsule. A large number of mining mules can hollow out an entire vein of ore in a very short time. The shadows of several mining mules appearing in high-altitude orbits are enough to make the Empire's allies furious. In addition, the mining mule has won the strong affirmation of Marshal Jim Raynor, who believes that this new type of mining robot will significantly improve the competitiveness of the Imperial Army on the battlefield. The mining mule is Marshal Raynor's favorite. Poor Milo, why don't you build a super mining mule? Big is good, and tonnage is justice. Although Ister has only known Milo for a short time, the two have a good relationship. This may be because most of the people in the engineering group are uncles, and there are very few young people. That's why I didn't build an upgraded mining vehicle. We don't have such a large drop pod. In terms of mining technology, Kel-morian has almost exhausted the road. You don't have to be so anxious. Istel drove the trailer away. You are still very young. Go and rest after you are done. Milo shrugged his shoulders. If there is not a shortage of manpower, I won't ask you. This is also for the salary. Istel smiled and said, although the students of Steelling are not only exempted from wall tuition but also have scholarships, I also need money to do other things. After finishing the work, Istel, who is in a good mood, first took a shower in the sonic bathroom on deck 5, and then went to the upper dining room to prepare for dinner. Everything was done with ease. When he first boarded the ship, Istel had to read the Hyperion crew manual. Now he has become accustomed to the rules on the ship. Compared with the small cabin of the Bedford, which is only 30 feet wide, the dining room of the Hyperion is too luxurious. The red carpet on the floor, the candelabra on the table and the classical paintings have a classical artistic atmosphere. This behemoth-class battlecruiser originally belonged to the Federation. After being repaired and upgraded by the United States of Imogen, it became the first battleship of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Its interior decoration was designed by Prince Augustus Mengsk, and it is said to be exactly the same as the holiday estate of the Mengsk family in the past. In comparison, the interiors of other newly built battle cruisers are cold and simple, with a pragmatic industrial style. No wonder Hyperion is always the object of publicity. But as the flagship of the Emperor, the crew of this ship are basically veterans and royal guards from the Revolutionary Army era, and it is not so easy to enter. When I walked into the restaurant, there were only a few engineers who had just got off work. Soldiers and engineers eat at different times, otherwise it would be much more lively at this time. The kitchen basically supplies hot food and water 24 hours a day, and some even lamented that the conditions are much better than in the past. When the Hyperion was at its lowest point, it couldn't even pay the crew's salaries, and Rory Swan even had to rip up Peter to pay Paul when repairing it. The Hyperion was also built earlier. The Minotaur-class battlecruiser now has several different restaurants for crew members in different positions to eat. The fleet is the sort of Damocles for the Terran Empire to maintain order. The food allowance for the Navy is much better than that of the Marines. Esther took some grilled chicken with noodles and a vegetable salad and sat down at a table. The holographic projection screen in the center of the restaurant was playing the latest news. These news have been reviewed and are mostly related to politics and military. The hottest news recently is about the Federal Restorationists. Princess Dorothy in military uniform appeared on the front page of major media. Esther was very happy to learn that Captain Jin of the Bedford was safely rescued. The last time he appeared in the news, he praised the reliability of the Imperial Army. The Empire did not conceal the existence of the Federal Restorationists, and the far-reaching impact of this matter was more than that. The emergence of the Federal Restorationist Organization directly prompted the Empire to make changes to the laws of the waterway and invested tens of billions of Imperial credits to increase the security of the waterway. Suddenly, a piece of news made Estelle frown. The Imperial spokesman announced the discovery of a new mutant species of Zerg named Bannerling. They first appeared in Anselm and were mutated from springtails infected by local native fungi. Bannerlings were described as bloated monsters filled with terrible acid. Only a few Bannerlings could destroy the Empire's outposts. This news made Estelle deeply uneasy. Unsurprisingly, with the rapid development of the Empire's military technology, the Zerg are also constantly evolving. Sooner or later, the strategies and weapons used to deal with the Zerg will become outdated. Not only the Zerg, but the Protoss are also accelerating the development of their own military technology. In 2 or 3 years, the progress has far exceeded the past dozen centuries. Archbishop Tacitus of Durham strives to restore the Protoss military strength to the level of the Golden Age. Future wars will surely be more massive and more tragic. Estelle can't help but worry about her sister and her future children. No matter what, the group of Federal Restorationists will never succeed, because once the Terran Empire collapses, tens of billions of Terrans will fall into an extremely miserable situation. Fox, I heard from the adjutant that you are here. At this time, General Matt Horner, who had not been seen for a long time, walked towards Estelle from the open restaurant door. General. Estelle quickly stood up and saluted, and at the same time hurriedly sucked the noodles in his mouth. The Hyperion has arrived in the Korhal system. Next, she will dock at the USA shipyard on the Korhal satellite for necessary maintenance. The general said, I will arrange a spacecraft to send you to Augustus so that you can attend the opening ceremony in time. Thank you, General. Estelle didn't expect that the general not only remembered this matter, but also came to inform him personally. It's just a small favor. The general's face was not very good. What's wrong with you? Estelle saw it. I heard that Mira is in Augustus. It seems that I have been fooled by her again. She didn't go to Valicia at all. The general shook his head. I am so angry that I told you this. No matter how I say it, you don't understand what it means. Go. He sighed deeply. It suddenly occurred to Estelle that the general stayed at the USA shipyard because he didn't dare to go to Augustus. He wanted to laugh, but this was disrespectful to General Horner. I was autistic for a day yesterday and almost got depressed. Family affairs are unpredictable. Thanks to the leader of the high-speed buck. It really cheered me up to see it. Chapter 552, Stilling Memorial Military Academy. That night, Esther said goodbye to his new friends and boarded a military shuttle that took off from the Hyperion. This was General Matt Horner's private plane, and he himself took the Apod transport ship and headed straight for the palace. It was hard to tell whether this was a trick General Matt used to escape. Esther knew the pilot of the shuttle, Armshire, who was born in Marlow and grew up in a poor community there. Irmscher often talks about the past, saying that when he graduated from high school, he could not see any hope for the future, and he woke up every day without any expectations for the next day. The end of the Terran Federation was a chaotic, dark, and desperate era. At that time, Marlow was in social turmoil under the influence of the Great Depression and the Old Federation, and the unemployment rate was rising. Irmscher could only knock on doors with flyers and sell black market telephones. Like the young people of this class, Irmscher spent all his money, except for rent, in underground bars that provided stimulants and enhancers. His life was completely different from that of the elite class on Marlow. One day, several revolutionary soldiers came to Marlow. They brought revolutionary theories that the Marlow people had never heard of, calling for the establishment of freedom and democracy, and the return of power to the people. Irmscher had no idea about the so-called revolution, but he just followed a golden red flag. That year, Irmscher was 18 years old, just like Esther Foss. When I was your age, I knew less than a hair on your leg. You know? 4 years ago, I was busy singing and dancing with a lot of girls, and now I'm about to get married. Irmscher sat in the main driver's seat of the shuttle, and his friend Esther was in the vice seat next to him. I remember her name was Mary Lou. You showed me the photo. Esther looked through the cockpit glass at the various types of ships that passed by quickly like fleeting light and shadows, and was depressed by the prosperity of the car channel. These fixed routes are like a highway with endless traffic, with all kinds of spacecraft passing by at all times. He can identify some container ships and space trucks, each of which is marked with the emblem and label of the transportation company to which it belongs. Korhal IV is a prosperous industrial planet with a permanent population of 2.9 billion, only slightly less than Tarsinus. Since large tracts of land are covered by dangerous and barren radioactive deserts, Korhal's fresh vegetables, meat and pure water are all dependent on imports. Every day, cargo ships loaded with food, live animals and crystal minerals sail to Korhal, and the ships leaving carry high-tech products, engineering components and military products. Tens of millions of people work in positions related to this route, and it is closely linked to the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people. There is no doubt that Korhal is the political, economic and cultural center of the Terran Empire. The people of the Terran Empire regard it as a symbol of the imperial power and destiny. In the distance, Istel can vaguely see some huge shadows, which are most likely part of the Sky Shield orbital defense platform. Mary is a beautiful girl. She has naturally curly blonde hair and eyes as big as the sea. I can't believe that she chose me in the end. Irmscher didn't remember how many times he had mentioned this matter. Anyway, he couldn't stop talking about it. I miss her every day in the past. I write to her whenever I have time and send it out when I am in a safe place. Yes, you may have told me this 100 times. My point of view has never changed, no matter what. Irmscher, you have to have some confidence in yourself. Esther could almost guess what his friend would say next. Whenever he was free, he would take out a photo of the blonde girl and say that he was able to survive those difficult years just to be able to go back home and marry her. Irmscher was not just an ordinary pilot who drove a shuttle. He was a real captain of the Imperial Navy. He was the full-time driver of General Matt Horner on weekdays. He also drove a ship for Emperor Augustus Mengsk during the Battle of Air. He was also a double Silver Star battle hero of the Empire. Only more than 1,000 Imperial soldiers have won this honor in all the battles, and many of them have died. The blonde Mary Lou might be the child of a wealthy family on the planet Marlow. In the past, a poor boy like Irmscher could hardly get the approval of the other party's parents, but now it is different. As an officer in the Revolutionary Army, Irmscher has 2 properties in the center of Augustgrad, Kar. His family enjoys the treatment and subsidies of the Imperial officer's family. His children can go to military academies and have more chances to be recommended to famous military academies. In any case, Irmscher finally succeeded. It is said that when Irmscher returned to Marlow to get engaged to Mary, he had many twists and turns. At first, he was kicked out as a thief who cheated and deceived, and later when he went again, he drove the Imperial General's special car. You are right, Esther, I hope you can come when I get married. Irmscher said. Definitely. Esther actually couldn't say whether he could ask for leave at that time, because the management of the Stealing Military Academy was very strict. At this time, Estelle finally saw Kar outside the window and was attracted by the dreamlike picture. It was a beautiful planet shrouded in hazy purple flashes, and the dark side facing away from the sun was flashing with countless colorful lights. That's Kar, that's Kar. Sure next to him said this twice, and the tone of each time was different. Kar is more than just a character. When you mention Kar, you are talking about the great Terran Empire. Heroic Kar. She is a microcosm of the Terran people's resistance to the tyranny of the old Federation and their pursuit of freedom. The history of Kar is the history of the Federation overthrowing the Empire and rising. Kar was once completely destroyed by the old Federation, but now it still stands tall. In a world like Helsin, when someone talks about Kar, they are mostly referring to the Empire. That's Kar. Istel repeated. This was the first time he saw the full picture of Kar. 4 years ago, the war almost completely destroyed Istel's hometown of Helsin. Influenced by Kar's preferential immigration policy, Istel's sister also joined the army of immigrants to Kar. His sister worked and studied at the same time, and later became a civil servant in Augustgrad City Hall. Istel was basically brought up by his sister. I have never really been to Korhal before it was destroyed by the nuclear bomb, and I will never have such an opportunity again. Sure said, but I am very familiar with the Korhal of today. If there were no other things, I really should take you to see the present Korhal and the present Augustgrad. I have watched Korhal become what it is today little by little. As he spoke, the outer window glass of the cockpit was gradually covered by a layer of silver heat-insulating protective shield, and the light from the outside world slowly dissipated. When the shuttle enters Korhal's atmosphere, it will circle down from the sunlit side, and the sun's rays will burn the people inside. It should be dawn when we arrive at Bennett Airport. If you are lucky, you will have a chance to see the sunrise in Augustgrad. I guarantee that it will be the best sunrise. The shuttle landed in Korhal's atmosphere, and the cabin was filled with a steady humming sound caused by the friction between the hull and the atmosphere. This shuttle was a good ship, better than any other shuttle he had ever taken to space and land. The rumble of the old shuttles as they entered the atmosphere was a disaster. When Korhal gravity completely replaced the artificial gravity inside the shuttle, Eastel knew that the ship had landed in the dock at Bennett Airport. When the heat shield outside the window opened, a landing pad suddenly appeared in front of him with a bustling crowd. Bennett Airport was a vast area, consisting of thousands of landing pads at different heights, straight electromagnetic transmission tracks and signal towers, all covered by a thin shield field that was pale blue due to ionization. At the other end of the landing pad was a loading platform with many Korhalian freighters parked on it, piled with containers as tall as tall buildings, and towering cranes and electric unloading engineering vehicles were moving the goods. A Bennett Industries 4-engine heavy transport aircraft was taking off, and the sound it made was like an angry peak. This was Bennett's landing pad number 3. Looking up, you could see the sky of Augustgrad at dawn. From this position under the shield force field, the sun was indigo blue and extremely beautiful. The sky was full of various container ships, shuttles and yachts, and finally converged into a winding, upward spacecraft belt, as if hanging on the horizon. When had Eastel seen such a scene before? He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Follow the instructions, and you can go wherever you want to go after finding the high-altitude rail train platform. Sure followed Eastel down the shuttle. Goodbye, my friend. Eastel said goodbye to his friend. Maybe we can fight side by side one day. When Sure waved, he was holding a few bouquets of red flowers in his hand, which were a kind of flower from air. Sure's former comrades lie in the Stilling Cemetery in Augustgrad, and their spirits remain in air. Stilling Cemetery also buries the federal soldiers who died in the war against the Zerg invasion. At that time, most of the recruits were young people around 18 years old, and they were often the ones who shed the most blood. These young people were still immature and naive. They had only received a short training and knew nothing about the cruelty of the Zerg. Easter said goodbye to his friends and went to the train platform through a vertical elevator and a downward ramp. On the way, he could see many advertisements for cutting-edge technology products and posters for a politician running for the Imperial Counselor. One of the movie advertisements occupied the largest billboard space. Kel-morian's new work, This Brainworm Is Not So Cold, Alpha Films. Mr. Alpha is a lonely killer. His code name is Brainworm, because it is as powerful and deadly as the Zerg brainworm. Until one day, a little girl knocked on his door. So beautiful. Istel knew this actress. There was such vicious speculation in the bar of Helsin. Kira Velez was purely favored by the godfather of the film industry in Augustgrad, so she got such resources. In order to stand out, she did not hesitate to call him her godfather, and people far away from the throne world believed that Augustgrad was not as glamorous as it looked. After all, Tarsinus was like this in the past. When they walked to the platform of the rail train in the airport, Istel once again found out his sister's address. At this time, there were already many people standing on the platform, and the voices were noisy, discussing about prices and recent news. Some people whispered about the recent political situation, while others talked loudly, saying that the Kel-morian Union must be secretly supporting the remnants of the Federation, and the Imperial Navy should immediately strike hard. Istel was surprised by the confidence of the August people. In their view, Kel-morian and Kel-morian were no longer a threat. This statement is tenable. Today, the Terran Empire controls most of the prelude sector, and the United States and the Federation are like a few sparse points separated at both ends. The people of August are not surprised by outsiders like Istel. This newly rising city is full of immigrants from other planets. If it were the people of Tarsinus, they would definitely denounce the country people for coming to Tarsinus to beg for food again. While paying attention to what the people of August were talking about, Istel stepped onto a high-altitude rail train that was coming around the city. The train track is supported by countless elevated and steel pillars, as if floating above August. When the train started, Istel could easily overlook the city center of August through the window. The magnificent urban landscape of August opened Istel's eyes. The train was moving at high speed in the vast square, and countless tall buildings stretching into the sky. The incomparable palace, the magnificent town hall, the city square with fountains and the pedestrian islands surrounded by greenery between the roads together create a stunning sense of art. These huge geometric squares and the streets that intersect like a chessboard stretch to the distant horizon like straight lines. The residential areas, large buildings and industrial areas are separated into regular rectangular spaces along the wide main lines. Every part of August fully embodies the regularity and harmony of the precision of modern urban industrial gears. Istel saw the Stilling Memorial Military Academy outside the palace, the walls and gates built of white marble and steel, and the wide walkways surrounding the Military Academy campus densely planted with tall fir trees. Fir trees are a symbol of August. Whether it is silver fir or snow fir, these tall fir trees like the tip of a knight's spear stand in every corner of the city, symbolizing the unyielding will of the Empire. A huge monument can be seen even from this point in Istral. Join the Imperial Marines, we can't win without you. Admiral James Eugene Raynor. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Odin. The maglev train, which was speeding at over 350 miles per hour, was like a long silver snake around the center of August. Esther Foss only glanced at the Stilling Memorial Military Academy where she would attend in the future, and then passed by it. The maglev train was a microcosm of August's speed and a reflection of the city's fast pace. If Esther wanted to enjoy the scenery of August leisurely, she should take the much slower city sightseeing train, which was the best way for tourists to visit the imperial capital. Esther would spend at least 4 years at Stilling Military Academy in August, so she had plenty of time to plan a trip. First, Esther was anxious to see her sister and her boyfriend whom she met at the city hall. As the train went faster and faster, the dense buildings outside the window became more and more difficult to distinguish. 25 minutes later, the train stopped at Green Train Station, and Esther followed the crowd to get off the train. Green Railway Station covers an astonishingly large area. It has 96 platforms, 178 exits, and more than 270 high and low rails running through it. It is larger than any station on the planet Helsin. Millions of people pass through the wide hall of Green Railway Station, supported by Roman columns every day, and the crowds are surging even at night. However, Green Railway Station is just the most ordinary one among the hundreds of stations in August. Part of the magnetic track passing through the station is designed for magnetic levitation locomotives, so it is full of high-speed levitation locomotives and cool-looking speedboats. The lightning-fast speed can make people's adrenaline surge just by looking at it. This magnetic track is sometimes used as a track for car races. Car racing is one of the most popular sports in August. It is rumored that this is also the most enthusiastic sport of Emperor Augustus. He occasionally appears in the audience, and the court ministers have to go to great lengths to stop the emperor from racing every time. The title of August's car god is not exaggerated. At the train station, People passed by Istel every moment as he was struggling to identify the exit. People of all kinds were either dressed in suits or blue uniforms of skilled workers. Thousands of people had thousands of different faces, and each person of different identities was a member of Augustgrad. Istel could see that the residents of Augustgrad were obviously more affluent, with a dazzling array of electronic products and fashionable clothes. They were more confident and walked leisurely. He was not surprised by this, as Augustgrad was the center of Kar, and Kar was the center of the entire Terran Empire. The first people to come to Augustgrad built this magnificent steel city with their own hands, which was a miracle in itself. Augustgrad's prosperity came not only from its status as the capital of the Terran Empire, but also from the unremitting construction and governance of successive Terran mayors. Compared with these people at the train station, Istel couldn't find a watch on his body, but he didn't feel embarrassed. If he wanted to pursue a decent and respectable job, then Ister should apply for political science or public administration at the University of Kar and become an imperial affairs officer in the future. When Ister finally walked out of exit 22B and saw Lorraine Foss waiting for him, he was happy to notice that she had a ruddy complexion and a beautiful figure despite the signs of weight gain. The girl who grew up in the golden fields of Helsin wore a well-fitting brown double-faced plush coat and a hand-knitted woolen hat with a cute wool ball standing on it. Lorraine was originally the name that her parents planned to give to Ister, but the firstborn was a girl. She was not a very strong girl, and in Ister's limited memory, she was a crybaby. "How long have you been here?" Ister couldn't ignore the tall man next to him who was wearing a tough black suit, but he still used the word you instead of you all. "It's been a while." Lauren grabbed Ister's broad shoulders, his eyes moist with joy. "I can't believe you've grown up so fast. I didn't know how to raise you before. I'm an adult now." Ister chuckled and comforted his sister. He was so sharp that he saw the engagement ring on his sister's left hand at a glance. "Hello, I'm Ister." Then Ister turned to the blond man in a neat suit next to him. "Carlton Polland." The man named Carlton smiled immediately. "Hello, Ister." Carlton was muscular and had a cold face, but he smiled immediately when he saw Ister. "Polland, I should have come to you with a gun today. The only reason I didn't do this is that Augustgrad has a gun ban." Ister looked at Carlton with sharp eyes, trying to find any clues that he was actually a bad person. As far as he knew, Carlton was now a civil servant in Augustgrad Whitehall, doing clerical work. He used to be a miner, a construction worker and a teacher. "If I find out that you're a playboy who likes to seduce women, then this matter will be very easy to solve." His eyes were full of hostility. "My sister is always stupid, but don't think about it, Ister." Lauren grabbed his brother, and his slender finger joints looked pale because of the force. "What else can I do? You have always been like this. You act first and then ask for permission. When my father was still alive, you made me angry a lot." Ister said, "I don't know Carlton. God, I didn't even know what he did before, and you didn't even mention it. The Helsingen people are also a model of tough folk customs. These farmers who grow crops have nothing to do with gentleness and kindness. There are many barbaric customs in the local area. If there is a conflict between the families, it is a real fight. If a girl is bullied after getting married, her family must support her." The mature Carlton just looked at Ister seriously. "Ha, while there is still time, let's go to Green Street to find a restaurant for lunch. Now is the right time for oysters." The Proteus used molecular technology to help the Terran Empire remove hundreds of square miles of radiation around Augustgrad, making the forests and oceans pure again, but the people still do not trust any food produced there, preferring to choose cheap and good imported food. Fortunately, the Terran Empire government continued to transform Korhal while establishing a vast nature reserve. "Okay, Ister." Roland asked for Carlton. "Thank you." Ister and Carlton looked at each other. "I just hope you remember my warning. I don't want my sister to go through what happened to my aunt again." "Of course I can understand you." Carlton nodded. "I also have a sister. She is getting married, and I have to carefully consider the other party's character. I want you to swear that you will never betray Roland Foss, never hurt her, and never make her sad." Ister's momentum even overwhelmed Carlton, who was much older than him, so that the other party did not dare to look down on him. Ister had fought in the battlefield and killed people. He was not a weak sheep. Besides, you couldn't hide the look in your eyes when you wanted to kill someone. No matter what, even if Carlton was a perfect man, Ister would not be satisfied. "Who do you swear to?" Carlton said solemnly, "We don't believe in God." Then swear to my deceased parents, Esther said. Carlton did it immediately. Esther stopped being aggressive. In this way, I will entrust my sister to you. Okay, Carlton said, wiping Lauren's tears with his sleeve. Then, Esther followed Carlton into the Green Street district. Green Street was very prosperous, with rows of shops painted with white walls. These shops were all for civilians, and they were full of all kinds of special foods, clothes and handicrafts. Carlton took Esther into a shop that mainly dealt in seafood. The owner was a fat man with small eyes. When he squinted, he couldn't even see his eyes, but he had two eyebrows out of thin air. The oceans of Terran and IX are extremely rich, and frozen seafood is shipped there every day. Carlton ordered a table of dishes in a familiar manner and introduced them to his future brother-in-law. In the past, it was really difficult to eat these, all because Terran recently discovered the remains of the Protus portal. He said to Estelle with some kind of unspeakable pride, with these portals, a distance of thousands of light years can be reached in a few minutes. The Korhal and Terran systems are now as close as neighbors. It's amazing. I've heard of those portals. They are really magical. Many ignorant people think they are magic. Estelle looked at the waiter who had just brought a dish of steamed oysters, and his liking for Carlton suddenly increased a lot. A planet with a portal is equivalent to 10,000 roots. Korhal originally did not have such a portal, but later, for some reason, Emperor Augustus spent a lot of money to ask the Protus to get one. Yes, Carlton said, I am a Morian, and Moria only has red rust deserts, and basically I have never seen anything swimming in the water. Kel-morian Estelle looked at Carlton again, his eyes changed. Sister, this matter may need to be reconsidered. I heard that the Morians like to escape after their Terran wives become pregnant. Unfortunately, there is a similar saying in Moria. Carlton was stunned. The Terran adventurers and caravan crew members who coveted our family girls all had their legs broken. You know, these scums only care about their own happiness. But I escaped from Moria a long time ago. The oppression of the Moria Mining Association is simply unbearable. Carlton said, our family has escaped, and now we have settled in Augustgrad. You don't have to worry. The Morians have the concept of large families. A family may have hundreds of people. Unless they are desperate, they will never abandon the land where their ancestors lived. There is one good thing about the Kel-morians. Apart from doing business with them, they are honest and reliable. This year, Lauren was 22 years old and Carlton was 28 years old. One was a Helsinian and the other was a Moria. Their union was not uncommon in a city like Augustgrad where there was a great cultural integration. The population of Augustgrad came from all over the Caprulu sector, and even from Earth. Has Moria become like this? In Estelle's memory, the Kel-morian Federation was still a wealthy and powerful business empire, the mortal enemy of the Terrans. There is nothing to say. Carlton shook his head. There are at least tens of millions of Kel-morians in Augustgrad, and they all left their homes out of helplessness. Estelle was also hungry. While thinking about Carlton's words, she dealt with the oysters on the plate. Is it delicious? Lauren loved her younger brother the most. She simply didn't know what to do if Estelle and Carlton had a conflict. No one knows Esther's character better than Lauren. This kid is not gentle and stubborn. He is straightforward and will say anything when he sees someone he doesn't like. When dealing with enemies, Esther can always make them run around. People who stab others with a knife while smiling are talking about him. It's delicious. Esther said. A mysterious prototype weapon will be exhibited at Syrian Square outside the palace tonight. Emperor Augustus will attend the unveiling ceremony with Queen Sarah. It is reported that this may be the first time Princess Louise has met the public since she was born. At this time, the latest news came from the holographic projection TV in the restaurant. New weapons. Esther immediately became interested. In addition to the information that is closely related to themselves, the people are most concerned about the latest progress in the Empire's cutting-edge technology. In recent years, various advanced weapons have emerged in an endless stream, and even the Minotaur-class battlecruiser has become a thing of the past. Now the most concerned thing is the research and development progress of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser. The last time the public paid attention was a phase reactor combat suit. This prototype weapon can give the wearer a similar ability to tactical jumping, that is, teleportation. You just arrived in Augustgrad and you don't know the situation yet. This prototype weapon has been mentioned for more than a month. Carlton said, it is said that the Simonson military factory responsible for research and development always has the roar of huge cannons and the sound of small earthquakes. Today, more than a dozen Kel-morian agents have been captured in the Simonson military factory alone. The Kel-morian people are always greedy. Ister snorted. Kel-morian has always been worried about being annexed by the Terran Empire. Although they are friendly on the surface, they are constantly making small moves behind the scenes. Emperor Augustus was generous because of their old friendship, which made the Kel-morian people feel ashamed. Will your majesty also participate? Ister asked. After staying in Augustgrad for a long time, I can always see His Majesty the Emperor several times a year. Carlton replied, His Majesty shows up almost every week. You have a chance to see him on the street or in the factory, as long as you are lucky enough. Istel nodded. Then I must go and see what that prototype weapon is? Even His Majesty has to show up. I don't know what it is, I just know it has a name. Carlson replied, It's called Odin. Thanks for voting. Chapter 554 Titus Finley, the Paragon of Imperial Heroes. Chapter 554 A model of Imperial Heroes. Titus Finley Syrian Square is located in the prosperous Syrian district of Augustgrad. It is a huge octagonal square with 8 wide, rounded gravel-paved walkways corresponding to the 8 corners of the square. The green belt inside is planted with towering silver fir trees. Under the dense shade of the trees, deep and mysterious paths meander to elegant curved buildings like silver moons. Sufficiently large and abundant public spaces are the main difference between Augustgrad and the main city of Tarsinus. The proportion of green space in this miracle city built of steel and glass is surprisingly high, and every place is a perfect combination of magnificent human architecture and nature. On this day, Syrian Square was decorated with lights and colorful atmosphere. Many bright hot air balloons and propaganda yachts hung high above the square, and colorful lights and imperial flags were lit everywhere. Istel and his brother-in-law Carlton arrived before dawn, but they almost couldn't even squeeze into the square. This time, Ister finally experienced what it meant to be a real sea of people. They squeezed in with great difficulty, taking advantage of their height and length. The Augustgrad Police Department had to set up cordons to divert the crowd to avoid stampedes. For the sake of management, tickets worth 6 credits must be purchased 1 week in advance to enter Syrian Square, and the number of places is limited. But when they heard that the Emperor of the Empire would also attend, even those who didn't get tickets gathered outside Syrian Square, which shows how popular Emperor Augustus is among the people of Augustgrad. Augustgrad is so tolerant of people from all origins and territories, and there are so many people living here that there are even gray-skinned Protus scholars who travel here to live in the city. It is rumored that these aliens who are allowed to enter come here to study human sociology. At this time, the clever vendors began to sell ice cream, fruit or dried flowers to the excited people, and the children could buy enough candy or a dozen balloons to fill their pockets with a few coins. Children born in the late period of the Old Federation probably don't remember the difficult years when their parents were exiled to Augustgrad. They only remember the flag of the Empire and the sweetness in their pockets. Istel bought a paper travel newspaper introducing Augustgrad and a photo album of actress Kayla Velez from the newsstand at the entrance of the square and stuffed them into his brother-in-law Carlton's backpack. After entering Syrian Square, there were fewer people, but it still looked crowded. The Imperial Defense Force, Dominion Defense Force, or DDF has an affiliated fleet, in crimson power armor guarded the central area of the square, while the audience could climb onto the temporary circular stands built with modular steel components to take a look at the central exhibition area. Where are the prototype weapons for the exhibition? Why is there nothing there? Carlton climbed onto the stands and pointed to the empty center of the square. As Carlton said, there were only a few beautiful fountains in the center of the square paved with colored bricks. Apart from that, there was nothing but some Imperial soldiers and uncrew members. Odin may need to be transported from the prototype weapons laboratory. Istel looked at the exits of Syrian Square. It should be transported by air. No matter how you look at it, this can't be just a new plasma rifle. At this time, Istel could hear the Dominion Center for State Security broadcasting the latest developments about the exhibition of the latest prototype weapon Odin. Everyone could clearly hear the voice of General Horace Warfield. I am General Horace Warfield. The unveiling ceremony of the new weapon Odin will be carried out as expected. It is on the way to Syrian Square. After the exhibition, according to the plan, Odin will walk on the streets of Korhal to be reviewed by the people of the Empire. We have appointed a great Imperial hero, Lieutenant Titus Finley, to drive this unprecedented supergiant siege machine. Odin is a mecha. Carlton put his backpack aside and sat down with Istel in the selected seat. Although Carlton has never worked in a military-related industry, he often pays attention to related news on weekdays. The people of the Empire were sincerely proud of the emergence of new weapons, rather than worrying that they would be used against them. Carlton and his family had all experienced those difficult times. First, there was the 4-year Guild War, and then there was the invasion of the Zerg and the Protoss. The fear of alien creatures was rooted in the hearts of this entire generation. Siege mecha? This word is not simple. Ister had expected it, but he was still overjoyed. What kind of mecha can be used for siege? It must carry a super cannon. No one can refuse a super mecha. Could it be an improved version of the Goliath armed robot? The giants brought by the Earthlings are already taller than a building. Carlton had seen Goliaths on the streets of Augustgrad. Those two-legged steel giants were often used to maintain order in the past, but they are no longer used. Every street in Augustgrad is equipped with surveillance cameras, and turbo drones patrol back and forth. Once there's a car accident or a criminal case, the surveillance can be immediately called up. The psychics with profiling capabilities of the Imperial Investigation Bureau have greatly increased the success rate of solving cases and chasing. We can only wait and see, Istel said to Carlton. Yes. Carlton trusted Istel's judgment, not just because he was a student of the Stealing Officer Academy. This young man had a unique view of the world, and he was always able to hit the nail on the head. It's your majesty. Suddenly, like a pot of boiling water hitting the lid of a pressure cooker, the entire Syrian square was boiling. People waved flags in their hands, and fathers held their children above their heads and shouted the name of the emperor. He's there. Istel looked over immediately, and the emperor had come to the stand guard in the royal guard not far away. The emperor was only 27 years old this year, but he seemed to have ruled this empire for many years. He was wearing a golden-edged satin dress and a sharp sword at his waist. It is said that this dress was given to the emperor of the Terran Empire by the Terran Protoss. It took 9 of the best Calais craftsmen 2 years to make it with the finest silk fibers, and it could resist the rude prying of telepaths. People were fascinated by this man, not just because of his supreme authority. He recognized that the person next to the emperor was the beautiful and charming queen, who had become more charming since giving birth to Princess Louise. A woman with long ginger hair was walking behind with Princess Louise in her arms. Ister thought she should be a noble lady or head maid who was deeply trusted by the royal family. Princess Louise was already 1 year old, and she was always drowsy like other children in this world. The Caterin crystal amulet given by the Protoss could protect the child's mind, otherwise her overly powerful telepathic ability would uncontrollably accept the thoughts of more than 100,000 people present. It's Admiral Raynor. Ister saw the man with short dark brown hair behind the emperor at a glance. He was Jim Raynor, the first president of the Stealing Military Academy. Raynor himself was a naval general, but later he was counted as an army general. In short, he was the supreme leader of the Imperial Marines, while another army general, Lundstein, was the commander of the Imperial Defense Force. No one in the Empire doesn't know his name. Carlton also said, Admiral Raynor was born in Shiloh, which is an agricultural world like Helsin. In time, you will become a great general like him. I will. Ister said, Jim Raynor is my idol. When the emperor waved to the people, the cheers were higher and higher, and it was deafening. Ister knew why the emperor of the empire had such a reputation. 4 years ago, most of the world in the Federation was in turmoil, with starving people everywhere, a surge in the number of unemployed people, soaring prices, and more than 10 billion people were hungry. Emperor Augustus brought peace, established a new order, and most importantly, allowed thousands of people to get jobs, so that they had money to support their families and children. In contrast, even when the old nobles of the Terran Federation were about to perish, they were always trying to squeeze the bones and marrow from the people. Amid the cheers of the people, Emperor Augustus sat down gently on his seat. Before the shouts died down, a huge Hercules-class transport ship was slowly descending through the clouds towards Syrian Square. At this time, there was no need to wait for the cover covering the new mecha to be unveiled. Istel could see Odin in full view just by looking up. In an instant, a word popped up in Istel's mind, great. Below the Hercules transport ship were hundreds of silver iron chains and steel cables made of new alloys and fine steel catalysts, each thicker than the waist of an adult man. If such chains were not restraining a terrible super thunder beast, then it would be an unparalleled steel behemoth. It was really a behemoth, larger than all the walking machines ever created by humans. Indeed, the huge Hercules-class transport ship seemed to be struggling to drag the steel behemoth. The giant Goliath robot of the Spartan Company was more than 20 feet long, but it was not even 1/3 of the fine steel giant foot. If the parts on both sides of the mecha were regarded as arms, then its arms themselves were two unparalleled super cannons. Odin had 4 giant cannons on his back, and each of them seemed to be transplanted directly from a battle cruiser. The dark muzzles were so thick that they were frightening. The steel giant, covered with heavy steel module armor, was slowly landing on a building in front of everyone. It was so majestic, as tall as a mountain, and awe-inspiring. Ister couldn't help but think that the genius Imperial weapons engineers had really built a steel giant ship that could travel on the ground, a mobile steel fortress. So, it shouldn't be eye-catching for such a steel giant to have multiple cannons that should be installed on a battle cruiser. Odin, a new generation of heavy weapons, an incomparable weapon. The one who built Odin was another giant in the engineering field of the Terran Empire, Rory Swan. General Warfield was happy to be a commentator for people. Odin is carried by the most stable chassis, and driven by the most advanced nuclear reactor. Odin is equipped with 2 T-800 cannons, a set of Hellfire anti-aircraft missile pods and 4 330mm barrage cannons. Its ground firepower is enough to flatten a city. He said, Odin can be used as a mobile planetary fortress to provide huge fire support for the Imperial Army, and can also be used as a nuclear weapons launch platform. All this will change the history of war. When Warfield's voice fell, Odin had just landed in the center of Syrian Square. It seemed to just step lightly on the ground, and the floor tiles cracked and raised a cloud of dust. There is no doubt that no place in August grid could withstand the pressure of this huge monster. According to gossip, this prototype alone cost millions of credits. The project cost millions of credits comes from the developer interview. It is an astronomical figure. If the cost is not taken into account, there should be no technical barriers for the Empire to manufacture Odin III. At that time, the Empire can throw Odin into the war zone. The highly anticipated Imperial hero Titus Findlay walked from the bottom of the audience and walked straight to Odin in Syrian Square. As the saying goes, a sword matches a hero, and only such a hero is worthy of Odin. Ister has heard of Titus Findlay's reputation. He's known as the Lion of Marsera, the Whip of the Empire, and the sword bearer for the Emperor. In this case, it is incredible that he is still just a lieutenant now. Perhaps there is some regrettable secret. The anger seems to remain forever on that square and serious face, and the resolute blue eyes make Ister feel awe. That scar, that is the mark of the heroic exploits of the Empire, the scar of honor, that look looking into the distance, how resolute. How sharp. On an ordinary person, that blurred look would be more like being in a daze, but if it was Titus Findlay, it would be staring at the enemy of the Empire. Titus Findlay. That look seemed so unruly and arrogant, as if there was no one in the world worth looking up to except himself. But that was Titus Findlay, not Jim Raynor. He walked towards the elevator in front of Odin's cockpit with firm steps, and his steps were as fast as flying, as if he was really going to fly. How much Ister hoped that he would be the one driving Odin, but considering the school he applied for, this must be a little difficult. But now he felt that he didn't have to look at the Navy's warships with sourness anymore. When Odin raised his head and moved his 2 huge feet like a barrier, the ground actually trembled. People cheered again, shouting "Long live the Emperor!" There is no need to prove the ability of this weapon to the people. Odin's mere presence here must be a groundbreaking mecha. Istel's eyes moved along the mecha. No matter how much he looked up, he could not see the full view of the skyscraper-like mecha. He had no doubt that if the driver was a madman, the entire square would be razed to the ground. Odin's driver Titus Findlay is a true hero. He has fought for the Emperor for a full 10 years. Now, the radio station will transfer his speech. Amid the thunderous cheers of the people, the passionate music in Syrian Square was timely, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. New Folsom Blues, Rhapsody of Maya the Fishman, Minotaur Death Rock. Istel was stunned. He thought it would be a song of the Imperial Marines or the Navy. It took him a while to realize that it was the music coming from Odin. Emperor Augustus on the other side also tilted his head, as if asking the people around him when Titus had put a speaker up there. It seems that Odin's communication system may have a problem. This is a prototype weapon after all, so it's inevitable that there will be some flaws. But it shouldn't be a big deal. These nerds are so thoughtful that they actually installed a toilet. I'm so happy that I want to flush it right now. Aha, look what I found, a glass of Tarsinus ginger beer, now I can settle down here. The dwarf Meinhof should install a refrigerator and fill it with cold beer, and of course number 8 whiskey, Jimmy loves it. Oh, burp, hey, I'm so high, damn it, who plotted against me? Party in the palace. Everyone knows that men are also stupid. I agree with that. Someone used pliers to add a few more pieces of chasselas wood to the fireplace. A beautiful old record player was playing the song Tales from the Vienna Woods. Just like the thousands of songs recorded in the record player, this song may not have been heard by humans in the Korhal sector for hundreds of years. The cello, French horn and flute formed an elegant and moving movement, as if the sun and the river were passing through the forest. Several beautiful women were sitting on the French soft sofas nearby, and the colorful tea table with mosaic glass next to them was filled with exquisite cakes and fruits. They talked about women's topics, sometimes laughing coquettishly, and their snow-white thighs were as soft as washed mutton fat. The kitchen of the palace prepared delicious food every day to entertain guests, but the emperor himself had no requirements for this. These were the most outstanding top chefs in the Terran Empire, but the emperor only wanted them to make 3 dishes and 1 soup to get by. The emperor is not a wooden head. He knows it better than anyone else. He can only pretend not to see it. Princess Juliana is no longer the girl who could be deceived by Augustus Mengsk's sweet words. As she grows older, she becomes more mature and charming. This is a corner of the August Grid Palace, part of the huge reception room, which is decorated magnificently. Ivory and silver chandelier hangs from the ceiling with relief tops, and the mirror frame inlaid with diamonds and jewels illuminates the colorful carpets and exquisite wooden and steel armchairs. As for the silver blue and golden green crystals, they are from the hands of the Terran Protoss. Each crystal is 1 person tall and is carefully cut into geometric crystals that perfectly follow the golden ratio. These crystals are translucent and radiant even in the daytime, and shine even more at night. These luxurious objects once belonged to the arrogant old Federation creation family, and the Emperor was unwilling to burn them. The aesthetics of the Federation nobles seemed to be still stuck in the ancient Earth of the 19th century. Even the Earthlings today could not remember the complicated and artificial etiquette of the past. When they were free, the royal family and the women of close families would gather here. Kerrigan is beautiful and young, and she is very good at fighting. Clara Terra laughed. How can there be such a queen who can break a 20-inch thick steel pipe out of thin air in a rage and tear people apart like a boiled chicken? Clara is a typical artificial beauty, a beautiful woman with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes and good looks. There is no trace of laser plastic surgery. Kerrigan is indeed very strong, and Arcturus is not happy. He does not want the bad reputation of the Emperor being afraid of his wife to spread outside. The princess said, "Of course, I don't think it is necessarily a bad reputation. In terms of tradition, Prince Arcturus can be called conservative, which is mainly to maintain the authority of the royal family." Princess Juliana still regrets believing Augustus Mengsk's lies, but the result is good. The position of her family, the Pester family, in Umoyan is unshakable. She no longer believes in love. This is a successful political marriage between the Terran Empire and the Umoyan United States, although that was not the original intention of the two. No matter how I hint, he dares not come to see me. Lisa Cassidy smiled lightly, not caring much. It seems that she has failed many times in this matter, coward. Unless he is not afraid of being twisted off his head by the queen. Clara said, "Otherwise, how dare Kerrigan let you, a loser, in? Do you think she is very generous? The Emperor always sent you away before." This was of course to avoid a direct conflict between you and Sarah Kerrigan. In short, it was also to protect you. You know, 100 of you can't be her opponent. She said, "The Emperor doesn't like old women, so you have no chance. How do you know he won't get drunk and go to bed with me one day?" Lisa is obviously very confident in herself. She has the capital to be confident. Lisa Cassidy, the devil of heaven, is as loyal to Emperor Augustus Mengsk as anyone, and she is indeed very beautiful. On this day, Lisa wore a purple-red long-sleeved tight-fitting dress made of fine wool, and ordinary tweed trousers underneath. She has nothing to do with the elegant and noble lady. But it is undeniable that this skin-tight clothing makes Lisa's figure more hot. To be fair, big breasts and wide hips are enough to conquer most men. Lisa is also naturally beautiful, and has beautiful ginger curly hair. She is charming, which is very different from the queen temperament of Queen Sarah Kerrigan. Lisa thinks she is not Kerrigan's opponent, So she lowers her requirements and humbly wants to be her lover. Kerrigan also thinks Lisa is a loser, and actually let the wolf into the house without being on guard. Such contempt will definitely regret it. Emperor Augustus cannot be said to be unfaithful to women, but he has extraordinary self-control. But no one is perfect, even saints may not be able to make mistakes. Back then, Augustus was determined to get Cassidy off his addiction to stimulants at all costs, just to avoid the ending in the original timeline where the Heaven's Devil team was eventually wiped out because of her. Because a person addicted to drugs cannot control himself at all, and will inevitably betray the Heaven's Devil in the end. Augustus never expected how much a woman who relied on him to survive her drug addiction would love him. But he has never been drunk. Clara pouted, "Don't worry, poor Lisa. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared." Lisa had no ambitions to begin with, and now she is even more doomed. Now she is thinking about creating some scandals for the Emperor. "Remember to call me when the time comes," Clara said, "but I suspect that woman doesn't need a monitoring device. Every blade of grass and every movement in the palace can't escape her. You know how scary Kerrigan's psychic power is now. She is basically no longer a human being. That's just right for something exciting." Lisa shook her round and plump thighs. "Don't make a fuss. As long as you don't get pregnant with the Emperor's child, there will be no problem. The princess is an open-minded elder. The queen of the Terran Empire is like this. You can't ask for more." Nova Terra replied to her sister indifferently. She was more concerned about the credits of the Ghost Academy than this topic. Strictly speaking, there are 3 schools in the Terran Empire that are only open to telepaths. They are the Tarsinus Ghost Academy left over from the old Federation era, the Car August Grid Ghost Academy, and the USA Ghost Academy on the Car satellite. Only the Military Academy trains ghost agents. Nova is about to turn 15 and is now studying in the high school department of the Ghost Academy. She not only studies traditional compulsory education courses, but also studies subjects such as mind control and telekinesis. She is talented and intelligent. This year, she has skipped 2 grades and will enter university. She is the daughter of a great noble in the old Federation and grew up in an environment with abundant material resources and a good life. She inherited her mother's beauty and is better than her mother. As usual, Nova was wearing only a yellow dress, with her long golden hair piled higher on her head into a fluffy bun. She was acting very casually at this time, with her dress tilted, revealing her soft shoulders and swan-like neck, which was as white as cream, and her delicate and cool skin seemed to be born to be kissed. What a gorgeous and graceful beauty! Her green eyes were like gemstones, and she looked like a round-faced Persian cat lying there. If Nova stood up, her breasts, which were just beginning to show their size, would be looming. Girls of this age have begun to develop physically, and Nova is even taller than her brother Sabidia, which is what she is most happy about recently. And Nova is also well aware of her charm. If the sons of the Empire's meritorious generals saw her lazy appearance now, I'm afraid they would have bad intentions. I can't really fight with Kerrigan, pull her hair and clothes. What a look, I will make people laugh at me every day. Lisa put her left leg on her right leg. That's because you've lost completely in this regard. Clara was merciless. It's not that they haven't fought before, it's that they can't beat her at all. Lisa Cassidy was knocked down by Sarah Kerrigan in less than 2 rounds. They were not on the same level at all. Look, there's still a small bald spot on the back of her head. Whether it's a verbal fight or a physical fight, there's no chance. What qualifications do you have to mock me? Ugh, you don't even dare to say anything when you see Kerrigan. Someone was anxious. I'm different. Really? After Louis was born, Kerrigan proposed that you enter the palace, and you were so happy that you didn't even want the general position that was about to be obtained. Who is being firmly controlled? Clara shouted, "Do you dare to say no to Kerrigan now? You little mistress. I was here first, so you have no right to say anything to me." Lisa also shouted. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Ugh, 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 ugh. Clara stood up and glared at Lisa, not arguing, but just desperately competing to see who could make the loudest sound. Nova on the side was also helpless and could only cover her forehead. What a loser party. Sisters, I shouldn't have come this time. The one who came was Rosa Morales, the former lieutenant of the UED Expeditionary Medics, who is now the Emperor's appointed royal doctor, and a colleague of Lisa Cassidy. They are not miracle doctors, but they are more than capable of taking care of the Emperor's diet and physical examination. However, doctors who are former medics are better at using laser suture knives and nail guns. On the battlefield, They only need to throw out the damaged nanorobots to repair them. But this does not mean that the doctor's responsibilities are not heavy. Cassidy, the royal family does not pay us to invite you to have afternoon tea with the ladies of the Terra family. Morales wore a white open-collar uniform. After taking off the medic power armor, she was still slim and round-hipped. It is not difficult to see the Emperor's hobby. This is also part of the job. Lisa emphasized. You have to go back to work for me now. Morales bowed gracefully to Princess Juliana on the other side. Rosa, how is the Emperor's health lately? The princess asked. It shouldn't be a problem for him to party every night. Morales thought for a moment and added, I don't think it's a big problem. At this time, a blond young man in a student's uniform quickly walked through the palace, followed by several royal guard officers in red clothes with gold sleeves. Valerian, the princess shouted. The footsteps outside immediately stopped. A blond young man with a middle-parted hair poked his head out. Mom. Today is the first day that Prince Valerian Mengsk enters the Stealing Military Academy. He is still very excited. Before, he was studying with the teachers and Emperor of the Mengsk family, and had no chance to experience campus life. The Stealing Military Academy is a black square-collared single-breasted jacket and the same style of trousers with yellow trouser lines, plus a flat cap. It is not difficult for Valerian to get a uniform in advance. Between the Imperial Royal Naval Academy and the Stealing Military Academy, Valerian finally chose the latter. After all, his uncle and father were both from the Marine Corps. The Imperial Marines are the most representative force of the Terran Empire in the Korhal sector. Come here. The princess called softly. Valerian did it immediately, and the officers behind him just waited outside the door. As soon as he walked in, Valerian lowered his head and dared not look at Clara and Nova, who were busy carrying clothes. The training of Valerian by his uncle and father was very effective. He was a very well-educated young man. The atmosphere in the palace has never been very serious, not to mention that Protoss and brainworms often appear here. The faces of the Protoss always look bitter and vengeful, but in fact they are all very gentle and kind. Only the grinning bully brainworm is not very likable. On weekdays, he either bullies the wolf cubs raised by the Queen Mother or takes a nap at the dining table. Aunt Rosa, Aunt Lisa, Valerian greeted politely. Although he doesn't get along with his father, the child doesn't have any bad intentions. Of course, this is also the tradition of the Mengsk family, and Arcturus has no face to complain. Lisa immediately smiled happily but reservedly, thinking that the child was really sensible. Well, you have grown up. The princess commented on Valerian in uniform. Remember, your father is a lesson for you. Don't become like him in the future. Today is the first day of school. You must make more reliable friends. They will definitely help you in the future. She gently warned her son, you must learn to distinguish those who are flatterers who are attracted by your royal status. I will definitely remember. In Valerian's heart, the mother who grew up with him is extremely important. Be careful on the road. Juliana knew the skills of the royal guards, but she still habitually reminded them. No matter what time, the mother always cares about her children. Uncle Titus is driving. Valerian said, there will be no problem. What did he do again? The princess still knew Titus. Whenever he was punished for committing a crime, Titus always said that he was not cut out to be a high official, and he could shine and make contributions to the empire wherever he went. But he was always like this. Mr. Finley was a dog that could not change its nature. He's really capable. What did he steal again? Clara asked. The last time Odin broke down, it wasn't Titus' fault. He was definitely not punished for that. The problem with Odin's communication system was due to design flaws. Its main designer, Rory Swan, even apologized to Titus. This was a great shame and humiliation for a Kel-morian who was very confident in his skills. Although Titus Finley was only a lieutenant, no one dared to plot against him, because no one dared to make fun of this angry lion. Of course, this guy was thick-skinned enough and didn't care about being a hero. He never thought he was a big shot. Titus, on the other hand, had a faster mind than others and a lower bottom line. Although he was a big villain, he only did some sneaky things. He was not willing to force good women into prostitution, murder and arson. Later, this villain was caught urinating and defecating in Syrian Square, making faces and scaring children. But this guy ran away fast enough, leaving no evidence. He really did a lot of bad things. It seems that he stole a suitcase of things from a foreign guest in Kel-morian, and then because he couldn't pay, he was found by dozens of women in the red light district in the palace. Valerian felt embarrassed when he said it. Oh, so it was this matter. The princess remembered. Generally speaking, tykes would do something big every once in a while, and everyone was basically used to it. Valerian joked, I guess, if he commits a crime. It's basically cigarettes, alcohol, and money for finding a female companion. But Uncle Tykes is bolder than before, and I really can't figure him out. Send, the work and rest schedule can't be changed, but the adults just woke up in the morning and saw the same thing. Chapter 556, Mengsk's Bug Maid. Louise Sarah Mengsk, hey, be a good girl. The Terran Emperor's palace in Augustus has a nursery that was prepared in advance. It is luxuriously decorated, with burgundy felt carpets everywhere and panels of chasuble wood on the walls. At this moment, the midday sun is shining through the deep window frames inlaid with chromatic glass and pouring down from the high dome of the palace. A baby wearing an orange-red jumpsuit is happily jumping back and forth on the belly of a fat brain worm, as if stepping on a trampoline with amazing elasticity. The baby has gray eyes and gray hair, which is very rare even in this era. This means that she is most likely a member of the Mengsk family in the Terran Empire, and is of noble royal blood. Her mother is Sarah Kerrigan, a 10th level Seeker, but judging from her hair color, it is obvious that the Mengsk family bloodline has an absolute advantage, which is completely opposite to Valerian. Princess Louise inherited the beauty of her father and mother, with big eyes, round chin, high nose bridge, and a lovable smile. As for this brainworm, which is one size larger than the Krebs, it is the royal brainworm Alpha Marshal. As for the 70 or 80 titles it has given itself, it is not convenient to go into details here. In general, the weight of this baby is nothing to a powerful brainworm, and it is not worth making a fuss about. Although there is no thick chitin shell on its skin, it is not something that a child who is only over 2 years old can hurt. But this picture is really terrifying. You know, the bloody mouth of the brainworm alone is enough to swallow the child in one bite. What's more, this brainworm is indeed a cannibal. However, the royal family gave this brainworm enough trust. Maybe in the heart of Queen Mother Catherine, the noisy brainworm is not much different from the corgi at home. In addition to this brainworm, there is also a whole team of strictly trained royal maids in the royal palace nursery. They all come from former Federation noble families who have declared their allegiance to the Terran Empire. They are well-educated and well-mannered ladies. Obviously, they have received enough training to accept the fact that the royal brainworm is taking care of the child. The housekeeper is a Dark Templar named Alika, who is shrouded in a black robe like a shadow. This Dark Templar master, who is trusted by the royal family, is also one of the future teachers of the little princess. He is not the only Dark Templar master in the palace. The Dark Templar masters in the Terran Empire were once followers of the Dark Lord Zarachel. They are powerful psionic masters and deadly shadow assassins. Zarachel's warband once participated in the final war against the First Overmind in air. They all stayed at some point when Zarachel visited the Emperor of the Terran Empire and served the aliens. No matter which period of the Protoss, this move is incredible. Only the Emperor of the Terran Empire and a few court ministers knew their true purpose, but without exception, their actions were tacitly approved by the Dark Archbishop Zarachel. Even the high-ranking Templars of Sirak were in awe of the power of the Dark Templar Masters. These powerful but humble warriors were also knowledgeable Zeldiga scholars. They believed that they had received the revelation of the Void Gods and must protect the Son of Prophecy, the destined future savior. But no one knew the so-called real savior. Even the Dark Templar Masters themselves did not know. Dark Templar Alika was an exception. He was not a follower of the Dark Archbishop Zarachel, but one of the 3 Dallin Protoss directly appointed by the Dallin Protoss Archbishop Tacitor. The first 2 were responsible for diplomacy and maintaining military alliances, while Alika's current responsibility was to raise babies. Master Alika, please bring my phone over. At this time, the personal terminal next to him beeped. Brainworms have no hands and feet, and they cannot evolve these things at present, so they can only rely on others. I'm meditating. The Dark Templar on the other side, Alika, just opened his eyes and said nothing more. When I meditate, I can only hear strange words in the void. The relationship between the brainworm and the Dark Templar is pretty good. Although he is cold, he is not as condescending as his compatriots in air. The Zerg and the Protoss are sworn enemies, but the brainworm Greek letter Alpha can get along with the Protoss. For a brainworm with high intelligence, it is not difficult to learn the cunning and greed of humans. You must be in awe of the void. Alika said. Fuck the void. The brainworm spit out foul language, It's not normal there at all. Thought the void. Princess Louise, who was jumping on the belly of the brainworm, suddenly said. Louis, girls can't swear. The brainworm said. Gods, I actually have expectations for a Zerg. Alaka stopped talking. He can't be called taciturn, but he really doesn't have extra patience for a brainworm with a novel brain circuit. At this time, a maid next to him brought a phone and held it steadily for Brainworm. It showed that it was from Brainworm's personal secretary, and the address was an office of Alpha Pictures. After the voice print passed, the phone was quickly unlocked, and a sweet female voice came out. Boss, the Imperial Market Administration just announced today that your acquisition of joint pictures involves the Imperial Antitrust Law. Manager Leuven has been unable to contact you. This beautiful female secretary has never seen the boss behind the scenes. This man with all-powerful hands and eyes has been remotely controlling his film and television empire in a mansion. The capital flowing into August Grid's film and television industry must first pay homage to this leader, the godfather of the film industry, before entering the market. It can be said that August Grid's developed film industry was created by Mr. Alpha. Some people say that Alpha is just a code name for him, and his real identity may be hundreds or thousands. He has never appeared in public, and even the general manager does not know what kind of person his boss is. But what is certain is that no one can get the slightest advantage from him, and anyone who wants to betray him will not end well. This ruthless character is the master of the shadows, and is itself an urban legend in August Grid. Some people believe that it is one of the senior executives of Greek letter Alpha Company who monitors his subordinates in this capacity. Others believe that Greek letter Alpha is a clone who can change his face at will through transformation, so it is impossible for anyone to know his true identity. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this person should not be a Umoyan spy, otherwise the subordinate departments of the Terran Empire Security Department would have struck hard. I'm very busy, the brainworm thought about it, and the phone automatically converted the language of the mind into sound. This is a deep voice. In addition to taking care of the baby every day, it spends the rest of its time either basking in the sun in the top garden of the palace or hiding in a corner playing old arcade games from the last era. It is indeed very busy. The brainworm has no hobbies, but it consumes high sugar, high fat, and high calorie foods, plays games and brushes tear-jerking love dramas, and occasionally dreams of becoming the master of the swarm. Soon, it turned into an angry voice. What on earth are the people of the Imperial Market Administration doing? Don't tell me to wait until 2504. Excursion Films is a famous Tarsinus company. In recent years, there have been big problems internally, and the management has been torn apart by internal struggles. The Spider Thunder IV, Death God they launched at the beginning of this year did not save the brand reputation that has been declining year after year, but instead became the last straw that broke the camel's back. But what should be done is still to be done. Tell Kayla Velez's agent that the next movie must be filmed. I have asked the level 800 elite Tauren chieftain to write a new song for the new movie. Yes, you are right, the one who wrote the song I Kissed a Zerg. The brainworm said, for this song, I also asked someone to write a stage play. This is the beauty and the beast of the new era. This brainworm is very talented and compares himself to William Shakespeare in the Zerg world. The Minotaur band has always been famous. They also wrote a song for the Templars of the Darum Protus, The Day of the Warp. I Can't Drive Warp 5.5, this song successfully made them famous overnight. The secretary said something else at this time, which made the brainworm obviously stunned. Who dares to slander my Kayla Velez? Wait, I will send a lawyer's letter to all Kayla's little haters. Let them pay the price. The extremely angry brainworm hung up the phone and was about to call his acting consul in the company's board of directors when the door of the nursery was gently pushed open by someone. Your Majesty. The maids immediately bowed to the Emperor, their movements were elegant and decent. Even the Dark Templar Alika, who was meditating, stood up and paid tribute to the Emperor of the Terran Empire. Louis. Emperor Augustus had just returned from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and dealt with a territorial dispute between the Empire and the Kel-morian Combine in the Sigma sector. 2 hours ago, he signed the proposal to amend the imperial labor law submitted by the Imperial Senate. He was very busy. The Emperor's day was always so plain. Augustus was still wearing a crimson robe, but he didn't hold the scepter in his hand. The Emperor of the Terran Empire never wore a crown, which was of no importance to him. Even if he was wearing beggar's clothes, the people of the Terran Empire would recognize their emperor. The brainworm had already noticed who was coming. It shook its belly, and the still jumping Princess Louise took off and flew into the arms of Emperor Augustus. Augustus hugged his daughter and smiled brightly. Although Augustus could have thrown many tasks to his father and brothers, he was still used to doing everything himself. Apart from work, Augustus didn't have much free time to accompany his daughter all the time. He could only enjoy some leisure time when he was on vacation. But that didn't mean that Augustus didn't value his family. Princess Louise and Augustus were also very close. She snuggled in her father's arms with a smile on her face, holding onto his clothes with her little hands and calling him Daddy, Daddy non-stop. Augustus nodded to the maids and Dark Templar Alika, then looked at the brainworm on the side. His eyes jumped. Why are you wearing a maid outfit? Brainworm Alpha has been with humans for a long time, and has formed some moral values. At least it sometimes feels that being naked is not good. However, brainworms have never had good taste in clothes, and don't expect human clothes to look good on them. As Augustus said, this brainworm was wearing an oversized black maid outfit, with a white apron tied around its body and a headscarf on its forehead. It must be said that it always gets into the role quickly. Zerg have no gender, why do you care what I wear? Over the past few years, the brainworm is not only much fatter than before, but also a lot bolder. However, it always calls Augustus the Dog Emperor, and no one else dares to do that. I saw it a long time ago. Do you want to wear it too? In addition, this brainworm is much stronger than before, which is exactly why he despises the Proteus. Brainworms are such creatures. The older they are, the stronger they are. This is a magical creature. Its body's self-healing ability is extremely terrifying. Even if a tail is cut off, it can grow a new one in a very short time. Despite this, it still can't even beat a dog. Its only victory was when it defeated General Edmund Duke. I really don't understand your habit. The Emperor said sarcastically. I'm not a human. The brainworm said. That's right. In my opinion, you are more human than the termites and waste in the Empire. The Emperor snorted. You are almost the laziest alien Zerg I have ever seen, but there are officials in the Empire who are more decadent and more outrageous than you. Such a huge empire, no matter how honest the government is, it is inevitable that there will be some scum. After the Revolutionary Army entered Tarsinus and established the Terran Empire, there were many revolutionary soldiers who were corrupted by money, fame, and beauty. This was even after Augustus had purged a large number of nobles in Tarsinus and insisted on building his capital on the wasteland of Korhal IV. Many people used to be loyal revolutionary soldiers, brave in battle and with great achievements, but once they arrived in places like Tarsinus, Bronte and Viridia, they indulged in the gentle countryside. In other words, some people were absolutely loyal and revolutionary, but they did not have administrative talents, and their work attitude was also worthy of praise. However, they were just amateurs in charge of professionals, and the situation became worse and worse. Even though Augustus had taken many measures to ensure that the imperial government remained efficient and honest at the beginning of its establishment, everything was difficult to be perfect. In order to ensure control over hundreds of worlds, the government bureaucracy of the new empire was also very large, with hundreds of thousands of people in the central government agency of August Grid alone. Although it was not as bloated as the old federal government, it was normal for some corrupt officials to appear. What really made Augustus angry was that some of the core people who supported him to become emperor had problems. Humans are just such a race, their minds are closed to each other, but their nature is greedy, so they can only be suspicious of each other. The brainworm wanted to emphasize the superiority of the Zerg mind network. I don't have time to argue with you anymore, I have to rush to attend the opening ceremony of the Stealing Military Academy. Augustus attends the opening ceremony of the Stealing Military Academy every year and talks face-to-face with a new batch of students. Not only because his nephew has admitted to the military academy this year. By the way, before leaving with little Louis in his arms, Augustus said to the brainworm, Stukov sent some samples of newly emerged Zerg mutants from Char. You should find a time to include these in the gene pool of the Cerberus Zerg, understand? The speed at which new mutants appear is getting faster and faster. The brainworm stopped talking nonsense with Augustus. This is a dangerous signal. For a brainworm, such a position is of course very strange. But if the new master catches it, it will definitely be controlled again. According to the time, the Zerg should regroup. The Emperor said this and left. Chapter 557, Bad Omen. After leaving the nursery, Augustus ordered someone to bring Princess Louise's coat and put it on her himself. In the wide corridor of the palace with burgundy carpet, the royal guards were ready to go. These loyal royal guards have been following the emperor in battle since the Revolutionary Army era, and it has been a full 10 years now. The royal guards have strict requirements on age, height and service time. All of them are imperial soldiers over 7 feet tall and over 30 years old. They have gone through layers of selection to stand out. They receive the most rigorous training, are equipped with the most advanced armor and weapons, enjoy the highest standards of treatment, and bear the highest risks. The CMC-400 power armor loaded with Apollo micro-reactors and individual ion shield generating force fields can cope with the most hostile environments, while the C-14 electromagnetic gun, Hellfire shotgun, plasma rifle, railgun and hail rocket launcher enable the Royal Guards to deal with all types of enemies. Guard Captain Faraday had already prepared armored vehicles, and the Royal Goliath Robot Spartan Company and the Royal Raider Fortress Guards were guarding the avenues outside the palace. It was noon in Augustgrad, and the warm sunlight shone through the deep blue dome onto the huge golden wolf emblem of the Royal Guard, shining brightly. This was the majestic city center of Augustgrad. The wide square park and green area surrounded the magnificent palace. Countless skyscrapers built of glass and steel extended in all directions. The main roads of the city were winding and connected like dots and lines on a chessboard. Those magnificent buildings were a series of modern multifunctional buildings, including commercial buildings, high-end residential areas, various commercial office buildings, university research institutions, film and television media and entertainment facilities, interstellar ports and military facilities. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people live here, including entrepreneurs, researchers, educators, professional managers, investment managers, lawyers, bankers and senior blue-collar workers. These people come from various territories of the old Federation, and their next generation is the new car people. Augustgrad is a complex modern metropolis of unprecedented scale, and has never stopped the process of external expansion. Even if it is only 1/10 of the construction plan blueprint, its scale has exceeded that of the largest city in the old Terran Federation, Tarsinus City. This city is a manifestation of the ambitious side of the Terran Empire Emperor Mengsk, and the great city builder Augustus will surely be famous for thousands of years. When Augustus walked towards the armored car, Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard, personally opened the door for him. Since the birth of the Royal Guard, Faraday has been the commander of the Imperial Palace Guards who is deeply trusted by the Emperor. His eagle-like sinister and cold eyes stare at every corner of the palace, and even flies and mosquitoes cannot fly over the high walls of the palace. Queen Kerrigan arrived, too, wearing a magnificent silver velvet dress trimmed with gold lace, her long red hair, neck, and bust all covered in crystal ornaments, gold and silver threads, and black diamonds. This magnificent dress was made by Protus craftsmen, and it was a work of art in itself, with every detail meticulously crafted. The Protus were only willing to accept a small portion of the payment from the royal family for the dress, because they did not care whether their work would be rewarded. The Air Protus were such a race, they might be arrogant and as stubborn as boiled cowhide in the eyes of humans, but once they won the Protus's approval, it would be much easier to deal with them. You can trust a Protus more than your human fellows. The Queen had just participated in a charity fundraiser initiated by the royal family, which was aimed at helping imperial children who were extremely malnourished because they were abandoned by their parents. The Queen of the Terran Empire is already 27 years old. She is no longer the young girl waiting to bloom. This is the peak of her charm. She is so elegant and beautiful. She is the undisputed queen of the Terran Empire. No wonder the Emperor loves only her. Behind her are the young and beautiful court ladies in black dresses. They are all elite agents of the Augbo, carrying Umogen laser pistols and other deadly weapons. Despite this, Queen Kerrigan may be the person who least needs protection from others in the Terran Empire. Her powerful psychic power is enough to trigger an apocalyptic psychic storm, and thousands of troops will be wiped out. Louise. The Queen walked quickly, her high heels clicking on the marble floor. She was a well-trained ghost agent, and she can walk very fast in high heels. Did the event go well? Augustus handed his daughter to Kerrigan and asked. Of course, I can handle it. Kerrigan couldn't help but kiss Princess Louise's tender face. I've been worried about you, dear Louise. That brainworm is just a child. It's more useful to raise a dog than it. It's really a shame for the brainworm. Augustus said and got into the armored vehicle. Let's go. Everything must be done according to the schedule. A few seconds will be a mess. And I don't want to miss Valerian's opening ceremony. The child wants me to be there the most. It's not easy to be an emperor. When Kerrigan climbed in from the other side, the headmaid had to hurriedly straighten the queen's overlong skirt, otherwise there would be a risk of getting stuck. She sat down next to Augustus' seat and put Louise in the baby seat. I can't quit. Arcturus said that I can at least be the emperor for another 120 years. Thank him so much. Augustus thought to himself that it doesn't matter if we suffer a little and get tired, it's all for my people. At this time, the captain of the guard, Faraday, also sat in the co-pilot seat and signaled the driver to drive immediately. It's not like you haven't been lazy before. Last time I heard that the king of a country actually sneaked out of the palace in the middle of the night to race. Guess who were racing with the emperor? An admiral, 2 lieutenant generals, and Prince Arcturus, just enough to play a table of international mahjong. Kerrigan hummed. Others sneak out to find lovers, but the 2 brothers go racing and sympathize with the people. As long as you don't say it, no one will know about it. Augustus was confident about this, and it was obviously not the first time he did this. Occasionally, the emperor had to review his happy times racing in air and char. As the emperor of the Terran Empire, Augustus' favorite thing to do when he was free was to go racing with Jim Raynor, known as the 2 heroes of Korhal. When Raynor was not an August grad, the emperor would find other old friends and young generals and government officials he valued, and conduct secret inspections. For those who are favored by the emperor, it is undoubtedly a great honor, but racing with Emperor Augustus is not an easy job. Of course, you don't have to worry about accidentally overtaking the emperor and offending him, because you will always be the king of racing, but if the emperor decides to give you a ride, you're doomed. Prince Valerian was fooled and never got on the emperor's car again. Yes, you helped the Augustgrad Police Department catch a fugitive fraudster on the way. You are really worthy of it. Kerrigan knew this clearly. 2 days ago, I went to receive the Augustgrad Enthusiastic Citizen Pennant. Augustus said, "Look at me. I'm just telling you to be careful," Kerrigan said. "You know, there are many people who broke their necks while riding hover bikes. That doesn't scare me. The Emperor was no ordinary person. Even if something goes wrong, the Dark Templars who follow me will definitely help me in time. Only the Dark Templars who have merged into the Void can keep up with the wild horse-like Emperor of the Terran Empire, but they may not be willing to tell their fellow countrymen in Shakiris about what they saw and heard in Augustgrad. The Stilling Memorial Military Academy is only a 7 or 8 minute drive from the palace, located between a number of Terran Empire universities and art galleries. Through the polarized bulletproof glass windows of the armored vehicle, Augustus can see the poetic park buildings between the palace and the Stilling Military Academy. Here, the Terran Empire's architectural engineers have pioneered the use of anti-gravity technology to integrate mountains, rivers, forests and waterfalls. This magnificent scenery is another postcard of Augustgrad. The Imperial Palace is located next to the Imperial Parliament, the Augustgrad City Hall, and the UN headquarters. These extraordinary buildings are more magnificent than any sky tower in Tarsinus, but still inferior to the majestic Imperial Palace. The neatly formed streets are filled with vehicles and pedestrians. Millions of people are walking in the center of Augustgrad at the same time. From the sky, they look like a black mass of ants. Soon, the armored vehicles stopped at the gate of the Stilling Military Academy, and the parents of the students who were crowded at the gate made way for the Emperor. The Stilling Military Academy was built completely in imitation of the former Stilling Academy. 120,000 tons of granite were used to build the city academy alone. The school consists of hundreds of mutually inclusive square courtyards, with a well-ordered and rigorous appearance. Every brick and stone inside has been carefully polished, and every corridor is inlaid with marble statues of great men and their mottos. Thousands of tall fir trees are densely planted in the military academy. These tall fir trees and the high side windows between the high walls are the embodiment of the strict and neat spirit of the Stilling Military Academy. Augustus got out of the car, and with Kerrigan, who was holding Princess Louise, he waved to the enthusiastic crowd, and then walked through the porch supported by yellow marble pillars at the entrance of the military academy. When entering the campus, the first thing that caught my eye was the lush lawn, the sports field and the library, and in the distance, the teaching area was a row of 12 white brick buildings. The cadets of each class had already stood in line on the playground, and the teachers were counting the number of people who had arrived. Because the territory of the Terran Empire is so vast, spanning the entire Korhal sector, Cadets from all over the country can't always attend the opening ceremony in time. This is when the vague concept of the Korhal sector continues to expand with the continuous expansion of the Terran Empire. Some cadets spend months on the road alone. In the long run, the Sigma sector will also be expanded into the territory of the Terran Empire. This human empire under the rule of Emperor Augustus Mengsk is entering a stage of accelerated expansion, and its speed far exceeds any period in the history of the old Terran Federation. As soon as Augustus entered the playground, the students in black uniforms began to cheer. The teachers were obviously unable to maintain order because they were doing the same. As soon as the emperor waved his hand, he caught a glimpse of a sentence engraved on the entrance of the playground, "For the Empire. Let's go. Admiral Edmund Duke." This person is a typical example of a boastful person. He likes to brag and fabricate history. If it weren't for Duke's deeds in the reference book, the people in the Imperial Royal Naval Academy would have almost believed his lies. Edmund Duke, the only redeeming feature of this person is that he has never won a quarrel, but never backed down in a war. At Augustus's command, Duke would immediately lead his men to rush forward, no matter who the enemy is. Even if someone told Duke that the fleet facing him was a fleet of guts, he would rush up and slap the enemy twice. Augustus simply promoted Duke to the rank of admiral. In order not to be removed from his position like Titus, this old man who loves to show off naturally did his best. "You are finally here, Augustus. We have been waiting for you." Principal Jim Raynor, wearing the same black uniform, walked over from the tree-lined path on the side. Raynor is already 29 years old this year, and he is no longer the young boy who just started out. More than 10 years ago, Raynor was still a farm boy at Shiloh. The Goliath robot of the Federation just walked in front of this guy, and the latter boarded the pirate ship with shining eyes. Of course, people like Raynor are destined not to be bound by the land under his feet. He must go to the sky to see. Raynor is much more mature than before and has grown a beard. Now, he can proudly say that he has truly become the hero his father expected. Jim Raynor, one of the most trusted military leaders of the Emperor. His father pursued fairness and justice all his life and had a clear conscience, but he never asked his son to be like him. These children are the hope of the future of the Empire. Augustus found that he could naturally call all the students in the academy children. Although he was still young, he was about to reach the age of 30. Yet, they were the same age as when we first arrived at Pedalusis boot camp. Raynor said, "Now you are also a principal, ha ha ha, your dreams have come true one by one." Augustus laughed at Principal Ray. "I am so happy for you, brother." Only then did Augustus notice that there was a child with rolling eyes following behind Raynor. That was John Raynor. This child was extremely intelligent and very sensitive to telepathy. People's thoughts could not escape his eyes. In a blink of an eye, John was also 7 years old, the same age as when Augustus first met Valerian. "Johnny." Augustus opened his hands, and John immediately jumped into the arms of the Godfather. A 7-year-old boy was not light, but the Emperor of the Terran Empire did not relax his training. He was still very strong, with muscles all over his arms. Augustus is not a tall and thin man. He is tall and strong, and his muscles seem to come from a lion. The happy days of the past are gone forever. I want to go back to Marcera to be a cowboy and go to Shiloh occasionally to reminisce about my childhood. Raynor said. "I can't leave you." Augustus said, "You guys who sent me to the throne, don't even think about running away. The arrival of the Second Total War will not be too far away." The Proteus has also issued an early warning. Tacitor told me that his reconnaissance fleet has discovered many strange Zerg at the edge of the Korhal system. These strains have just emerged in the past 1 or 2 years. He said, "It is foreseeable that this is a preparation for a larger-scale war." You are not old yet, Jimmy, your heroic legend has just begun. Counting it, this year is the year when the first batch of students from the Stilling Memorial Military Academy graduated. They have entered various imperial armies as the backbone of the new generation. As soon as they graduate, they may have to face the ensuing total war. Zerg are still the biggest enemy of humans and Protoss. How long can the peace in the Korhal sector last? The prosperity and tranquility of Augustgrad will eventually be broken. Augustus walked up to the podium with anxiety to give a speech to the freshmen attending the opening ceremony. He may never know that a student named Esther Foss was cheering for him in the audience. Chapter 558 Zerwin. Imperial Border Outpost, Korhal. Korhal is a lunar world located on the border of the Terran Empire. Its surface is covered with featureless sandy lunar soil, craters and huge jagged rocks. It has been dry and desolate for millions of years. Air Force Lieutenant Brachian Treacher has been ordered to the Krakow base for 6 months. During this period, in addition to flying interstellar fighters to perform military missions, he spends the rest of his time watching the sunset on the sand dunes outside the base. On this lunar world, the wind blowing from all directions always seems to be very light, and the sand and dust raised by the wind always take a long time to fall, like a fluttering mist. The sky of Krakow is purple, which also renders the floating mist purple. Sometimes, Brachian can sit on the sand dunes and watch the blue-purple planet rise and set every day. Most borders are bitterly cold, and Krakow is even more so. Not everyone can adapt to the monotonous life of Korhal outpost. It is one of the most remote military garrisons of the Terran Empire. The nearest imperial territory is a new immigrant area with a population of less than 60,000. Korhal itself has no value. It is just a mark of the territorial boundary of the Terran Empire's continuous expansion. With further exploration of the unknown star zone, this outpost will be transformed from a frontier base to a logistics supply station. Since Emperor Augustus Mengsk ascended the throne, he worked hard to reunite the fragmented worlds into a complete empire. The Terrans once again started the colonial expansion movement that was once interrupted. The territory of the empire has long surpassed the former Terran Federation, and the Prelude sector has become a narrow regional concept of the past. It is not an attractive thing to carry out missions in a corner far away from the civilized world like Korhal. The isolated and monotonous life is more of a torture. If you want to accumulate military merits and get promoted early, then it is best to take the initiative to apply to deal with the remnants of the Federation, anti-imperial terrorists and waterway pirates, but now even these scums are not common, and most of the terrorist organizations that once wreaked havoc on the area have disappeared. And places like Korhal are suitable for people with adventurous spirits and unlucky people assigned to the development plan. Their duties are to perform star mapping tasks, mark potential habitable planets and protect established new settlements. Some people don't like this kind of work, while others enjoy it. Today, Lieutenant Bray was allowed to take a day off, so he decided to lie on the sand dunes of Korhal and empty his mind. Of course, if the commander of the Korhal base can allow Bray to take a Banshee bomber out for a ride, it will be easy. At this time, other people usually read the delayed electronic newspapers, read the news, drink beer in the base bar, or look through the mail sent by their families during the holiday. No matter what time, the army will always deliver the letters to the soldiers as soon as possible. Usually they are packaged birthday gifts or Christmas gifts. Life in Korhal is so simple and monotonous. There is not even a living thing at a distance of 20 light years. If you really can't stay here, you can apply for a more exciting job, usually more dangerous. In short, Briki can lie on the sand dunes and take a nap. Korhal's afternoon is very comfortable, and the most important thing is that no one will disturb him. Korhal is a military base, but there are few enemies nearby. Since it was built more than half a year ago, there has not even been a blood-sucking alien leech. The real enemies that can threaten the humans of the Terran Empire in the entire universe are the terrifying alien monsters, the Protoss and the Zerg. Since the world explored by humans is just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast Milky Way, they have not yet discovered the fourth advanced intelligent race. The only thing that can be confirmed is that humans are just one of the many races observed by the Protoss Empire. The Terran Empire has long signed a peace treaty with the Terran Protoss. As for the extremist Protoss, the Tal'Darim, the Empire has never signed any treaty with them, and the two sides have actually been at war. Brek will never show mercy if he encounters them. But the Tal'Darim's sphere of influence does not overlap with the Empire, at least not here. The Zerg are mainly distributed near the Char system, which is really far away from Korhal. Moreover, the Zerg swarm is not a big deal now. Only the Griffin swarm of the brain worm Carlos is still lingering at the border of the Empire, haunting it. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Brek can stay for another 2 hours until the night of Korhal slowly comes. It is an exception when the emergency walkie-talkie beeps. This kind of thing happens a few times a year. There are several newly opened colonies in this area, and new immigrants arrive every few days, but things are not always so smooth. The last time a colony ship's engine exploded midway, Blakey drove a puddle jumper from the Korhal base to the scene, almost carrying the doctors on his back to save people. On the edge world far away from Korhal, The settlers can only rely on themselves and the Imperial Army stationed nearby. The Imperial Army belongs to the Emperor, but if there is trouble, any Imperial citizen can call them at will, as long as the reason is sufficient. In this regard, you can never expect the Federation Army to do the same thing in the past. They will just let you go. I'm Lieutenant Blakey Chuzir. Blakey didn't ask questions, complain or curse at his superior, Lieutenant Colonel Paul, and immediately walked towards the base. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to walk from here to the base, and it's even faster to run. Soldier, I need you to return to the base immediately. The lieutenant colonel's words were still so concise. We are in trouble. The lieutenant colonel didn't even have time to say what the trouble was, which meant that the trouble was so big that Blakey couldn't solve it. Blakey knew that this was a big trouble he had never seen before. Maybe it was a privateering fleet of Kel-morian pirates or something else that was headed by both humans and gods. But Bray would not ask too much. The superiors would never explain clearly what happened. Just listen to orders and execute the mission. That was enough. Sweeping the still calm purple sky, Lieutenant Bray walked towards the Korhal military base with uneasiness. Strictly speaking, the Korhal base was a geometric area surrounded by a new alloy steel plate wall. Inside it were barracks, engineering stations, armories, command centers and other important facilities that were indispensable in the base, which were built with standardized prefabricated components. There were several guards in red power armor standing at the entrance of the base. There was nothing safer than this in the Terran Empire. On the wall behind them were 2 clear lines of words, serving the Emperor's cause, for the glory of the Imperial Marines. Is there anyone else left outside? Bray noticed that there was an acquaintance of his at the entrance of the base. Lieutenant Crossan was wearing a CMC 400 power armor, with a matte helmet visor tightly closed. This was a commander power armor, which meant that there were more communication lines in the armor, and the HUD display on the visor could monitor the life support data, location, and ammunition of each Marine in his team. You are the last one, sir. Lieutenant Crossan said to Bray. Not bad. Bray said. Lieutenant Crossan had just graduated from the Stilling Memorial Military Academy, and he still spoke with the habits of a cadet, looking at his rank and using honorifics. They were highly educated, young, and had potential. As long as they didn't do stupid things, they would be promoted quickly. Top students at the Stilling Military Academy were rare. In the past, officers of the Imperial Army were promoted from actual combat. In the war with the Zerg, if a Marine Corps was completely wiped out in battle, the one who survived would be promoted quickly. If a person is unqualified as an officer, then he and his team will not survive for too long. Officers who can survive the first full-scale war and rise step by step are not mediocre. Of course, they must be lucky enough. This year is the first year that military academy graduates have poured into the Army, and many people in the Imperial Army think it is a complete disaster. As the first batch of graduates that the Emperor attaches great importance to, naturally, these graduates have high literacy. They must at least get high scores in a series of subjects such as star map compilation, alien biology, natural science, mathematics, logistics, strategy and tactics, communications, and military law. At the same time, they must recite the Augustus Revolutionary Program by heart and be able to clearly explain its meaning and significance. The most critical point is that the final examiners include both the Emperor himself and the mind reader. If a student can't even figure out the meaning of his military service, it is best to wait until he figures it out before graduating. These people must also have the courage and determination to fight against the Protoss or the Zerg. There are many Protoss and Zerg imprisoned in the military academy of the Terran Empire, and that is also one of the topics of the graduation examination. But once they were assigned to the troops, they were still acquainted with rookies who were only good at talking on paper. It was generally recognized that the only job they were capable of was peeling eggs and potatoes. Don't expect the veterans to entrust their lives to a newcomer. The young man from Augustgrad was still far from being recognized by the tough guys in the Marine Corps. Do you know what happened? Braish didn't expect to get any information from Lieutenant Crossan. As he spoke, a medical transport ship was about to land at the Korhal base, and soon, another one arrived. A Dark Templar knocked on the door of Lieutenant Colonel Paul, claiming to be the Dark Priest Asma. Crossan's voice came from behind the mask, a low voice. He brought news that the Zerg has returned, and the Korhal base is on their way. I know because I was there at the time. Bracky looked at the sky again as if some terrifying monster was about to fall from the sky. Zerg? Not from Char? What the hell? and there are 2 different Zerg swarms chasing each other. The lieutenant said, "That's all I know." Shit. Bracky was shocked. Bracky is an experienced pilot who has participated in the 2 wars known as the War with Aliens, namely the First Contact War and the First Total War, that must not be ignored in the history textbooks of Imperial schools. Maybe the name of the First Total War is stupid, just like someone knew that the Second Total War would definitely come, but in any case, it was called the First Total War from the beginning. That's the truth. Unless the humans make peace with the Zerg, there will definitely be a 3rd and 4th time, until one of them is completely destroyed. But it's impossible to reason with the Overmind. It must be confident that the Zerg will win. "I only know one Dark Master of the Protoss," he said. "If that's the case, I bet the next order will be to evacuate here. If what the Protoss said is true, then the Kalika base will definitely not be able to resist a Zerg swarm. Maybe they can hold out for a while, until their ammunition is exhausted and they are eaten alive by the violent Zerg, as they have always been. My order is to hold the gate." Kroshin simply replied. "Goodbye, sir." Blakey responded, hoping to see this young man again. Kroshin is a good guy who strictly abides by the oath he took when he joined the Imperial Marines. Lieutenant Kroshin is only 23 years old, but he has already won the respect of people much older than him. Although this respect originally came from his performance of beating 3 cheating Marines in a card game. At this time, the Kalika base was in a state of excitement, and soldiers were everywhere on the roads. The order to retreat came soon after, and Blaggy's task was to sail the ship and transport as many people as possible. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Paul could not trust a warning from a Protoss, but the detection system would not make mistakes. If the Zerg was about to appear in this system, it was foreseeable that the entire hyperspace channel would be in chaos, and then the sky would start to rain insects. The Kalika base was full of well-trained military personnel, and they immediately rushed to the airport to prepare for evacuation. As usual, the Marines stayed behind. The first group to evacuate were the engineers, who had originally planned to go to the Brynol III settlement. Blaggy was responsible for sailing them out. 1 interstellar jump ship was enough to transport these people and at the same time squeeze in some more. There were enough transport ships in the base, so there was no need to worry about anyone being left behind. The performance of the interstellar jump ship was very reliable, and it was a twin-engine transport ship that could take off and land vertically. Equipment is normal. Accelerator seat is activated, ready to enter jump orbit. Brachy drove the interstellar jump ship to take off quickly, but at this time he caught a glimpse of the satellite images sent back by the information panel. Saint Anna, Virgin Mary, God, my Emperor. It was a giant wormhole that was emerging. A monster larger than the moon was jumping out of it, and its wide jaws alone were enough to swallow the entire Kalika. It had dark green hard scales covered with tree rings, and the terrible scars on its abdomen that covered the sky and blocked the sun were as crisscrossed as canyons and gullies. The bright yellow giant eyes should have come from prehistoric dragons. Countless of these strange monsters surrounded it, and they all had 1 or more pairs of huge wings, like evil dragons coming out of their nests. Chapter 559, The Second Total War. The Kalika outpost has fallen, the Brynol settlement has been attacked by Zerg, and the eyewitness reports from Grommel, Valius, and Sange are still increasing. There are hundreds of control screens flashing at the same time in the control center of the August Guard Palace. Information from all parts of the Terran Empire and all departments will be summarized here in front of Emperor Augustus Mengsk. At this moment, the central main screen is showing the picture sent back from Brynol. The immigrants are retreating in an orderly manner under the protection of the nearby Imperial fleet. The terrified and helpless people lined up to board the transport ships and warships, and the spacecrafts that took off one after another left the unbuilt city behind. On the other display screen is a star map composed of countless straight lines, curves, and numbers. The area belonging to the Terran Empire is planted with a golden red flag, and hundreds of red dots are infiltrating the territory of the Empire from the lower right corner of the star map at an extremely slow and timely calculation speed. These red dots have covered 4 imperial settlements, and several or dozens of red dots are divided into different clusters by circles of different colors: the green Zerwin primitive swarm, the Agdora primitive swarm, the Slivan primitive swarm, the red Tiamat swarm, the purple Jormungandr swarm, and the orange Gam swarm. How is the evacuation going? Rhaegar is in charge of this. Augustus was still asleep when the news of the fall of Kalika was passed back to Korhal. As soon as he woke up, the bad news came one after another. Fortunately, Augustus had anticipated it and did not show any panic in front of people. As the ruler of the Terran Empire, any negative emotions of his would be magnified among those below. When disaster strikes, people will never want to see their leader unprepared for it, panicking like an unreliable softig. That would be the end of it. General Regal used all available ships to evacuate more than 60,000 immigrants from Brynol in a timely manner. Except for 2 people who were injured in an accident, there were no other casualties. The person opposite was an official from the Imperial Security Department. The department is divided into 2 departments, the Internal Security Department and the External Security Department. The former is equivalent to the Department of Homeland Security, and the latter is the Department of Defense. The general asks you to punish him because he thinks he has lost His Majesty's Brynol. I will not punish anyone unless they abandon their people and escape alone. Augustus' serious expression did not change at all. He would never punish his generals for such things. On the contrary, I want to reward Regal. He made the most correct decision and helped the Empire avoid countless losses. Brynol is a potential immigration site that has been discovered in the old Federation era. It is very similar to the human mother planet Earth, and has a single natural satellite similar to the Moon that can provide stable tidal forces. This is a lush planet with many low-level plant communities, and the native organisms are on the insect-like stage. In Brynol, its plants are hard to compete with the best human crops, and farmers only need to sow and wait for the harvest. Such a planet is really precious in the barren edge of the Milky Way, which means that the Empire only needs to invest very few resources to obtain a very valuable colony. Therefore, when Augustus sorted out the database left by the old Federation, he immediately took Brynol as the first colonization target. In the past 4 years, the number of new colonies established by the Terran Empire has exceeded 200. From a purely rational point of view, the resources of these colonies can be used to build fleets to feed the army, and can also expand the strategic depth of the empire. Of course, Augustus formulated clear policies to protect the interests of these emerging colonies, and established local governments with a revolutionary party as the core to improve control. The empire learned the lessons of the old Federation and did not regard the new colonies as a source of raw materials that could be plundered. It explicitly prohibited capitalists from controlling the local economic lifeline. Now the settlers from Brynol are evacuating to the core worlds, and the settlers from Gromel, Valius, and Sange are also on board the ships. The officer continued, the primitive Zerg had a chance to intercept, but they seem to have no interest in attacking us. The primitive Zerg's statement came from a Dark Templar named Asma, a Dark Master who also appeared in the report of Paul, the commander of the Kolokov base. Dark Master Asma believed that this new Zerg species was the ancestor of the Broken Swarm, although the 2 different races had already parted ways on the evolutionary path. The Overlord Swarm is a distinct hive mind, while the primitive Zerg emphasizes the individual. Both races can evolve themselves by hunting for high-quality genes, but the primitive Zerg emphasizes independence and individuality, while the other is loyal to the concept of the race rather than any one of them. The wormhole opened by the new Overlord when escaping Char leads to the birthplace of the Zerg, the planet called Xeris by the primitive Zerg. Obviously, this point is also recognized by Emperor Augustus. The Zerg are outsiders, they did not grow from the magma of Char. The Zerg of the new master is chasing the original Zerg, they are busy escaping and naturally have no time to care about humans. Humans are not very attractive to the original Zerg, this may also be one of the reasons. However, since then, the respect the Dark Master has disappeared, and Augustus believes that he will definitely go back to Shakiris to get help. The Zerg appear again, and the Darren Protoss will never ignore it. In fact, even in the past 4 years, the Protoss are still working tirelessly to burn the Zerg in the galaxy. I need an exact number, and this number must prove that no one is left behind. Augustus said to the Imperial Security Department official, "Give it to me as quickly as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Augustus, have you figured out the reason for this invasion?" At this time, Marshal Jim Raynor, dressed in a black military uniform, walked in. Because it was raining outside, there were traces of wetness on his clothes. "Look." Augustus drew a line on the star map with his hand. "Priest Asma gave us a lot of very important information. 4 years ago, the wormhole opened by the second Overmind was opposite to the place where the Zerg were born. The original Zerg came from there." He said, "Xeris, the hometown of the Zerg." When the wormhole opened, Asma and his Dark Templar warriors were also involved. Since then, they have been observing and studying these 2 very different Zerg populations on Xeris. He believes that at some point in time long ago, the first generation of Overmind left Xeris with a part of the Zerg. This part of the Zerg is the predecessor of the Overmind swarm. The part of the Zerg that remained in their hometown evolved into the current primitive Zerg. In comparison, they retained some of their ancestors' genes. After the second generation of Overmind returned to Xeris, a long-lasting war broke out between the two groups. The entire planet became a brutal battlefield, with countless Zerg dying and countless Zerg being born, and the cycle repeats over and over again. The two races share the same origin, so they can quickly complete their evolution by plundering each other's high-quality genes, so the differences between them are constantly shrinking. Finally, the original Zerg were defeated and left Xeris for the first time, starting their escape. So we are fucking in the escape route of these monsters. Raynor's face was full of clouds. Yes, but I guess it's not just. The Overmind Zerg deliberately drove the original Zerg in our direction. Augustus flicked on the main screen, and a super monster much larger than the Minotaur-class battlecruiser jumped out. The Minotaur-class battlecruiser was more than half a mile long, but not even half the length of the small wings on its back. How insidious. Raynor said. Zerg ancestor, Zerwin, Dark Archbishop Asma saw it devour a huge Zerg Leviathan alive, and even grabbed a handful of thunder beasts as a side dish. Augustus said to Raynor next to him. Of course, the protist's sense of humor would not be described like this. This is what Augustus described. The video on the display was a video shot and sent back by a distant galaxy probe, and even so it only captured a part of Zerwin's body. Zerwin has huge curved forelegs and rough skin like the sauropod dinosaurs on Earth, and the skin is covered with layers of shield-like scales. Each scale is as big as a Goliath robot. But note that its similarity to lizards or other reptiles, such as snakes, is just this. This incomparable primitive Zerg is very different from the dragon flying on vibrating leather wings. Zerwin has a huge mouth, a huge body and a pair of huge claws, but its lower body is similar to a multi-legged crab, with many sharp appendages and tentacles, each of which is larger than the Valkyrie frigate. When flying in space, Zerwin is more like a green jellyfish with a hard shell, but its many eyes like molten brass seem to be burning. Without an ally, we form our own faction. The mental language emitted by Zerwin was captured by human equipment and transcribed into human language, and it obviously knew that it was communicating with humans. Kill or die. It's ridiculously big. Raynor stroked his recently grown beard. It seems that the Overmind has called its mother. Zerwin may be the largest single organism we have observed so far. It is the oldest known hunter among the primitive Zerg. Augustus called up the intercepted picture of the primitive Zerg swarm and enlarged it. The difference between this race and the Overmind Zerg is that the primitive Zerg have no mental connection and often fight on their own. Therefore, psionic emitters, psionic jammers and psionic crushers have no effect on the primitive Zerg. Since we can't use psionic technology, we can only use real things. Raynor looked at the enlarged picture by Augustus. These guys look more like the evil dragons in mythology, but they are much more grotesque. Some of the primitive Zerg flying around Zerwin looked like Tyrannosaurus, while others looked more like Stegosaurus, with rows of bone plates on their backs. But somehow, these monsters had evolved wings and blowholes similar to pterosaurs, and they all looked very different. Stedman told me that the Zerg came from the direct replication of a series of genes, so these stink bugs are basically the same. He said, but these primitive Zerg are not. The good news is that the number of primitive Zerg is nothing compared to the swarms following them. Augustus called up the shocking numbers on the display. Bad news, one primitive Zerg is worth 10, and the powerful ones among them, the ones called the Patriarchs, are even more terrifying. The red area in the right corner of the star map is still expanding, and it is obviously only a small part of the huge swarm. Xeris is in the central area of the Milky Way, and we are at the edge of the Milky Way, with a quarter of the Milky Way in between. Who knows how many races they have devoured along the way, and how many high-quality genes they have absorbed. Augustus said. Old buddy, the Zerg now are much stronger than they were 4 years ago. And they have also learned a lot of new things from the original Zerg. Inside a certain hive, there are Zerg guards of different strains to protect the brain worms. But you anticipated this situation 4 years ago, and every day since then you have been preparing for this day to come. Raynor said, but the idiots in the Federation only know how to cause trouble for us. Well, I have been unable to sleep and eat every day in the past. Augustus nodded and turned around. I used to think that the Overmind would directly locate Char's coordinates to open a wormhole. Now it seems that it either dares not to do so, or has given up for some other reason. The second generation was really scared. If you think about it carefully, anyone who is beaten up by the Protoss and human heroes when he is just born will avoid them in the future. It's better for them to come from a visible direction than to appear inexplicably in the heart of the Empire. Fortunately, we have new weapons and an ace army that is better than before. Augustus said to Raynor, I have ordered Warfield and Duke's First Fleet and Second Fleet to head to planets such as Noah, Dolan and the Aegean Sea, where they will snipe the primitive Zerg. As long as the primitive Zerg swarm can be delayed, they will be bitten by the Zerg behind them. Old Duke was so happy to hear the news of the Zerg's comeback. I almost thought he was in cahoots with the Zerg. Raynor paused and looked at the flickering star map. But what about me? What should I do now? I think you know the answer. Augustus still answered Raynor, I need you to stay with me to deal with other possible unexpected situations. One wall of the control center is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, which is deeply embedded between the brass-colored all-metal frames. It was dark outside and raining heavily. Bright beams of light flickered in the clouds, left by the Imperial fleet heading for low Earth orbit. There were few people on the street, and a boy was running in the rain in the distance. School was dismissed early today, and he overslept. It's time to make a formal pre-war mobilization. Korhal doesn't know that the war has come yet. Raynor said, is the speech ready? Just say it. When Augustus walked out of the control center, the main screen behind him had completely darkened. Densely packed alien insects. The layers of biological warships of the swarm occupied the entire Brinol system, even blocking the starlight and the sun. It was just like a locust crossing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 I Learned My Brother's Operation. Every year, the Terran Empire invests huge amounts of imperial credits in environmental governance on Korhal. Every year, tens of millions of acres of land are rejuvenated by fast-growing forests and overgrown grasslands, and the oceans covered with radioactive dust are purified. Since the nuclear explosion, Korhal's moody climate has gradually stabilized, and August grid is usually hit by several weeks of heavy rains at this time of year. The wind and rain are raging, and the weather is changing. Only the lights of August grid are still shining, and countless neon lights are hazy and psychedelic in the glass curtain walls and rain curtains. Even in the heavy rain, August grid's prosperous industrial parks, commercial areas, and science and technology parks show no signs of stopping. Just like when the first contact war came, people were completely unprepared for the arrival of a full-scale war. While the people of August grid were still mourning the deaths of Kolakov's soldiers, the palace issued many decrees aimed at quickly putting the empire into a state of war and issued conscription orders on all planets. People's lives have been completely changed, and it will take some time for them to fully understand this. From the amazing giant holographic screen to the streets of August grid, there are notices of mobilization orders, conscription orders, and export restrictions everywhere. More and more factories announced that they would switch to producing military supplies, and drones delivered the latest paper newspapers to those who were eager to know the truth. In various public places, people's topics of discussion naturally changed from politics and entertainment to the new war, and the number of people who spontaneously donated to the Imperial Army was also increasing. Prince Augustus Mengsk's recent remarks at the recruitment center caused more heated discussions. He publicly stated that the Zerg is the enemy of all civilizations. In the face of the survival of the human empire, this war has no civilians. The war has just begun, and it is not time to mobilize everyone. There must be people in the factory and people in the rear to produce, but if the enemy is the Zerg, then we have to consider the worst possible possibility. The prince, known for his iron-bloodedness and ruthlessness, has attracted criticism from some departments and the media, but these voices immediately disappeared after he personally led the fleet to the expedition. If someone complained about the emperor and the government's policies, he might not be echoed by those around him, but if he said that one of his sons was about to join the army as one of the first soldiers to be conscripted, he would definitely be respected. If the emperor of the Terran Empire launched an unjust war that seemed to have no meaning, only true loyalists would support him. But this war is to keep the enemy out of the country and to protect the homeland of the Terran humans. Everyone knows who their enemy is, the Zerg. The Zerg have never penetrated into the core worlds like Korhal, But this does not prevent those who live there from talking about it with fear. The claim that the existence of aliens is fake is as popular as other anti-intellectual rumors, but there are indeed Zerg on display in Augustgrad, and there is enough evidence to show that ferocious monsters like Char are as numerous as sands in the desert. In recent years, alien physiology has become a well-known subject, and it is impossible for universities in the Terran Empire to lack this course. Novels related to Marines and alien creatures have become very popular, and almost every boy's room has a movie poster on the wall showing an Imperial Marine holding a Gauss rifle and appearing on the same stage with a hydralisk. The Empire spared no effort in education and propaganda to unveil the mystery of the two races, the Zerg and the Protoss, because people must understand who their enemies are, and must understand that they must use strong ships and powerful guns to win against such enemies instead of superstition. On this day, a road from west to east led directly to the Imperial Square, and the marble paving was full of people holding umbrellas. They came from all over Augustgrad, including citizens and workers and workplace elites in suits and leather shoes. People here will never forget what they saw today, the day when Emperor Augustus Mengsk launched a total mobilization for war. Many huge monuments and statues stand on the Imperial Square, polished limestone columns support the wavy glass dome, and the shining white lights are solemn and solemn. The square was actually built on an unflattened hill, a replica of the Augustus altar on Earth. Emperor Augustus and Queen Sarah were climbing the stairs hand in hand, and the guards following them were holding umbrellas for them. The square was surrounded by towering steel buildings on all four sides, and the rain washed over the silent bronze glass curtain walls. Behind the platform, two huge Odin Mk mechas were standing quietly, each of which cost millions of credits. They were decorated with golden 5 stars, and the number of golden 5 stars represented the rank of the military. On both sides of Odin were 4 slightly smaller mechas, which were called Thor Black Hammer. Thor was cheaper and smaller than Odin, and was designed for larger needs, and even the mass-produced version could not be compared with it. There were hundreds of thousands of eyes watching them. The Emperor's prestige among the imperial people was unparalleled, and his supporters still loved him as much as before. Emperor Augustus Mengsk gave them only a look of determination in return, standing before his people since the fall of Kharkov. Queen Sarah was dressed in a simple black dress, but still beautiful. The guards were also dressed in black, mourning the imperial soldiers who died on the front line. When the emperor read the general mobilization order, the people held their breath. As they had expected, the emperor's words were still as tough, unquestionable, and full of affection. The Terran Empire would never surrender to any enemy, and they would repel the Zerg attack, just as they had in the past. Even if they were weak, ignorant, and disunited at a more microscopic level, humans were still the most tenacious race in the universe. As Emperor Augustus read the order, a huge fleet of 65 Imperial Minotaur-class battlecruisers passed through the sky above the lights. These awe-inspiring warships are like moving steel cities, with towering islands and vertical broadsides that are as high as cliffs, and countless portholes, beacon lights and electronic equipment emitting dazzling light. The 3 ships in the front belong to the independent class of Augustgrad Pride, which are obviously larger than other Minotaur-class battlecruisers. Not only are they larger in size, but the armor and portholes of the Augustgrad Pride are also decorated with bronze and gilded golden wolves, and they are luxuriously decorated and shining like the Augustgrad Palace. The Augustgrad Pride is a powerful capital ship equipped with plasma cannons and multiple subwarp drives that can be activated at the same time. Both its firepower and armor are flagship level. This class of battlecruisers belongs to the Royal Guard, and the crew inside is strictly selected Imperial warriors. Every time Augustgrad Pride arrives on the battlefield, the morale of the Imperial soldiers will be greatly boosted. At the same time, more than 1,000 aircraft groups including fighters, bombers and transport aircraft flew over the sky of the Imperial Square in the center of Augustgrad. Some new aircraft models even made their first public appearance. The most eye-catching one was the Archangel. This huge aircraft model was like thunder when it flew over the square. This was not a simple military parade. All the warships flew over the square just to greet the Emperor and the people of the Empire for the last time. After that, they would immediately rush to the battlefield. After 4 years of preparation, thanks to the breakthrough in the modular segmented warship construction process, the size of the Terran Empire's fleet continued to increase. Not counting those still under construction and those that have not been announced, the number of Minotaur-class battlecruisers on the surface has reached 480, enough to form naval squadrons from Alpha to Omega. In wartime, the Empire's numerous orbital shipyards can also speed up production. This is why the Kel-morian Federation and Umoyan did not dare to engage in a head-on conflict with the Terran Empire. They could not be opponents at all. On this day, at many train stations and ports in Augustgrad, the first batch of young people who were about to go to the Telesis II recruit training camp were ready to go. Telesis II was once the focus of the battle between the old Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combine during the Guild War, and there are still many Imperial recruit training camps there. In this land that once trained Emperor Augustus Mengsk into a true warrior, countless people will continue to join the army. On the first day, 5 million people enlisted in the army, and this was only the number in the city of Augustgrad. The number of people who volunteered to enlist in the sparsely populated marginal worlds was even greater than that in the core world. Not only Korhal, but Emperor Augustus responded to the call of hundreds of people on the land of the Terran Empire. Among them, the fastest responders were the Marsera and the Tarsinus. The former wanted revenge, and the latter wanted to wash away the shame. Most of the soldiers who joined the army in 2499 were born in 2478 to 2480. They had experienced 4 years of guild wars when they were just children. After that, they had their first contact with war in the first full-scale war. For these young people who grew up during the rule of the Terran Empire, the Empire represented unity and peace. The establishment of the Empire stopped the artillery fire from falling on their crumbling houses, allowed their unemployed parents to get jobs, and allowed them to return to school after being displaced. This time they did not join the army for the hegemony of the old Federation in the Prelude sector, but to defend the hard-won peace. The Guild War originated from the greed of the Federation capitalists and nobles, because they did not want to buy the ownership of the mining areas discovered by the Kel-morians through money or interest exchanges. In contrast, plunder and sitting back to enjoy the fruits of their labor were more attractive. A war was enough to change the balance of power between the Kel-morian Empire and the Terran Federation, and then redivide the colonies in the world. So the war began, and the rich sent the children of the poor to the battlefield, and the war could provide income for their factories. Emperor Augustus convinced the people of the empire that such an era was gone forever during his reign. All sober-minded people understood that they were fighting for their homeland. The Zerg wanted to destroy everyone. They were not Protoss, who at least talked to you a little. The arrival of the mobilization order urged the newlyweds to get married before the men went to the battlefield, so the churches in Augustgrad were not enough. Young men and women held weddings at train stations and interstellar ports, and set off after the wedding. Such scenes can be seen in many train stations in Augustgrad. When the train started, the men in the windows were still waving, and countless white dresses that could not be seen clearly moved with the slowly accelerating train, like floating clouds. Flowers were scattered all over the ground, and petals flew. In the military camp, young men and women in black military uniforms were still swearing an oath for the emperor and the empire, while more and more people were working to ensure the logistics of the war. A large amount of military supplies were sent to trains, sent to starports by trains, and then sent to the front lines by interstellar cargo ships. Secretary of State Mike Liberty compared the Terran Empire to a supermachine. The parts of the machine that were prepared for war had not been started for a long time. However, as long as the emperor needed it, after rust removal, polishing and painting, the gears could start turning again and the steel tracks could roll forward. The Terran Empire had never started a war, but it had never stopped preparing for war. The Navy is the decisive force that determines the direction of the war, but the real battlefield is on the planet. On the way back to the palace from the Imperial Square, Augustus was still talking to Marshal Jim Raynor. "Jimmy, the Zerg don't care whether a planet will become a barren land, but we can't destroy our colonies unless we have to. So we need more fleets and more marines. Fortunately, we are all born landlubbers, except Duke," Raynor said. "As we all know, the difference between the Navy and the Army is as big as the species. But in fact, the boundary between the two branches of the military is not so rigid. If you want to become a real Imperial Marshal, you must have the ability to command both the ground army and the fleet at the same time, and you can't be biased at all. Horace Warfield, Jim Raynor, and Edmund Duke all have this ability. To be honest, it's not a good feeling to send those kids to the battlefield. It's okay for us old bones, but the best time of the children's lives has just begun." Augustus sighed. "You're only 29, why do you talk like you're 49? Raynor said, "I think you should see a psychiatrist." You're still so sentimental after so many years, but you're more ruthless than anyone else on the battlefield. How do you talk to your emperor? Augustus glared at him. Bullshit, Emperor, do you think I've never seen you naked? Raynor said. So the two of them laughed softly, and after a while, Raynor said, I said, you've been preparing for 4 years, 4 whole years, and your family is rich enough. The rest can be left to Duke and his ilk. Come on, I'm still counting on winning more battles. Augustus sighed. Chapter 561. The only thing left is A. When Marshal Edmund Duke stepped into the wide and bright bridge of the NORAD, everyone stood up and saluted him. On this great imperial flagship, the Marshal's status was second only to the portrait of Emperor Augustus hanging on the wall. Duke's white power armor was already the latest commander's armor, and it was still decorated with dozens of military rank badges and medals of honor as he used to. To be frank, Duke still looked like a bald silverback gorilla. If you put the walking posture of a male silverback gorilla together with him, you will find that the unique and arrogant posture of the two is exactly the same. He is no longer young. Today he just celebrated his 53rd birthday, but he is still energetic and high-spirited. Every part of his body is in the best condition. It can't be better than this. All information briefings have been listed one by one on the tactical console display screen. You can check them at any time. The AI of the intelligent mechanical adjutant of the NORAD has been improved by the UED computer experts. It is at least smarter than before. Welcome back to the NORAD, Marshal Edmund Duke. Although Duke is not very happy that those Earthlings touch his ship, he is not an old antique who does not know how to adapt. In the new era, military weapons and even combat methods have undergone many changes. Even he, Duke, has to learn new knowledge. But in general, past experience can always be used. Go back to your respective posts. The peace of the Empire depends on our shoulders. Duke finally did not make a long speech about the uselessness of the army today, probably because he was in a good mood. After the voice fell, the crew sat back in their seats. Duke was very satisfied with this. This is the well-trained Imperial Navy. Considering that they are not resocialized soldiers, it is even more precious. The Imperial Army is not a disorganized militia. Even in peacetime, they must undergo rigorous training to prepare for the final war. The Navy, of course, is the elite of the Empire. Even Field Marshal Jim Raynor, who is of the same rank as Duke, has to bow down to the NORAD, even though the latter never boarded the flagship of Alpha Squadron except when leading a fight. If the Marines are on a mission on a Navy ship, even if their commander has a higher rank than the captain, they must lower their status and maintain respect. Of course, basically it is the same for whoever goes to whose territory, but the Navy has its own naval base and small circle, and they will never contact the Marines unless they have to. In any case, this unwritten rule between the Navy and the Army has made Duke invincible. And even if another 20 years pass, Duke will not think that these admiring eyes are unworthy of him. Even though he has fought so many defeats and Duke has been defeated most of his life, he is such a person. He starts over after failure, never discouraged, and is full of confidence. Duke is a very confident person, and now is even more so. At this moment, the NORAD and the surrounding fleets were jumping out of the hyperspace channel. He would never get tired of watching this magnificent scene. If Duke had such a fleet when the Protoss fleet bombed Marcera for the first time, he might have been able to take down Tacitor's flagship. The NORAD was a Minotaur-class battlecruiser that inherited the name of the former Alpha Squadron flagship. Whether it was speed, armor, or firepower, it was much higher than the previous Behemoth class, and the performance of various electronic systems was also far ahead. The new class of battlecruisers had a wider cabin that could carry more naval soldiers, with more than 5,000 people on board alone. The Minotaur-class battlecruisers were built with bioregenerative steel, and were also equipped with advanced energy defense matrices, 5 types of Yamato guns, and ATX laser cannon groups. The Nova Squadron's warships used for special operations even carried secondary capacitor groups and advanced stealth modules to enable invisibility. The Behemoth-class battlecruisers were once the absolute power of the Terran humans to dominate the Korhal sector, but now they have been relegated to the second line and are gradually being retired. Thanks to the ambitious and extremely grand shipbuilding plan of the Terran Empire at the end of this century, the discovery and application of new materials, the rapid development of the shipbuilding industry, and the emergence of a large number of skilled workers and excellent engineers have also strongly promoted the update and iteration of the Terran Empire's battleship levels. It's just the level of battlecruisers, but now there are 6 types. The fleet that Duke can command is now much larger than the Alpha Squadron in the old Federation period. The Empire's first fleet, which he commands alone, has more than 120 Minotaur-class battlecruisers, and the number of cruisers, destroyers and supply ships is even larger. This fleet alone is enough to destroy the Kel-morian regime. Both sides are no longer at the same level in terms of fleet quantity and quality. There are more than 400,000 naval soldiers serving in the First Fleet, and the number of other crew members exceeds 2 million. In this starry sea, fleet power is hegemony. In short, the status of the Navy is undoubtedly stronger than that of the Army. Given that the Empire already possesses such a powerful Navy, Duke is convinced that the time has come for a genius like him to show his talents. The Emperor is surrounded by treacherous ministers and shameless villains, some of whom are not even human. After paying tribute to the portrait of the Emperor on the bridge, Duke turned his eyes to the tactical display screen. A slowly rotating green planet is the destination of this trip. Braken. This planet is pure green and shaped like a glass ball covered with seaweed. Braken is a magical planet. It has no oceans, but all the land is covered with lush green vegetation. It is an extremely lush jungle world. The diameter, gravity, axial inclination and climate data on the data panel show that Braken is significantly different from the planets known to humans. Alien geography experts believe that it has some kind of mysterious power. Duke is not very interested in Braken because this planet has been closely associated with something he hates very much since its discovery, the Protoss Empire. Braken is an ancient, religiously significant holy land in the Protoss Empire. It was once covered with the Protoss' gorgeous golden crystal buildings and many miracles. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Xel'Naga still walked on the ancient homeland of the Protoss Empire. Despite Braken's significance to the Protoss Empire, it was completely destroyed by the Zerg in the First War. Now only the ruins of the ancient walls remain, and the civilization of the entire planet has declined to thousands of years ago. Today, with the continued weakening of the Protoss Empire, its sphere of influence has shrunk significantly, and Braken has become a distant lost world for the Protoss. Although there are still some Protoss living on Braken, it has completely lost contact with air. At some point after the end of the First War, human immigrants came to the planet. They once clashed with the Protoss of Braken, but finally stayed in a way of peaceful coexistence. The planet is rich in resources, so it is also on the Terran Empire's pre-colonization list, but it has not made any progress due to the Protoss' reaction. At present, most of the humans on Braken are spontaneous immigrants. Before arriving at Braken, no one told them that there were Protoss on this planet. There are about 15,000 humans living on Braken now, including many archaeologists and civilian geological prospectors. Braken was not originally prominent in terms of geographical location, but now it is the front line against the Zerg. The Zerg have arrived in the Braken system, which is about to become the main battlefield between the Terran Empire and the Zerg. The August Grid Palace pointed out the purpose of the Braken battle, which is to severely damage the original Zerg vanguard and force them to take a detour. For this reason, veteran Edmund Duke became the commander of the First Fleet and was fully delegated. Emperor Augustus's intention is obvious. He needs Duke to fight a hard battle in Braken, block the Zerg's way, and split the original Zerg, which is not united. Just like breaking all the balls when starting a billiard game. In this way, the scattered original Zerg will be surrounded by other Imperial fleets that have arrived. It was equivalent to Augustus having assembled the troops using the F2 key, and now it was just a matter of handing it over to Duke. Although Duke had many obvious shortcomings of the old Federation nobles, such as being ambitious, arrogant, self-willed, and irritable, he was still a qualified general, and that was enough for Emperor Augustus Mengsk. Duke was best at launching a stormy attack through fleets and fighter clusters, and would never let go easily until the enemy was completely defeated. However, Duke completely regarded this as Emperor Augustus' trust in him, and believed that this had in fact shown that his position in the Emperor's heart had far surpassed Raynor, leaving them behind. This was a true Imperial general. Marshal, the immigrants of Braken are determined to defend their homeland together with the Imperial Army. Duke's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Scott, stepped forward. This was a standard professional soldier, with a straight uniform and a serious expression. Scott was known as Duke's brain, because some people in the Navy believed that this stupid admiral had no brain. Scott himself was tall and handsome, modest, and well liked by the sailors. If Duke was the strict father of the Imperial Navy, then Scott was the gentle mother. These loyal subjects of the dirty emperor deserve respect. Give them weapons. Duke snorted. He looked down on the country bumpkins of the marginal world from the bottom of his heart, but he was no longer as outspoken as before, because that would give his opponent Raynor a reason to discredit him. But the Imperial Army does not need the help of a group of farmers who dig the land and plant crops. He said with his usual arrogance, let them stand behind the Imperial soldiers and stay honestly. We will not take care of the troublesome ghosts running around when the battle starts. Although Duke's evaluation is not very good, he actually knows how to judge the situation, not just moving forward. He is paranoid, tough and cold to the point of being unkind, but even Raynor has to admit that he is a competent general. What about the Protoss above? If they refuse to accept the leadership of the Terran Empire, they'd better get out of the way. Duke asked Scott. The Protoss rejected our communication request. Scott replied, the Protoss of Bracken are powerful high-level Templars who defend their homeland in their own way. Local settlers say that these Protoss can use the magical power of the temple, and they may use this method to fight against the Zerg. Damn mysticism. Then get these arrogant bastards out. Duke shouted, even if Archbishop Durham is here, he has to get off the ship and talk to me. Considering the Empire's policy towards the Protoss, we can't take tough measures. Scott has long been accustomed to Duke's rage. I have always assumed that those Imperial officials really have brains, and the only way to deal with aliens is to massacre them to make them surrender and seek peace. Duke snorted. This policy was formulated with the participation of the Emperor. Scott added. The Emperor is of course wise and intelligent, I'm talking about those court officials. Duke's face turned greener. He didn't care much about politics and was not interested in the politicians in the Imperial government. As long as he could continue to lead the troops to fight, he would not have any opinions. There's something wrong with this planet. It's as hateful as Basir. He changed the subject and said, I bet those Zelniga must have done something here. The Protoss of Bracken spread an ancient prophecy. They believe that the one who rules this world will have great power and become a saint. Scott said. Okay, I'm going to dedicate this planet to Emperor Augustus. Duke liked to hear this, and he immediately made up his mind to take Bracken for the Terran Empire. Another great achievement, a great achievement. Osiris called the flagship. A group of primitive Zerg are attacking Bracken. The number exceeds 100,000. A colonel captain appeared on the main screen. This relatively young captain was frowning, like an eggplant that was purple from holding back. The Terran Empire has a strong shipbuilding capability, but the internal reserve of excellent naval commanders is not sufficient. Emperor Augustus promoted some outstanding young officers based on the opinions of generals such as Warfield and Duke. Although this group of young officers is enough to deal with most situations, they have not participated in real large-scale naval battles and are inevitably inexperienced. It's just the vanguard, don't panic. Duke had fought for 25 years, and this situation was nothing more than a small scene, a drizzle. One of whose strengths was that his overly optimistic and blind self-confidence could be passed on to his subordinates, greatly improving morale. When the wind was favorable, he could lead the fleet to quickly wipe out the enemy, and when the wind was against him, he could also boost morale. His weakness was that he was not as smart as Augustus Mengsk and Jim Raynor. What's your plan? Scott looked at Duke. He knew his old superior too well. No matter how complicated the battlefield situation was, Duke usually only had one plan. Of course I have my own plan. Duke's intimidating triangular eyes were firm and calm. It's time to serve the Emperor. Nordii is in front, and the entire fleet attacks the formation. Recent comments are not displayed. Chapter 562 Primitive Insects. 2499, the largest naval battle since the founding of the Terran Empire kicked off in the Bracken Galaxy, a southwestern borderland. The number of warships and troops deployed by the Imperial fleet in Bracken was so large that even the largest counterattack by the Federation remnants, the Battle of Jonder, could not be compared. The commander of the Empire's first fleet was the famous Admiral Edmund Duke, who was known as the Emperor's Sword, the hero of Tarsinus, and Mad Dog Duke. Mad Dog Rabbit Dog refers to the affectionate name of Marshal Jim Raynor, which is an affirmation of his excellent strategy and tactics. The first fleet is the Ace Fleet of the Terran Empire Navy. Its predecessor was the Alpha Squadron, Delta Squadron, Crimson Squadron, and Beta Squadron. After the launch of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers, which were larger, thicker in armor, and more powerful in firepower, the size of the first fleet expanded several times. The fleet absorbed a large number of outstanding officers from the old Federation Navy, and the officers of the Imperial Navy Academy who had just graduated also received a new round of blood transfusions. The experienced, skilled and enthusiastic officer system is the core of the Imperial Army. They must not only be competent for their own duties, but also be able to clearly understand and execute orders. When necessary, they must also motivate their subordinates and remain loyal to the Emperor. With a large number of Imperial naval bases, ship-based home ports and mobile fortresses to provide support, the supply system of support ships such as tugboats, barges, oil tankers and supply ships alone is enough for the First Fleet to launch a war of annihilation alone. The opponent of the First Fleet of the Empire is the first appearance of the primitive Zerg. Although the two sides have never had a record of fighting, the latter is fierce and its strength should not be underestimated. The primitive Zerg subspecies is very different from its distant relatives in morphology. They were originally closer to highly evolved large theropod dinosaurs and have many unique characteristics, such as abnormally developed combustion glands, specialized huge skulls and abnormally developed chewing muscles, pressurization glands that can eject bone thorns, and huge membrane wings with a wingspan of up to 40 feet. In the universe, the original Zerg use a variety of extremely large single creatures as motherships. The largest of them are the original main nest and the original war nest. These ancient and lonely giant creatures originally lurked in the underground of Xeris, which was full of volcanoes and jungles, and fed on various primitive Zerg. After the Overlord led the broken Zerg back to Xeris, he immediately broke out an endless war with the original Zerg on the planet. The part of these ancient primitive Zerg that finally survived absorbed a large number of enemy and self genes, thus becoming extremely large and gaining the ability to travel in deep space. The largest individual among them is even comparable to the Zerg behemoth. Other unparalleled super-primitive Zerg are the best among the madly evolved primitive Zerg tribe leaders. They stand at the top of the food chain in Xeris in endless death and survival of the fittest. For example, the eternal worm queen Sliffin is the most terrifying primitive Zerg ruler besides the worm ancestor Zerwin. It has now evolved into a gloomy and terrifying behemoth. When it passed over the lunar base of the Terran Empire, Kalikov, its shadow even covered half of the satellite. The eternal Zerg mother of the primordial Zerg swarm is an extremely strange patriarch, even among her own group. Sliffin is the great mother of the Zerg swarm. Tens of millions of incubators in her body are constantly hatching new primordial Zergs every moment and every second. Most of the primordial Zerg swarm today are Sliffin's offspring. It is never tired and will never stop reproducing. It was a primordial Zerg swarm affiliated with a Sliffin swarm that broke into the Bracken system. It was composed of multiple primordial main nests and a large number of primordial Zerg flying creatures that could fly in the universe. When the first primordial main nest jumped to the Bracken system through a wormhole, the war was imminent. Duke's flagship Noradi II was in the lead. In just a few minutes, it poured 2 rounds of firepower on the giant creature floating in the deep space. A total of 24 laser cannon groups continued to fire continuously until they penetrated a green enamel armor covering the surface of the giant beast, and black blood flowed. The primordial Zerg immediately launched a counterattack, and a large number of unprecedented flying creatures accelerated towards the Imperial fleet. There were similar species of mutalisks in the primordial Zerg, but they were also obviously larger, with more wings or more claws, and were far more powerful than ordinary mutalisks. Others were strains that the Empire had never seen before, and they were the first time they appeared in the Bracken system. These primordial Zerg looked like giant floating octopuses or blunt-headed giant squids, with huge heads and ferocious and hideous beaks. They used floating bladders filled with special mineral liquids and powerful tentacles to move quickly. Such a strange biological form is the product of convergent evolution of the primordial Zerg and the Overlord Zerg. These ferocious and cunning primordial corrupted flying insects are the kings who dominate the skies of Xeris. Their strong acid can even kill the ferocious Leviathan. Despite having these highly evolved and efficient killing organs, no 2 corrupted flying insects are the same, just as there cannot be 2 leaves with the same veins, and their body shapes are also very different. Some primitive corrupted flying insects are the kings of their species. They must have devoured too many of their own kind or enemies to have such a huge size and such a ferocious character. The largest corrupted flying insects are undoubtedly creatures that have evolved to the pinnacle. They can penetrate armor with their beaks and claws that are harder than diamonds. As for other extremely cunning and vicious primitive alien insects, they are a bit like the feathered serpent in mythology, like scorpions with wings. Primitive flying snakes are so cruel and violent that they will eat their own kind, even in flight, to obtain lost energy. In addition, the strange and bizarre primitive alien insects have infinite evolutionary possibilities in terms of appearance. Except for rare species such as primitive king insects and primitive explosive mosquitoes, other primitive alien insects are simply a hodgepodge, as if the tree diagram of biological evolution is spread out in front of humans. But no matter what, the functions of each organ in their body are similar, and they are all born for the purpose of killing with extreme efficiency, so the differences are not difficult to imagine. The primitive Zerg are the ultimate embodiment of the survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, and the winner is king. Facing the aggressive army of primitive Zerg, the first fleet of the Empire did not retreat at all. More than 100 Minotaur-class battlecruisers and more medium-sized ships of the frigate level formed an attack formation to face the Zerg swarm. Tens of millions of turrets and tens of millions of bright flames immediately formed a firepower network like a death jungle in front of the fleet. In an instant, thousands of primitive Zerg were crushed into powder by the fierce artillery fire, and bloody storms swept across the starry sky of Bracken. Facts have proved that even such brutal creatures as Zerg are flesh and blood. General Duke on the Noradii was very satisfied with the effect of the first round of salvos, but he was not so carried away by it. You know, Duke believed that the merits he wanted to establish were not as simple as killing so many primitive Zerg. Only by defeating all the Zerg could he show his great talent. Duke increased the deployment of reconnaissance ships and radars while ordering the fleet to form a defensive line to resist the coming attack of the primitive Zerg. Even though he was so conceited, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could fight the Zerg head-on with bayonets installed on his warships. The primitive Zerg did not retreat because of such terrible casualties. They seemed to have no idea what fear was and actually advanced in the dense firepower network of the Imperial fleet. All the Imperial ships captured an extremely strange scene, that is, even in the midst of a war, the primitive Zerg were still brutally feasting on the corpses of their own kind that were smashed by human artillery fire. Such a scene might not be enough to scare the well-trained Imperial Navy soldiers, but the sharp-eyed and meticulous commander soon discovered that these primitive Zerg that devoured the corpses of their own kind were becoming larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their bodies seemed to have suddenly grown the special organs and characteristics of the primitive Zerg they had eaten. The smaller primitive Zerg individuals may not pose much of a threat to the Minotaur-class battlecruisers, but the largest of them is not only close in size to the human battleship, but also has armor covering its body that is not inferior in any way. Several whale-like giant primitive Zergs soon attracted the attention of the Noradii Tactical Analysis System. According to the comparison of the database, they are highly similar in form to the whalebird. These elegant space creatures are not only distributed in Becher. In any case, the primitive Zerg must have hunted these poor creatures somewhere in the Milky Way. However, these primitive Zergs are completely different from the docile whalebirds. They are more like space mosasaurs with huge mouths, and rows of colorful sword plates are used on their broad backs. It seems to be some kind of sailboard that can absorb the energy of stars, and can also use the surging solar wind to accelerate when crossing the edge of the star. The whale-like creatures were covered with deadly scales, swaying their giant fin-shaped claws and being extremely flexible. They evaded the firepower lock of the Imperial battleships while advancing at a very fast speed, approaching the flank of the First Fleet battle group. Another part of the giant primitive Zerg looked quite funny. Some of them were even completely a Tyrannosaurus or a giant lizard that had just grown a nozzle and a floating sac. This strange form might be difficult to fly beautifully on the planet, but it was just right for use in space. One primitive Zerg looked like a hybrid of a wild boar and a porcupine, but its hind legs were made of countless squid-like tentacles similar to those of the corrupted flying insect. Its tentacles were made of slender organic muscles covered with cancer cells, like brush bristles scattered behind it. These cancer cells can continue to proliferate and grow in reverse, and can release a strong electromagnetic force to distort the surrounding gravity in the process of devouring the surrounding tissues, so as to achieve the purpose of flying. The genes of the corrupted flying insects are extremely magical, and even if their brains are cut off, they can grow new ones. In that case, this monster looks like a steel-backed pig leader rushing forward in the universe. In short, even beyond the limits of human imagination of strange species, there is nothing that these primitive Zerg cannot grow. They are coming towards us. Shields are full. Main guns fire. Facing these space monsters are the Ranger, Constitution and Korhal Ambition, and about 20 Minotaur-class battlecruisers are deployed about 150 miles in all directions. To deal with these huge monsters, the upgraded Y-type Yamato guns of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers can come in handy. After about 10 years of upgrades, the current Yamato guns have greatly improved in both power and range. In a one-on-one single-unit duel, the Minotaur-class battlecruisers can destroy the Behemoth class with a single Yamato gun, and at the same time can withstand the opponent's Yamato guns and remain unharmed. This is the generation gap. In just a dozen seconds, the tactical command network of dozens of Yamato guns communicated thousands of times to ensure the consistency of the attack targets, to avoid wasting too much ammunition on the same target and causing a series of problems such as insufficient follow-up. When the Yamato guns were activated, almost all Tyranid captains had a sense of dominance over life and death, especially when they saw the Yamato guns turning the Zerg main nest into a pool of blood. Even in the space environment, the Yamato guns can destroy large numbers of densely packed Zerg, but the captains of the battlecruisers usually use them on Leviathan or enemies with greater threats. After a flash of supernova, many giant primitive Zerg were smashed to pieces by the Yamato guns, and the lightest ones were only torn apart. But then, the primitive Zerg that bathed in their blood and thirsted for their blood became even bigger, and the mutation evolution that took millions of years to complete could be completed in an instant on these terrible monsters. Finally, a giant beast broke through the firepower network of the Imperial fleet, pounced on the Hope and damaged the flat deck under the bridge of the battleship. It was shaped like a giant multi-legged dragon, as big as a Minotaur-class battlecruiser. But then, the Gothic and Babylon, which were in a strong position, shattered the monster's back armor, revealing its flesh and bones. What kind of monster is this? Duke's adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Scott, on the NORAD III could hardly hide his shock. Before the war, Duke's staff officers and tactical analysis consultants believed that the primitive Zerg were far less united than the Overlord swarm, because they valued individuals rather than the entire group. Therefore, this seemingly powerful primitive Zerg army was not actually a well-trained army that advanced and retreated in unison, and lacked the spirit of sacrifice for the group. But they still underestimated the fighting spirit of the primitive Zerg. Every primitive Zerg has been fighting to the death since its birth. They may lack the spirit of unity and cooperation to a certain extent, but once they start attacking, they will fight to the death. It can be said that no one knows what kind of evil things the Overlord swarm has done in Xeris to force such stubborn primitive Zerg out of their homeland. In other words, the primitive swarms are afraid of the Overmind. It is the job of the scientists of the Empire to study these monsters, and our duty is only to win this war for Emperor Augustus. Duke's bravery is his outstanding quality as a soldier. Even if gods and ghosts stand in front of him, he will at least slap them. Although he is not very popular with his colleagues, Duke is indeed a qualified general. He knows the strength of his own fleet very well, and at the same time he extremely despises his enemies both strategically and tactically. The most praised thing about this person is that he always leads by example, and his flagship must be at the forefront of the fleet. Even if they evolve plasma cannons and energy shields, the result will be the same. The genes of the flying snake are from Scorpion plus primitive dragon, so there's nothing wrong with appearing here. Chapter 563, The Original Mother. Entering combat distance. NORAD is about to make contact with an enemy ship. Lieutenant Colonel Scott did not care whether a super monster as big as a battleship should be regarded as an enemy ship. He just scanned the data sent back by the sensor with military rigor. The bridge was brightly lit. Marshal staff officers in blue-black thick woolen coats were running around. Every crew member in front of the console was staring at the information on the screen. At this time, no one could be distracted. Outside the porthole shaped by nanomaterials was an energy shield force field resting. In the sky of continuous artillery fire, the bloody remains of the primitive insect swarm were scattered. The bridge was silent, with only the sound of military boots stepping and knocking. The sound made by one person would immediately attract enough attention. Direction angle 140, speed 170 knots. This guy is 3-4 miles long, and his head is covered with heavy bone plates and armor. He reported to Marshal Duke. Tactical analysis shows that it has a high probability of choosing to attack our ship by hitting with a bone-enhanced shield of its head. The original Zerg was shaped like a slender Teletor narwhal, but much larger in size, and it also had multiple pairs of huge paddle-shaped fins and strong claws, similar to some weird lizard. This group of primitive Zerg that devoured the space genes of the dominant Zerg swarm was very different from their past forms on the land of Xeris, and transformed into top predators in space at an extremely astonishing evolutionary speed. Survive, adapt, and evolve. In essence, the primitive Zerg that stepped into space still retained the characteristics of the original Zerg, such as the ancient worm teeth that have been passed down to this day. The primitive Zerg were originally a group of wonderful little dinosaurs running around in the hot and humid tropical jungles between the Xeris volcanoes all day long, and now they have become some kind of space dinosaurs. It's just like the way Jim's wild dog would attack. He's just as brainless as this bastard now. Duke narrowed his triangular eyes, like a snake spitting out its tongue. Open fire, no matter what method you use, kill it. This is not worth your fuss, the real main force of the Zerg is still behind. He said, all fleets open fire freely. Duke's order was quickly passed to the commander of the squadron, the captains of each warship, the ship's gun commander and the fire control system. The Swordfish, the Royal Sovereign and the Korhal Monarch in the same direction as the Noradii turned their bows, and the gun groups pointed at the primitive Zerg that was rushing towards their flagship. After a burst of amazing broadside salvos, bright orange light penetrated the dark deep space and blasted deep bone wounds on the body of the primitive Zerg. But how ferocious is a monster that can grow to such a size? Such pain is not enough to defeat it. This ferocious monster has never seen the steel giant ship of the Tyranids. It may still be wondering how such a weak and fragile creature has evolved to its current appearance. But it will soon figure it out. Once it devours those iron-gray steel giant ships, it will be able to grow eyes that can shoot lasers like them. Probably. The main gun of the Royal Sovereign opened fire, and then the bow of another battlecruiser also burst into extremely bright flames. Even standing on the bridge of the Noradii, one can see this shocking scene. The head of the primitive Zerg suffered a fatal blow from the Yamato cannon, almost opening its skull, and another laser-compressed nuclear explosion beam shot off its head. It's dead. When Scott said this, more primitive Zerg followed behind him. They ignored the rows of dense flames from the muzzles of the Imperial fleet and devoured the flesh and blood of the giant beast hungrily. It can be seen that these small monsters, which were probably not much bigger than a glider, swelled up just by swallowing the flesh and blood of one of their own kind. The primitive Zerg have no objection to eating their own kind. This is what they have been doing since their birth. Several Valkyrie frigates opened fire immediately, with missile bays rotating to lock onto targets, and rows of rockets whizzing out, causing so much damage to the dense swarm of primitive Zerg that they had to keep a sufficient distance from each other as they advanced. Thousands of ice dragons and Vikings took off from the cabins of the Mammoth-class transport carriers. These powerful fighters were still as small as dust in front of real battlecruisers, but they were fully capable of providing sufficient support for the capital ships. As more and more primitive Zerg were blasted into pieces by the firepower of the Imperial fleet, a large area in the Bracken system was covered with large areas of blood and flesh. But the range advantage of the Imperial battlecruisers ended there. The primitive Zerg were not only sharp teeth and claws, and they soon launched a counterattack. The primitive corrupted flying insects could spit out extremely corrosive acid, while others spit out strong acid spores, concentrated bile, specialized bone bristles, and even ionic red flames, like the breath of a dragon. With only pressurized nozzles and amazing muscles, the acid and spikes they spray can be accelerated to incredible speeds, which are enough to compete with human laser artillery in terms of power and speed. Despite the heavy casualties before, the counterattack of the primitive Zerg still caused trouble for the Imperial fleet. The battlecruisers at the front of the fleet formation had to raise their shields to resist the long-range attacks of the primitive Zerg, but the small and medium-sized ships attached were unable to resist. Many small boats performing reconnaissance missions were unfortunately hit and immediately turned into a bright ball of fire. Some pilots did not have time to eject from the cabin, and they became the first victims of the Battle of Bracken. Duke immediately ordered the fleet to adjust its formation and expand the shield force field, and this order was quickly executed. During the Guild War, the capital ships only relied on solid armor to resist attacks, but now the well-developed shield force field can put the Minotaur-class battleships in an advantageous position. Unable to withstand a single blow, Duke stood on the bridge and looked out the porthole, but his eyes seemed to be placed farther away. He was a cold-blooded person, and would never be shaken by the destruction of a few ships. Duke knew the significance of this battle. If even a man like him could not lead the fleet to repel the Zerg, he believed that there would be no other person in this huge empire who could do it. This was indeed the case. The Imperial fleet used only 6 salvos to severely damage the invaders who broke into the Bracken system, giving the arrogant Zerg a blow. But from beginning to end, the primitive Zerg never retreated. Although they had independent consciousness, they were not very smart and attacked based on their fighting instincts. The primitive Zerg were indeed not united enough. Even on the battlefield, they would challenge the leaders of the tribe as soon as they had the chance. A new wormhole appeared at 484.5, and its diameter was enough for 40 Minotaur-class battlecruisers to pass side by side. Scott said, "This is the largest wormhole, and the people who come here are not friendly." The primitive Zerg learned the ability to open wormholes from the Overlord Zerg, but unless they knew the clear coordinates, they could not jump directly to the heart of the Empire. Therefore, the primitive Zerg could only keep advancing like a torrent, which gave the Imperial fleet a chance to intercept them. "I want to see what that is," Duke said. "Upload the radar scan results to the main screen." "Uploading," Scott said. On the main screen of the Nord-II, an incomparable monster was emerging from the wormhole. It was an abnormally large primitive Zerg. In the green image reconstructed by the three-dimensional holographic projection, it looked like a giant tree with a mushroom-like umbrella-shaped initiation. For some reason, Scott thought of a giant, green broccoli with legs, and gave a small thumbs up to his sense of humor. "Sliver, the mother of the swarm, we got the name of this primitive swarm leader from the Dark Priest Asma," Scott said to Duke. When Asma was traveling through the jungle of Xeris, he noticed this extremely terrifying creature. At the beginning, Sliver, the mother of the swarm, was far from being as big as it is now, and did not have the ability to open wormholes. But at that time, Sliver had already possessed considerable wisdom and was able to rely on constantly hatching primitive burrowing worms to strengthen the power of her own tribe. Until Sliver met Sass, the master of the Gam swarm under the command of the Overmind. After that, Sliver fought with Sass's swarm for 4 years in the Eternal Scar of Xeris. During this period, it even ate the brainworm Sass once, until the Jurmungandr swarm joined the battle and was defeated with great force. Brainworm Sass? It's still alive. Duke is also a general who has experienced all the wars and knows the reputation of the brainworm Sass. This cunning and cruel brainworm is very famous. It is the first brainworm killed by Emperor Augustus and resurrected. It's still alive, and can be resurrected by the new Overmind. Scott said, according to the Ian Crystal record given to us by Primarch Asma, only the brainworm Sass has been eaten by the original Zerg, but it has been eaten 4 times. The Primarch speculated that this brainworm may like the feeling of being eaten, so it chose to be caught on purpose. Duke didn't laugh at this strange Nerazim joke, he didn't care about it at all. Brainworms can be resurrected by the Overmind, they are almost immortal. Any other useful information? Asked the Marshal. Almost all powerful primitive Zerg leaders can hatch their own tribes, but they are no match for Sliven when added together. Scott said, Sliven can spit deadly acid. Because of its huge size, it is like a moving mountain. When these acids fall, they become deadly rainstorms. The most terrifying thing is the ovipositor in its body, which can produce tens of millions of eggs every day, and these eggs can immediately become terrible primitive Zerg. Want to overwhelm us with numbers? Duke smiled. There is only one way to deal with insects, use fire, and if that doesn't work, use water to flood. Of course, this counts as 2 ways. Marshal, Sliven is using psychic energy to convey information to us. Everything changes, everything perishes, and nothing in the world is eternal. Everything is flowing, and all things change with the changes of nature. The times are advancing in constant change. In the translation equipment of Nord-II, this became a poem by the ancient earth poet Ovid. This is a slightly sharp male voice. What is it muttering? Duke is not illiterate, he just doesn't like to play with words. Can it understand what I'm saying? Of course. Scott knew his old boss temper. Duke had never lost a verbal battle, no matter what. But scolding it won't help. Tell it that this is the Terran Empire. Duke said, either get out now, or we'll kick its ass like this. Be stronger when facing a strong opponent, kids, for Xeris. Slifen responded with a loud mental scream, and anyone who heard it couldn't help but feel lingering fear. Slifen's primitive swarm quickly passed through several wormholes that were gradually forming and launched an attack. Their number immediately exceeded 5 million. At the same time, tens of thousands of hideous monsters appeared from Slifen's back every second. The most numerous primitive Zerg were similar to some giant locusts, with a bloated abdomen that accumulated a lot of acid, and there were also a large number of primitive flying snakes. These primitive flying snakes were mainly evolved from primitive dragons that absorbed scorpion worm genes. Their roles on the battlefield were similar to scorpion worms, and they could spit out poisonous clouds that confuse the vision to control the battlefield. Primitive flying snakes can also use a soft nasal tube made of ruminant intestine to drag enemies towards themselves, just like a frog that ingests insects with its tongue. A large number of primitive alien Zerg flew over the edge of the Bracken system and attacked the Imperial fleet, using all the attack methods they could. The situation immediately reversed. The newly emerged primitive alien Zerg were not only more numerous, but also stronger and faster. They could even dodge the high-speed firing of the battlecruiser guns and advance in the gorgeous flames. A battlecruiser named Imperial Glory was attacked intensively. Large numbers of primitive locusts penetrated the energy shield of the battleship, and violent explosions shook the huge ship of the battleship. The explosion in the middle of the ship was the most violent, almost tearing the battleship apart. Painful screams and flames filled the entire cabin, and a large number of fragments were scattered in the universe. Primitive alien Zerg poured into the interior of the battleship and began to devour the remains of humans. Even the primitive flying snakes used their nasal tubes to search for leftovers in the wreckage of the battleship. This was a feast for the primitive alien Zerg and a desperate end for the human warriors. The sister ship of the Imperial Glory tried to rescue it, but was immediately attacked fiercely. The Red Queen, a Pride-class battlecruiser of Augustus Mengsk, warped to the Imperial Glory and burned the primitive Zerg attached to the battleship with a scorching electromagnetic force field. The fate of the Imperial Glory only made Duke divert his attention, and he immediately pointed to Sliven on the radar scan. Heading 340 degrees, all fleets follow the flagship Noradii to maneuver and warp. Duke had a plan in mind. All warships preheat their main guns and prepare to fire according to my instructions. Obviously, even Duke could understand that in the primitive Zerg swarm with a tribal system, the leader is the brain and heart. As long as the leader is killed, the primitive Zerg will immediately fall apart. Chapter 564 Eat My Yamato Cannon. In the death jungle where the Terran Empire fleet's torrential artillery fire and the primitive insect swarms biomass shells intertwined, countless agile and swift fighters shuttle between the extremely ferocious small primitive insects in the shadow of large warships, and ships like the Valkyrie frigate were just a small boat in the stormy waves. No human fleet in the Korhal sector has ever reached such a scale, and no war in the history of Terran humans has ever been comparable to it. The highest commander of the Empire, General Edmund Duke, always had an attitude of looking down on the world, as if he had already won. Artillery fire swept under the portholes of the bridge of the flagship Noradii, and sometimes huge space torpedoes and ATVX missiles flew past rapidly. The dot matrix defense system on the ship used lasers to intercept all kinds of strange primitive insect projectiles that were rushing in, and the highly corrosive acid sprayed fell on the energy shield and splashed everywhere. The battlefield was full of debris and limbs, and the speed of life passing away increased exponentially. The Imperial fleet, which is well versed in the doctrine of firepower superiority, always has the upper hand. The Imperial engineers who designed the new warships adopted many groundbreaking ideas when designing the Minotaur class, such as more laser cannon groups, secondary guns for targeting flexible small rating ships, and additional missile launch bays. Higher speed, stronger guns, thicker armor, significantly increased hull size, and affordable construction costs make the Minotaur class a new class of capital ships for the Terran Empire. The updated Gorgon-class prototype Vulcan is said to have firepower like a heavenly punishment. As for the Pride of Augustus Mengsk, there are very few, only about 8. It is a warship commanded by the Emperor of the Terran Empire himself. Some components cannot even be mass-produced and can only be stamped and welded by engineers by hand. In contrast, the Pride of August has stronger firepower, and the more powerful plasma cannon is enough to kill the Minotaur class in seconds. In just over 20 minutes, countless calibers of shells were poured on the battlefield. Used in orbital bombardment, this fleet can destroy the city in an instant. This did not cause any ripples in Duke's heart. He had seen more cruel scenes than this. When the Protoss Empire and the Zerg broke out in war with Air as the center, the Boundless Fleet and the Boundless War spanned multiple galaxies. Except for the Bennett, Thomas, Flash and Indomitable Will, which were unable to keep up with the fleet due to damage to their hulls, the jump engines of all warships are ready. Scott said. Such a picture popped up on the main screen of the Noradii. The jump technicians in the cabin were making final preparations, and another picture was the drone assembly platform in the armory. Confirm the jump coordinates for the last time. Listen to my command and prepare to jump with the Noradii. Duke ordered while looking at the mechanical watch on his hand. Not only the battlecruiser is the main ship, but also the frigates, destroyers, Viking fighters and Wraith fighters have different types of jump engines. Although the distance is limited, it is enough to keep up with the fleet for a short jump. On the tactical console simulated with three-dimensional images, the mighty army of primitive Zerg was still arriving through the constantly opening wormholes, pouring towards Duke's Imperial fleet. The swarm of Sliven, the mother of the primitive Zerg, was the largest swarm of primitive Zerg, winning mainly by numbers. In contrast, the Ash swarm of Agdor was composed of a large number of fireflies that could spit out flames, while the Zerg group Zerwin swarm was composed of powerful ancient primitive Zerg and their most powerful offspring over countless centuries. At this moment, the number of Sliven Zerg was close to 100 million, and from the calculation of the observation results of the huge primitive Zerg's trajectory, this was only a part of the primitive Zerg. However, these Zergs were not enough to occupy the Bracken galaxy. In the three-dimensional universe, they were just a point emitting heat in the darkness, and pink krill gathered in the ocean. On the screen, these tiny rays of light flashing red were densely attacking the Imperial fleet. Even if the Imperial fleet had a clear advantage in firepower, the primitive Zerg still saw the other side as the defender. This does not mean that the original Zerg will attack without regard for losses and never fear like their distant relatives. The nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is also reflected in the original Zerg. The difference is that they only succumb to the strong. Marshal Duke will not stand here stupidly waiting for the enemy to attack. He has spent most of his life in the past half-century in the charge. Even if he only has 2 landing craft, he will adopt an offensive strategy. Given the distance between the Imperial fleet and the mother of the Zerg, Sliven, half a star system, the Yamato cannon has a certain chance of hitting Sliven, but Duke wants a precise hit rate, but he wants to concentrate firepower to kill in an instant. So Duke's plan is crazy. Just like in the past, he is ready to jump on the enemy's face and slap him before walking away. So, after careful consideration, Duke decided to smash the entire fleet directly into the opponent's face. If Jim Raynor was leading the troops, he might choose to abandon the Bracken system and pretend to retreat, and then set up many traps on the path that the original Zerg must pass. However, Duke is not a fool without a brain. When he is sure that the situation is hopeless, he will try every means to escape. He just likes to keep the initiative of the battlefield firmly in his own hands. But what about the warships that can't catch up in time? Lieutenant Colonel Scott asked. Obviously, if the fleet jumps, the remaining ships will soon be exposed to the terrifying and hideous fangs and claws of the original Zerg. Unless the hull is severely damaged or the jump engine compartment is just pierced, it is impossible for a capital ship to fail to catch up with a jump. This shows that the health of the ship Scott mentioned just now is already very bad. Once the original Zerg mother realizes that her life is threatened, it will shrink the group to protect itself, and our people can evacuate safely. Duke just looked at the watch. Even if Scott didn't explain one by one, Duke could calculate how many crew members were on the 4 battlecruisers. Although the hull is larger and has more systems, the number of crew members of the Minotaur-class battlecruiser is not necessarily larger than that of the Behemoth class. The superior artificial intelligence-assisted operating system can make up for the lack of manpower and optimize unnecessary positions. The load capacity of the Minotaur-class battlecruiser is about 4,000 to 6,000 people, usually around 4,000 people, including submarines. The sinking of a battleship will take away many lives, and the crew of the First Fleet is of the best quality. It takes more than time and money to train them. If this thing doesn't go as you expected, Scott said hesitantly. This is a simple truth. Everything can't develop as Duke expected. If Sliven didn't do what Duke expected, tens of thousands of people would be ridden off. Edmund Duke is the most experienced naval commander in the Imperial Navy. Even Horace Warfield can't compare to him, which is why Emperor Augustus Mengsk entrusted him with an important task. Duke has a high upper and lower limit. When he is strong, he can force Tacitor to retreat. When he is weak, he can't even beat the pirates. Sometimes it is difficult for him to see the enemy's traps clearly, and he is even worse at judging people. Duke is not a god at using troops. The Empire will remember their sacrifice, and the Emperor will cry for them. Duke's face was cold and expressionless. He was the kind of villain who would abandon his subordinates and run away. He was completely different from Warfield. Prepare for warp, countdown to 10. Duke said. For the Empire. Scott made a prayer gesture, for the Emperor. The vortex of time and space flashed instantly. The moment the flagship of the Imperial Fleet, Nord II, took off, It seemed as if it was infinitely stretched by time, but it did not cause a ripple. This was a signal. About 6,000 warships and fighters of various models, including battlecruisers, took off at the same time, and hundreds of thousands of Imperial Navy soldiers loyally and without hesitation executed the Marshal's order. This is a reflection of the well-trained and high morale of the Imperial Navy. Generally speaking, such an order would most likely cause a mutiny. This epic scene left the primitive Zerg at a loss. It took them a few seconds to figure out what was happening. Only super primitive Zerg with psychic powers have the ability to jump in deep space, and this kind of primitive Zerg is extremely rare in this group. The Imperial fleet jumped a distance of more than 10 astronomical units in an instant, like a giant sword piercing the heart of the Sliven Zerg. The battle cruisers that jumped out even smashed many primitive Zerg at the jump point. Then, the deadly orange single chain poured out from the Imperial warships, and thousands of missiles and space torpedoes were ejected, including super nuclear bombs that could separate hundreds of tactical nuclear bombs. The weapons that came out immediately cleared a huge empty area in the center of the primitive Zerg swarm, and the battlefield was reversed. The concentrated Imperial fleets lined up one by one, forming a firepower network facing all directions. This is the Duke-style attack, that is, a simple and clear fleet riding. Edmund Duke is good at using the advantages in his hands and will not hide them. This devastating firepower strike immediately exploded in the center of the primitive Zerg swarm, and even caused fear among some primitive Zerg, causing them to flee in all directions. From the perspective of primitive Zerg, which still remained in the wisdom of tribal competition, this was really incomprehensible. Humans may be one of the strangest races that primitive Zerg have ever encountered. They can be very united, and sometimes even sacrifice many people to rescue the old, weak, and disabled, but sometimes they are very cruel and casually slaughter countless compatriots. Marshal Duke's flagship Norada II was at the forefront of the fleet, surrounded by countless primitive Zerg. Those hideous primitive Zerg have the characteristics of dinosaurs and insects at the same time. Some are gorgeous like plankton flashing silver light, while others are Komodo deer and Asaurus with bloody mouths. The only common feature is that they are all dangerous and cruel. Lieutenant Colonel Scott had seen similar scenes in the Marine Ecology Museum in Augustgrad. Outside the huge glass curtain wall, all kinds of strange aquatic creatures were lying on the glass with their teeth bared, trying their best to stick out their tongues to reach the humans inside. They were so enthusiastic that they wanted to merge humans with themselves. A primitive flying snake leader as long as the Norada II tried to use its long tongue to stick to the battleship's shield and pull it towards itself. Surprisingly, it almost succeeded, but other small primitive flying snakes that tried to follow suit just crashed into it with a thud. The energy shield of the Norada II only lasted for a dozen seconds before it began to fail. A slight shake indicated her situation. But Duke still had time to order someone to bring a glass of Tarsinus brandy. He was so confident that he had no doubt that he would win. Matt Horner used his troops cautiously, while Duke was just a prodigal on the battlefield. At the gambling table, if Duke had a table of chips, he would definitely bet them all. The huge primitive Zerg leader Sliffen was in the center of the bridge window. He was indeed a super monster the size of the moon, a broccoli with a hideous giant mouth at the root. Now, the monster with a bloody mouth was screaming in fear. It was not a sound, but a mental scream that could reach the heart. Just such an attack made hundreds of crew members on the Norada II faint on the spot. Even so, the translated language was still a poetic curse. Countless primitive Zerg surrounded and protected their great mother, as if they were in the center of a vortex. After devouring the brain worm, Sliven's wisdom also rose. It keenly hid outside the range of human battle cruisers, using its offspring clinging to its world tree-like body as a barrier. More than 110 main guns of the Terran Empire battlecruisers were aimed at Sliven, and the same light flashed from the huge muzzles. Fire! Duke said. A beam of compressed nuclear explosion penetrated the distance between Norada II and Sliven, the mother of the swarm, and all the primitive Zerg along the way turned into ashes. The Yamato gun of the Minotaur-class battlecruiser was 3 times more powerful than the original version, enough to penetrate the armor of the Alexander. This was a salvo of Yamato cannons. More than 100 beams of nuclear explosions capable of destroying cities and compressing them bombarded the huge body of Sliven, the mother of the Zerg. The explosion instantly burned countless of Sliven's offspring to death. Sliven was probably the first individual creature to enjoy this treatment. The previous record holder was the flagship of the old Federation fleet, which survived the 6th round of Yamato cannons. More than 100, enough to destroy the city of Tarsinus twice. The roar seemed to still echo in Duke's ears, and these Yamato cannons were just paving the way for the fusion missiles behind. Each battlecruiser carried a large number of fusion weapons, enough to destroy multiple Zerg nest worlds. In the continuous bombardment, Sliven's skin and flesh were immediately torn apart. Its crown-shaped back was torn apart, and its body was almost split in two. Blood gushed out like a mountain stream. But even so, Sliven was still alive, just weak. Suddenly, the original Zerg stopped attacking the Imperial fleet and flew towards Sliven. The scene was horrifying, like a colony of ants swarming into syrup. They didn't collapse, Scott said. But they didn't avenge their mother either, Duke said. Sliven's offspring were hungry for their mother's flesh and blood, and one of them would take her place. I'm so upset that I can't post pictures for this chapter. Chapter 565, Good News. Today, Augustgrid is a highly modernized metropolis, with magnificent and beautiful steel and glass buildings arranged in an orderly manner along the checkerboard grid lines, and modern technology can be seen everywhere on the clean and beautiful streets. With a continuous expansion of the Empire's territory, some worlds in the old Federation era have become remote on the star map, which is why Mossera and Antigua can only be regarded as marginal worlds today. Korhal is the real center of the Empire, and places like Funa II have become new core worlds because of their location. Just walking on the road in Augustgrid, pedestrians can pay small denominations of Imperial credits to take out a copy of the Imperial Truth from the AAI propaganda robot along the way, or directly watch the generated holographic projection news. Even if you throw it away after reading it, there will be a cleaning bot, to put it away. Small drones delivering express or fast food can be seen everywhere in the sky. These robots are designed to be small machines that are not much bigger than puppies. They are driven by motors and run around on wheels and short legs. In essence, they are just some cute and adorable creatures. Single-seat hoverbikes are no longer a fashionable means of transportation. Fancy anti-gravity skateboards are the favorite of young people. Nanotechnology has the most prominent impact on people's lives, triggering a technological explosion in the fields of medicine, industry and material science in the Terran Empire. This is thanks to the Earthlings who came from afar. On the summer solstice in Augustgrid, the new grass and wildflowers growing on the wasteland grew vigorously in the warm night, and the blue moon with half of it was hanging in the sky. Midsummer festival should have lit bonfires, set off fireworks, and danced around the piled flames, but now it is wartime, so everything is kept simple. Even so, in Augustgrid's shops, you can still buy local firewood with a safe radiation index, fireworks imported from Tarsinus, and cheap and delicious cakes. If someone is willing to sing and dance, the laws of the Empire have never explicitly prohibited it. Smart people can understand that the Terran Empire has enough supplies to deal with this war. The clean and efficient Imperial government methodically mobilized the resources of the Empire and dispatched personnel to ensure that the military investment would not cause the original production order to collapse. In the Imperial capital of Augustgrid, residents living there could clearly feel the price increase and the shortage of some commodities, but the direct regulation of the government still kept the prices of daily necessities stable. On this lush summer night, the wind blowing into Augustgrid carried the fragrance of flowers and plants. Augustgrid was not much quieter than before the outbreak of the war, but there were fewer people in the commercial district, because people had to consider the possibility that the war might continue. In public places, in squares, cafes, restaurants and bars, it was still bustling. The first phase of the conscription order recruited about 40 million new soldiers across the Empire, and Augustgrid alone had 8 million people, which meant that on average 1 in every 200 people joined the army. But the huge city was not completely deserted. Adults were discussing military strategy in public places in Augustgrid, commenting on the vague movements of the army. Even the children were playing games of pretending to be the Imperial fleet and the Zerg, and the games often ended with the crushing of a few innocent Korhal beetles. This day was particularly lively, not only because it was midsummer, but also because of the inspiring news from the Bracken front. The commander of the Imperial First Fleet, Marshal Edmund Duke, had defeated the invading Zerg in the Bracken system, beating the bugs to pulp, killing 100 million of them. The Zerg suffered a heavy blow and had to avoid the Bracken system. Now, the news was broadcast in every prominent place, and Marshal Edmund Duke and his First Fleet were immediately heroes. People had never praised Duke's achievements so sincerely. If they thought about it again and tried to list the glorious achievements of Marshal Duke, they would find that there was nothing at all. Of course, Duke had fought many battles and had countless legendary stories. Even if half of them were made up by him, they were still somewhat valuable. But the fact that Duke had single-handedly driven back the Protoss fleet at Marcero is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Raynor and Duke had always been at odds, but this was the only thing he recognized. Regardless, Duke was now a hero of the Empire, and he had fought a hard battle this time. The Emperor knew that if he wanted to launch a determined and tough attack, he should use Duke. Of course, the citizens of the Empire who had said this before would say that the victory of the Imperial fleet was certain. The Empire had invested so much in this fleet, and it deserved to win. The military expenditure of the Terran Empire was 130 times that of the United States of Imogen, and most of this money was spent on the construction of the Imperial Navy. Fortunately, the Minotaur-class battlecruisers were worth their price. At the same time, the major shipyards of the Terran Empire were also starting to build a new batch of battlecruisers, and the speed was increased tenfold compared to before the war. Trade routes closely linked the various territories of the Empire. The engines and electronic systems of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers came from Tarsinus Prime, the armor was produced by Bronchi and Nafu II, the guns were produced by the Korhal military factory, and the propulsion systems were provided by the Bennett Group and the Dalla Group. The final construction process was carried out at the Bennett Shipyard, Ursa Shipyard and August Grand Royal Shipyard in Korhal. The heavy industry of the entire empire was converted to war service. The Naval Academy increased by dozens overnight. The shortage of non-commissioned officers on the front line was so severe that they could not be withdrawn to serve as instructors. This terrible war machine was building its own fleet in large numbers. Such a grand scene had never been seen by even the oldest Terrans. Even the most cunning Imogen double agent could not figure out how many fleets the Empire had. The Empire had the 1st Fleet and the 17th Fleet. In short, it sounded like a lot anyway. The naval generals of the old Federation era were also reused by Emperor Augustus, regardless of past grudges. The most famous among them were the commanders of Alpha Squadron, Nova Squadron and Omega Squadron. The former colonel and lieutenant colonel became an admiral and a lieutenant general because of the lack of generals in the Imperial Navy. This situation will be alleviated after the large-scale establishment of naval academies, because these schools are not only open to the civilian class, but even the poorest people can go to school as long as they prove their ability. The theory of sea power still applies to the stars and the sea. The Emperor of the Terran Empire needs a fleet to open up the frontier for him and achieve immortal achievements. This night, those who think they know the inside story began to talk about the significance of the Battle of Bracken. The Emperor never explained to the public why he wanted to fight the first battle in Bracken, but there are 1,000 hamlets for 1,000 Imperial people. Some people firmly believe that when the swarm approaches the planet Bracken, the battle has reached a point where it must be fought, while others believe that Bracken's geographical location is crucial because it is the gateway to the Southwest Empire. In any case, it is not the time to publish the battle plan in detail in newspapers, because brainworms also read newspapers. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Battle of Bracken is indeed of extraordinary significance. The Terran Empire needs a victory to prove its current strength, so that the enemy will carefully weigh the price before launching a large-scale invasion. Tonight, August Grid was empty, and countless people sang the national anthem in front of the statue of former Federation Marshal Fowler. This marshal never saw the establishment of the Terran Empire with his own eyes. He died on the eve of the end of the Guild War. He was a hero of the Terran people, not a hero of the Terran Empire, but Emperor Augustus still erected a statue for him. The gathered August Grid people held a huge portrait of Emperor Augustus and waved flags through the streets. Both those who supported the monarchy and those who opposed it were silent. The Emperor's authority was unshakable, and humans were happy to pass on this respect to his descendants, as long as they were not too incompetent or too outrageous. The war has undoubtedly changed the lives of the people of the Empire, but at least life has not changed for the worse. The Terrans hate war and have no enthusiasm for it, but they can never escape it. Now, an indisputable fact has been recognized by the public. That is, the demise of the corrupt old Federation is inevitable, and the Terran humans must have a resolute leader to lead them. This is the inevitability of history. Not everyone was immersed in victory. More than 100,000 people spontaneously came to the long river outside August Grid City, watching many red candles carried by small paper boats floating down the river. Half of these people were wearing black mourning clothes, and young widows were crying. When the news of victory was sent back to Korhal at full speed, it also came with a list of casualties. About 6,000 people died in the Battle of Bracken, and not even a body was left. A fleet was setting sail from Bracken starport, carrying seriously injured Imperial Navy soldiers in the hibernation capsules on it, and many of them died on the way. The fate of these injured Imperial soldiers will not end here. The disabled will receive prosthetic limbs, and the new limbs will not be much different from the original ones in terms of movement function. Soldiers who are too seriously injured to return to the front can apply for a job as a military school teacher, which is also the choice most people will make. That night, the Emperor expressed condolences for these sacrificed soldiers. This is an astonishing number. Where is Matt? Emperor Augustus looked less tired tonight, perhaps because the news of victory gave him some encouragement. In Pontorfu, Agadora's ash swarm is expected to arrive there in 2 standard days, said Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard. Faraday was younger than the Emperor, but he was as calm and rigorous as an old butler. If the war starts there, the original swarm will soon enter our encirclement. Augustus was walking on the road with flashing lights. At this moment, Horace Warfield's 2nd Fleet, Prince Arcturus's 6th Fleet and Matt Horner's Imperial Fleet have deployed a huge pocket array within 17 light-years of the Bracken system. This big net blocked the original swarm's only way, just waiting for them to get in. Once the battle started, the loss of warships and casualties would be inevitable. Augustus knew that the casualties of the Battle of Bracken might be less than 1% in this war. At the same time, Augustus also deployed a fleet in Charson, led by Vice Admiral Jackson Haller. Together with Stukov's fleet, there were more than 100 battle cruisers. The Griffin swarm of the Cerebrate Carlos also launched an attack, and it was obviously supported by the Overmind. The news will be back to Augustgrad soon. Faraday said, the Empire will definitely win. Even if you say we may lose the war, I will not chop off your head. Augustus said. We have the most powerful fleet of the Terran humans and the greatest emperor. Faraday said, it is impossible to fail. Augustus took a first look at Faraday and knew that this was not flattery, but that the other party really thought so. Titus, what are you doing? Augustus looked at Titus beside him, who was rolling his eyes. Your Majesty, I want to pee. Titus said. You've lost your mind. The Emperor knew that this guy was angry with him because he refused to let him drive Odin to the front line. Don't pee in your pants. It's not that the Empire didn't send Odin to the battlefield, but Titus's plane was broken by him in the past 2 days. The old guy knew this very well, but he was depressed like a retard. I'll throw you to Jimmy right away, and let him throw you to the bugs. Augustus said. Yes. Titus cheered. This is not the street of Augustgrad, but the Aurora Royal Shipyard located in the synchronous orbit of Korhal. Next to it is the vast docking platform of the Aurora Shipyard, and the signal lights of the acceleration track flash brilliantly in the darkness. In the distance, Korhal IV became a dark blue background, and thousands of lights emitted by the wake of the spacecraft and the navigation lights shone like stars. In front of us is the core area of the Aurora Shipyard, which has more than 1,000 slides of different sizes and dry docks that can berth Gorgon-class battle cruisers. Ammunition and supplies are piled up in the huge supply station. In the Aurora Shipyard, the logo of the Terran Empire can be seen everywhere, covering every vertical banner and flag. There is also a city-sized drone manufacturing factory, where tens of thousands of assembly workers are working at the same time to produce a series of drones that can be carried by battle cruisers, including assault drones, fire suppression drones, dot matrix defense drones, repair drones, and targeting drones. Thanks to the advancement of AI technology, Augustus has cooperated with the United States of Imogen to develop new intelligent machinery. But the current technology is still not perfect and needs to be assisted by manual operation. These drones can replace fighters to perform bombing, interception or rescue missions. A battle cruiser can also be a drone mothership. This small drone does not take up much space. As long as the drawings are uploaded to the control center, any Imperial starport can produce it. In a dry dock was the Hyperion, which was under repair. This old-fashioned behemoth-class battle cruiser was a hero of the Empire, and Augustus was reluctant to retire it. When Augustus walked to the entrance of the Hyperion's cabin and took a look, the engineers inside were floating in the air, working with wrenches. Boys, I fixed a gravity compensator. Swan's loud voice suddenly came over. Before the voice fell, the engineers fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Augustus originally wanted Swan to be a cabinet minister, but this Mrs. Meinhof refused to do it and just wanted to hang out with nut wrenches and hand oil. His pleasure in life was to drink beer with a big, round wooden barrel cup and chew pretzels. Swan got married several times, but none of them went well. It seems you already know. Swan was a little aggrieved. I'm sorry. Chapter 566 Vulcan. I'll bet my allowance this month that you're just trying to tease us. This isn't over yet, Rory. Bill Perley-Bousquet, the second in command of the Royal Engineering Corps, sat down on the ground, his eyes puffing with anger. He and several young engineers around him were inspecting the airlock, wearing tight exoskeleton worksuits, so it wasn't a big deal if they fell from a height of several feet. The Hyperion had just completed a major overhaul and was docked in the dry dock to be handed over to the Royal Guards. It was supposed to be empty. However, there was a minor problem during the third inspection, and the angry chief engineer Rory Swan immediately rushed over with several engineers to clean up the mess. Originally, Swan didn't need to deal with this matter, as he was in charge of all the ships in the Aurora shipyard, and there were at least 30 battlecruisers parked in the dock. But Swan was a man who couldn't sit still, and whenever he had time, he would run around with the toolbox. He also didn't like giving orders, he only liked to be with tools and people who knew how to use them. Oh, I don't have time for this. There's a little problem with this compensator. You have to wait for me. I'll buy you a Mai Tai cocktail later. Swan's voice came from Hyperion's corridor communicator. Don't rush me, guys, it's almost done. I have to say that the shorty can drink quite well. The cup he uses to drink beer is as big as my head. Tychus commented on Swan. We drink from buckets and can pee for half an hour. Tychus and Swan didn't have a good relationship, but they were not enemies. You are really good, Tychus, the Emperor said. Others were eating meat and drinking wine, while Tychus was peeing loudly. Your Majesty. Bill Polybouquet saw Augustus and immediately bowed to salute him, and the other engineers immediately put down their hands. Thank you for your hard work, Bill, boy, Eric. Augustus shook hands with the engineers one by one, and the young engineers with glorious faces only regretted that they did not wear the best clothes. The engineers in the Imperial Engineering Corps came from various worlds, various factories, docks and quiet towns. Many of the young engineers grew up listening to the legend of Augustus Mengsk. The Emperor remembered the names of everyone he met, even if they were truly unknown. His memory was not much better than others, which made him even more admirable. A sergeant of the Heavenly Demon wrote a book for the Emperor after retiring, and the book immediately became a bestseller. In that book, Augustus Mengsk was described as an outstanding officer of the Federation Marine Corps, and the legend of the Terran Empire began. Are you adapting to life here? Augustus asked. Most of the people in the Aurora shipyard were transferred here 2 months after the war began. Some came from the warm and humid tropical jungle world, while others lived in the cold and snowy world. It's much better than the days we had in the past, Bill said. Young people may not remember the time when they were sweating profusely driving the old T-280 space engineering vehicle. Bill came from Jos, where there are only high-altitude plateaus, continuous mountains and deserts located on the intercontinental plate. In the past, Bill worked for rich people who traveled to Jos. Later, he was attracted by the generous recruitment conditions of the Imperial Engineering Corps and decided to go to the core world to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, he worked for several years. If his 2 sons had not already started a family and had a career in their hometown, Bill would even want to move his family to Korhal. The treatment of the Imperial Engineering Corps is much better than that of private mining companies, and it is also safe. Most importantly, the Empire will not default on pensions. The Royal Engineering Corps is even more amazing. They work for the Emperor. In short, in the Terran Empire, talented people live better than before. The imperial capital Augustgrad has a large middle class, which can only be matched by Tarsinus. Augustus nodded and looked at the Hyperion quietly docked in the dry dock. The Hyperion has never stopped upgrading. Augustus spent enough money on her to build 10 Minotaur-class battlecruisers. Even when the blueprints of the Minotaur-class battlecruisers were approved, the performance, firepower and armor of the Hyperion were not inferior to the new warships. In the past 4 years, the propulsion system, electronic system, armor and weapons of the Hyperion have been redesigned. Everything is the best, almost dismantled and rebuilt. This magnificent warship looks like a new one, and the towering bridge shines under the illumination of the pilot light. The flagship of the Empire, the symbol of freedom, The soldiers on the ship call her the Lady of Mercy. Now the Hyperion is one of the most powerful warships in service, except that it is not as big as the latest class of Gorgon battlecruisers. Some people may ask whether it is worth spending such a large amount of money. Emperor Augustus' answer is simple and clear: I have been on this ship for 7 or 8 years, and the Hyperion has never betrayed me. Emperor, that's nostalgia. You did a great job, Augustus said to Bill. At least the salary is worth it. Bill smiled. We also have children serving in the Navy, some are on the front line. They are now on a battleship, and outside the several feet thick bulkhead is the cold space. We don't want those children who have just grown up to die so far away from home because of our own negligence. Bill has a son who joined JAS's Imperial Stormtroopers. If the war spreads there, many people he is familiar with will join the war. Another old engineer in the Engineering Corps has 3 sons who have joined the army, 2 of whom are on the front line in Bracken, but even so, his hand holding the welding torch is still so steady. War is so sudden, and suddenly people's familiar world and life are torn apart. We will never get used to death, whether it is a loved one or a stranger we have never met. Augustus thought of the death of Thomas Omo and the increasing number of crosses in the Augustgrad cemetery every day. Because of this, every job that can reduce casualties and achieve victory is extremely meaningful. There are more and more military families. In the old Federation, no one envied soldiers. People joined the army just for money. The soldiers of the Federation had no guarantee. If they were not transformed into resocialized soldiers and live to retire, they would immediately become victims of the unemployment wave. At the end of the First Total War, the streets of Tarsinus were full of disabled soldiers who had to beg for a living. Their young daughters learned to be charming and sadly flattered the passers-by. God knows what kind of people would take them home. This situation did not improve until Augustus ordered to provide subsidies for disabled Federation soldiers. Now the Imperial soldier is considered a respectable profession. You know, the apartments in the center of Augustgrad are all occupied by senior Imperial officers. But as long as there is a war, people will die. Valerian, son of Prince Arcturus, will also join the Navy and start as an ordinary officer. The term instilling was shortened by 1.5 years. The students had to study several times more courses every day than before. They were under military management so that they could become solid and reliable naval officers after graduation. There was no shortage of soldiers now, only outstanding officers who could lead them. This is the only thing we can do for them: better warships and better weapons. Now we have the ability and conditions, instead of letting those brave children just take rifles or even fire sticks to the battlefield. Bill said, the Royal Engineers are ready to enter the front line at any time. The engineers are indispensable on any battlefield. They can repair damaged weapons and set up bunkers on the front line. The Empire needs people like you. Augustus looked at Bill. Bill Bouquet grew up in the old federal system, and most of those who maintain the imperial system are also such people. At this time, a dull duong-duong sound was getting closer and closer. It was the sound of Rory Swan pacing. What brings you here, hero? Swan knew that Augustus had arrived, but he still finished his work before coming out. New job. When did he give you a new nickname? Tychus muttered. You know Swan likes to do that. Augustus said. Swan has the habit of giving people nicknames, but not for teasing, but mostly for intimacy. Raynor is a cowboy, Valerian Mengsk is called Little Boss, and he also calls Artemis, the executive officer of the Protus Empire, baby. I'm looking for you. Augustus said to Swan. I guess you need an engineer. Swan walked up to Augustus and said. This strong lady of Meinhof is not actually short, but looks flat. When he saw Tychus, Swan immediately shook his beard and glared at him, as if to say that the other party dared to come to his territory. Of course, Tychus also stared at Swan with wide eyes. It's not good to speak sweet words in front of the Emperor, so you can only compare whose eyes are bigger. Augustus was used to this and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He just thought that his 2 cats were having a quarrel again. Swan, I received a report that Gorgon's experimental battleship Loki has reached the weapon testing stage. Augustus said to Swan, it won't be long before we can show this powerful new weapon to the public. I don't want to spoil your fun, but mass production of Gorgon will have to wait at least another 2 years. Swan shook his head. This type of battlecruiser is really too big, and the existing dock is not that big. I know. Augustus said, I just want to see if she is worth the money. I can guarantee that. Swan nodded and said, the Minotaur class is big enough, But the Gorgon is basically twice her size and can carry 8,000 people. The subsequent ships may be even bigger, which means there will be more space to load more powerful weapons. Maybe one day our ships will be able to carry out solar bombardment like the Spear of Adun of the Dalim Protus. I like your enterprising spirit, Augustus said to Swan. Now take me to see that big guy. I hope they know you're coming. Swan said, we can take the tram in the shipyard. I hope you can tolerate the stink of us country bumpkins. You underestimate me. Augustus was silent for a moment. Don't forget how I climbed up from a puddle of mud and stood in my current position. Do you think I won't endure hardships now? The Aurora shipyard is a miracle. It was designed by the Delarium Orbital Shipyard, but it is better than the original. There are countless docks, countless cranes, countless airships and trailers for transporting materials, and about 1.65 million workers. The tram that Augustus took was full of workers wearing blue or orange. They lived and worked in the Aurora shipyard and regarded it as their home. When the train was running, the radio inside was still playing the latest news. The Battle of Bracken really made Edmund Duke stand out, and other generals were naturally unwilling to lag behind. The radio also broadcasts the progress report of the Aurora shipyard, such as how many warships were launched this month and how many more next month. In the distance, a huge, canyon-like slideway is laying an equally huge keel. Tens of thousands of people are working around, and from a distance they look like little black dots. Beside the slideway, there is a mountain of alloy steel piled up, which is transported by supergiant cranes that are taller than the mountain. These alloy steels will be shaped, cut, and forged until they become hull parts, and then welded together with the unparalleled beams, and then assembled with various equipment and weapons. This is a Minotaur-class battlecruiser under construction. The length of the cables laid inside it alone can circle the city of Augustgrad several times. From laying the keel to the commissioning of a battlecruiser, countless people are involved, including workers, architects, engineers, smelters, forgers, drillers, and electricians. The work of the shipyard is under the supervision of the Imperial Navy Department and other departments, so you can often see Imperial Navy soldiers wearing power armor or red and blue uniforms here. Aurora Shipyard is an important military base of the Empire, guarded by a large number of troops. Now the Empire's shipbuilding technology has far surpassed that of Umoyan, so they are also coveting it. Of course, the Zerg will also infiltrate, especially a mimic larvae that can transform into human form. Further away is the Gorgon test ship Vulcan mentioned by Augustus. The dock that carries her is larger and more magnificent than all the warships he has seen. The huge turrets standing in a row are like high-rise buildings, and the shadows cast when moving are like the spreading night. The Vulcan is sailing in the rising sun, with thousands of flags of the Terran Empire hanging on it. Oh, not as good as Odin, Tychus said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Diverting Trouble. It was still dark in Augustgrad when the Battle of Tashay began. Emperor Augustus had just been lying in a chair in the palace's operations center for 3 hours when he heard the news. When he woke up, he summoned the Minister of War, the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of the Army, the officers of the General Staff, and the marshals who were in Korhal. The situation was urgent. Before that, Augustus and his generals believed that the primitive Zerg launched an attack on the Zengelgris Gauntlet line to break through the defense line of Madhorner's fleet in this area. How many troops do we have in Tashay? The Emperor was still wearing a neat blue-black Navy uniform when he summoned the ministers. The wide-brimmed military cap embroidered with the golden oak leaves and 5 stars was placed on the conference table next to him. His sharp gray eyes did not blink, like a silent statue. In contrast, Darius, the Minister of War who hurried over, seemed a little flustered. Strictly speaking, he was just a politician with great management ability, responsible for coordinating shipping and material transportation to ensure that the Empire would have sufficient strength to launch and win a war when the Emperor deemed it necessary. The staff officers wearing neat uniforms and scarlet trouser lines were much calmer. They were all very strategic and military savvy, responsible for providing battle plans and suggestions to the Supreme Commander Emperor Augustus. There are only 2 Marine divisions stationed in Tasha, and they are affiliated with the Antigua Legion. Many people stood in the operations center, and they all looked at the Chief of Staff, General Ulysses Hargrove. It seemed that only he could face the Emperor's anger. Ulysses Hargrove was a tall middle-aged man. He was not handsome, but very charming. Ulysses was only a sergeant in the 1st Armored Division of the Korhal Revolutionary Army in the First Total War. Later, because of his bravery in combat, he was spotted by the current Imperial Army General Runstein and recruited to serve as a guard. After losing an eye in the battle with the Zerg on Atticus Minor, Ulysses was sent to study at the Umajan Military Academy. During his studies, Ulysses completed his book The Modern Kaprulu Sector Battlefield, which is regarded as a textbook on modern warfare. After graduation, Ulysses entered the newly established General Staff of the Terran Empire. With the support of his old boss and the appreciation of the Emperor, his subsequent promotions were smooth. When he took over as the Chief of the General Staff last year, Ulysses had already enjoyed a high reputation in the Imperial Army for his teaching supplementary books and strategically wise military works. General Matt Horner's fleet is the closest Imperial fleet to the planet, but he believes that the original Zerg's attack on Tasha is just a feint, and their real purpose is to break through from Zirin and Jelgarath, so only a full-strength naval squadron was temporarily mobilized to provide support. One of Ulysses' eyes is a mechanical prosthetic eye, surrounded by scars of acid burns. During the Battle of Little Atticus, a filthy and deadly scorpion ambushed 5 of Ulysses' arc tanks. He and his soldiers paid a very painful price to kill the brutal monster. General Horner submitted a detailed report, combining the original Zerg's route of advance and the enemy's previous tactical deception and other information to support his judgment. Ulysses said, "I have read the report in detail and think his judgment is very correct. If General Horner mobilized the main fleet immediately after the attack on Tasha, the Agadora Ash Swarm in front would immediately launch an attack, and our defense line would be immediately torn open. A huge hole. Then at this time, the Bracken system will become a salient on the territory of the Empire, and then be surrounded by the Slivan Swarm and Agadora. For humans, the Milky Way is a three-dimensional world rather than a flat one, which can extend infinitely in all directions. The defense line of the Imperial fleet is actually long and sparse. The original Zerg can completely bypass the Imperial fleet or directly jump over them, but this requires more time, and the Overlord Swarm following closely behind will not give them this time. Does he think that's enough to hold Tasha?" Augustus looked at Ulysses. "If this is not a feint, then the real breakthrough point of the original Zerg is at Tasha. The battle there will be the key to whether we can stop the original Zerg, and even indirectly affect the outcome of the entire war. The Empire has adopted the organization of the old Federation Navy, and the number of Minotaur-class battle cruisers owned by a naval squadron is about 10 to 15, and the number of ships in the subsidiary fleet is also clearly stipulated. If it is replaced with a Behemoth class, this number will be even greater. For a marginal world like Tasha, the soldiers on a battle cruiser are enough to conquer it, but if the enemy is the Zerg, it is another matter. From the current point of view, the original Zerg are much stronger than their distant relatives in terms of individuals, but they seem to have no rules when attacking. After fighting the Zerg for so many years, if there are still people who think that the Zerg is a race that can only rely on numbers to overwhelm everything, although in most cases this is enough to defeat the human army, then they are extremely wrong. Although low-level Zerg do not have superhuman intelligence, the brainworms do. The Zerg are smarter than humans, and they are not greedy, infighting, or fearful. Among the staff officers present, Colonel Ronald Jackson once taught the young, fledgling Imperial officers, "We once thought that in order to defeat the Zerg, we must have strict military training, wonderful tactics, and strong commanders, but we were wrong. I have to tell you that the Zerg also have these things. If the brainworms are reading Sun's Art of War and On War, there is nothing they can't do. You can't help but think about it." Ulysses said. The tribal leaders of the primitive Zerg are as wise as the brainworms, but their control over the tribal members is far less than the latter. The primitive Zerg leaders will also play tricks, but they are definitely not the talents of generals to lead the army. This is one of the reasons why the primitive Zerg were eventually driven out of their homeland. Their individual strength is generally stronger, but they are not united. If the Overlord's army is led by many loyal and intelligent cerebral generals, then the primitive Zerg are noisy outlaws who fight for the position of the leader of the martial arts world from time to time. However, Zerwin, the ancestor of the Zerg, may be an exception. It has lived too long and is far from other powerful but stupid primitive Zerg leaders. We have backup forces. Ulysses said the name of a planet. Polaris Prime. It is the closest prime world to the battlefield. The 8th Fleet is stationed there. The commander of the fleet is Carolina Davis. But Polaris Prime is still far away from Tasha, and distant water cannot quench thirst. Even if we use the 3rd generation warp engine, it will take at least 2.5 months. By that time, Tasha has already fallen, said Simon, the Minister of War. Unless this fleet has already set sail. Augustus said, it's almost time now. The 8th Fleet was a fleet that was only formed 2 years ago. It has about 40 battlecruisers, 25 of which are old Behemoth class. Although they are all old warships, the combat effectiveness of this fleet cannot be underestimated. Augustus ordered this fleet to rush to the front 2 months ago. The original plan was to use it to replenish the warships lost by Edmund Duke. Immediately order the Davis fleet to change its course and support Tasha. Augustus ordered. Then, Augustus ordered, tell Matt to do it boldly. As long as we kill the leader of the Ash Swarm, they will have to bow down to us. Sorry I'm late. At this time, Admiral Jim Raynor arrived late. He had just returned from the military base outside Augustgrad, working non-stop day and night. As the marshal that Augustus relied on the most, Raynor was of course also very busy. He had to help transport the army and take care of the training of new recruits. Fortunately, it was not Renault's turn to intervene in the training of the crew and soldiers of the naval fleet, otherwise he would have no time to sleep. Tasha, that's a good place. Raynor said as he walked in, they really won't stop until they smash our home to pieces. Tasha is a beautiful ocean world, with tens of millions of large and small islands distributed in the azure ocean under the sun. The tides of this planet just keep the ocean on the planet in a state of flow, so as to bring up nutrients from the seabed to nourish the rich aquatic life, but not too strong to cause greater damage. Compared with Char, whose surface is glowing with a deadly orange-red light, Tasha can be called a paradise-like world, where the climate is simply too good. This colonial world is free of natural disasters, and the zero-pollution air and ocean have attracted millions of tourists. All in all, Tasha is a great place to retire. Visitors can swim leisurely through the shallow sea full of beautiful coral reefs, lie on the beach under the warm sun and apply sunscreen. At least the primitive Zerg won't shit on our heads. If there were no fungal blankets, the destroyed cities could be rebuilt. Augustus said, and asked someone to turn on the holographic projection of the conference table. At this time, the star map has been replaced by arrows and flags of various colors. In the lower right corner of the star map, the flag representing the Imperial fleet is fighting against a primitive Zerg swarm, and the Bracken Galaxy and Tasha Galaxy are highlighted. It seems that we have another big battle in Tasha. It's better to say that the primitive Zerg will attack at the same time, and all fronts will have to fight. Raynor looked at the star map. Because the overmind Zerg swarm is chasing them from behind, the primitive Zerg don't have time to stop and think carefully. It's just that we don't know where the focus of the primitive Zerg's attack is. It may be in Tasha, it may be anywhere. He said. How should I put it? The battle line is too long, and there will always be primitive Zerg that slip through our defense line. Sometimes, a dam cannot always be closed to release water, especially when the flood season comes. You mean, it is better to drain than to block? Augustus looked at Raynor and said. I've been thinking about it for a while. When walking towards Augustus, people couldn't help but make way for Raynor. Jim Raynor is no longer the passionate farm boy as Shiloh. He doesn't seem to have any scheming and never plays any tricks, but he has won the respect of both the political and military circles of the Empire. When there is something wrong, Raynor really sticks his neck out. And his old friend Titus Finley did an equally good job in a sense. It's not easy to be disliked wherever he is. In the past, we wanted to severely damage the primitive Zerg before dealing with the Overmind, but then the Overmind would have achieved its purpose of killing someone with a Boro knife. Raynor said, first, give the primitive Zerg a head-on blow, so that they realize that they have hide a wall. Then, we can open a gap for the primitive Zerg swarm that is eager to break through, and they will rush in the direction we specify. It is not easy to do this. We must constantly correct their forward route so that the primitive Zerg do not go the wrong way. Augustus understood what Raynor meant. In short, it is to let the primitive Zerg turn a small corner at the gate of the Terran Empire and let them harm others. The question is, who will be the unlucky one? I remember that the Tal'Darim Protoss is also in this area. Raynor glanced at Augustus and laughed. Although it is far away, the direction is almost the same. Excuse me, let me pass, Let me pass. Hello, Mrs. Victoria, you are still dazzling in military uniform. At this moment, the Imperial Royal Brainworm dressed in the uniform of the Navy Admiral moved into the combat center. The belt under its mouth was carved with eagles and lions, and the golden double-breasted button showed its royal temperament. The Brainworm's triangular eyes were sharp and intimidating, and the Admiral's demeanor was just right. General Rhodes, you stepped on my tail. Apologize with the same attitude as if you stepped on someone else's dick. The Royal Brainworm, the serious atmosphere in the combat center seemed a lot more ridiculous. I'm sorry, Marshal Alpha. General Rhodes may have never been so embarrassed in his life. Not to me, but to someone else's dick. The Brainworm took several minutes to walk the distance of 30 yards. I said it can't be allowed to stay with Titus. Look what this Brainworm has learned. Marshal Renault thought to himself that you are still so uncultured. What are you doing here? Augustus also asked someone to notify the Brainworm. Although this guy often fought with others during meetings, he was a Brainworm with extremely good military skills. Because he looked at things from a completely different perspective from humans, he often proposed some crazy and anti-human military plans. Damn, can you believe that Lewis is still wetting the bed at this age? This is very wrong for a telepath. The Brainworm opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and showed a Cheshire cat-like smile. Look, it's really problematic. Augustus was silent for a moment, remembered to take pictures. When I was writing, I remembered the Brainworms who watched the speech of the hero Mike Liberty at the end of the official book Freedom Expedition. Chapter 568 Strange Creatures. That night, the General Staff drew up a detailed plan in accordance with the Emperor's will, covering everything from troop movements to logistical supplies. The bureaucrats of Augustgrad were very efficient and well organized, and the troops set out as soon as the equipment and supplies arrived. Among the troops that reinforced Tasha, in addition to the Carolina Davis fleet, there was also the 4th Fleet stationed on Tarsinus Prime, whose commander was the famous Vice Admiral Pryor. Both fleets were large mixed fleets, with standard battlecruisers, light cruisers, frigates, destroyers, minelayers, landing ships, high-speed transport ships and drone carriers, which were enough to cope with various forms of war at present. At the same time, many naval fleets also arrived at the front lines of planets such as Zen, Gargars, New Alsace, New Wickenham, Gatlet, and New Caribbean. They were commanded by the long-renowned outstanding generals of the Terran Empire, who had made immortal contributions in the wars against the Zerg. On the other hand, the people of Korhal and the entire empire knew nothing about this at this time. They were still discussing when the Protoss Empire, an ally of the Terran Empire, would launch an attack. As for the Emperor of the Empire, Augustus Mengsk, by the time he really got the detailed battle plan, the scorching sun of Augustgrad had already risen. There was no way to continue sleeping that day. Of course, 3 hours was enough for Augustus, who had just turned 29. He had plenty of energy to sit on the throne of the palace and rule his empire. Although there were a large number of court ministers to share the worries, there were many things that Augustus had to do personally. Augustus did have a group of hard-working and diligent bureaucrats, most of whom were young backbones of the Panterran party, and the older ones had also demonstrated their talents in the corrupt old Federation. The Emperor was already sitting on an empire and was still so diligent and self-disciplined. The wealth, power, and fame of the world were already at his fingertips, but he did not take a penny. The 2 palace maids served breakfast and hot tea and then hurriedly left. They knew that every document and every order on the Emperor's desk determined the future direction of the great Terran Empire. It was rumored that the great nobles of Tarsinus had been purged, but this was not true. The daughters of nobles with clean backgrounds could still enter the palace. They were all born beautiful, charming, gentle, virtuous, and full of youthful vitality. Emperor Augustus did not have an excessive hobby for beauty. He could put his hands under the skirts of the palace maids and touch their round thighs, just like those Tarsinus financial tycoons who kept young girls in captivity, but he maintained amazing restraint from beginning to end. At this moment, in Augustus's bright and clean office, the air purifier was working and sending in a refreshing cool breeze, so that the temperature, air pressure and humidity here were always maintained at the most comfortable level. The furnishings in the Emperor's office were much simpler than other places in the palace, with only some colorful carpets and tables and chairs made of bamboo. Sometimes a palace pet would sit on the cushion next to him, probably a bulldog or a brainworm. In addition to pens and documents, there were several warship models on the desk, including the Gorgon-class battlecruiser that had been recently sent by Rory Swanto, the chief engineer of the Aurora shipyard, and had already been finalized. The Gorgon battlecruiser was twice as large as the Minotaur class, enough to fill the dead trench of Char. In any case, a bigger one always looks majestic and domineering. The Gorgon battlecruiser will surely become the pride of the Terran Empire. Augustus looked out the window at the pure sky of Augustgrad and the golden sunlight scattered on the huge glass windows, and once again focused on the plan submitted by the Imperial Supreme Command, the plan of diverting disasters to the east proposed and formulated by Marshal Jim Raynor. Augustus always gave full trust to the generals of the Empire and let them do it. In the era of the Revolutionary Army, which was short of talent, Augustus personally led the fleet, but when the Empire's army was much larger than before and he had a reserve of talented generals, all he needed to do was trust. The brief summary of the plan to divert the trouble to the east is to avoid fighting with the main force of the primitive Zerg to preserve the manpower, forcing the primitive Zerg to change its route to bypass the territory of the Terran Empire, and let the Tal'Darim Protoss, the neighbors of the Terran humans, deal with them. Naturally, it is not easy to achieve this goal. Marshal Raynor described this as herding sheep, and the Imperial fleet was a shepherd riding a horse with a sheepdog. Obviously, the primitive Zerg is like a lion and a mouse sleeping together, and there is no comparison at all. If you are not careful, the out-of-control primitive Zerg will likely poke holes in the Terran Empire one after another. Raynor believes that the more complicated the battle plan, the more likely it is to have accidents, so his plan is often known for being simple and crude but very unexpectedly effective. Even so, a large fleet is still needed to chase and intercept. In general, the key to this war is to gather troops, attack unexpectedly, and concentrate superior forces at the contact point. The officers of the Imperial General Staff are excellent, with great strategic vision and military literacy. Under the leadership of General Ulysses, they further improved and discussed in sections to supplement the details to ensure the smooth implementation of the combat plan. It would be great if the Protoss could help, but the Zerg launched an attack on Shakiris in another direction at the same time, and they came from air. For unknown reasons, the wild Zerg on air once again united into a large group and attacked the colonies of the Protoss Empire, so the Terran Protoss on Shakiris is now in a mess. In this way, the Terran Empire has to face the Zerg on its own. In Augustus's view, this is a disturbing signal, because the trajectory of the world has changed greatly, and the appearance of the original Zerg and the Air Zerg was not what he expected. Augustus didn't know whether this meant that Amun's plan to destroy the world would be brought forward. However, according to the original timeline, the final apocalypse was only a few years away. Naturally, Augustus had to worry. Just then, the door to the Emperor's office opened, and Queen Sarah Kerrigan walked in. "You look really good." Augustus raised his eyelids and said to Kerrigan, who came in, "New ghost equipment." Today, Kerrigan was wearing a white ghost combat suit with blue circuits on the surface. The tight combat suit showed her curvy figure to the fullest. Kerrigan is no longer the young girl who is about to bloom. She is now as juicy as a ripe kiwi. Kerrigan's suit is very different from ordinary ghost combat suits. The most important thing is the pair of blades on her back made of titanium alloy memory metal and nano-regenerative materials. This pair of detachable sickle-shaped mechanical appendages was designed by Egon Stepman, Rory Swan and Carrix. It has an extremely fine nano-neural interface that connects to the user's back-brain nerves, and can be flexibly extended, cut and chopped like the bone sickle of a hydralisk. This weapon was designed for Sarah Kerrigan, and only a powerful seeker like her can wield it. Even if it is interrupted, this pair of war blades made of nano-regenerative materials can quickly recover in a very short time. Ghost Queen. As the noble queen of the Terran Empire, Kerrigan no longer needs to fight in person, and even if she does not use such a weapon, she can tear the throat of the enemy with her mind alone. Such a weapon is designed to deal with situations when psionic power cannot be used. Yes, modern technology has really advanced, Kerrigan said as she walked. As she spoke, Kerrigan snapped her fingers with her other hand, and several royal ghosts in light gold uniforms appeared. "Your Majesty." Kerrigan waved her hand, and all the Royal Guard ghost agents disappeared into the shadows. The lowest psi level among the ghost agents here is level 7, and killing people with a mind is as easy as taking something out of a bag. "You still can't forget these high heels." Augustus noticed the high heels made of alloy under Kerrigan's feet. Aegon said this can be used to kick people. Kerrigan replied, "Ghost agents don't fight in high heels, But these super soldiers with superior physical fitness can kill people with swan steps even in 10-inch high heels. Thinking of the image of the Ghost Military Academy's principal Sarko Angelini, a bald, greasy middle-aged man fighting in high heels, Augustus' heart almost stopped. That's what he would do. Augustus commented, "It makes your walking posture look more elegant, more like a queen." Sweet words. Kerrigan walked to Augustus' desk. "But do you really think so in your heart? Even couples need a little private space." Augustus hummed. "I heard that Tasha was attacked." Kerrigan held the blue combat goggles with her hand resting on her protruding crotch. "Not just Tasha." Augustus flipped out a report from the pile of documents next to him. "There are more than 30 worlds where the original Zerg have been found, 9 of which are in the midst of war, which means that the territory of the southwestern corner of the Terran Empire has turned red." He said, "Our warriors are fighting bloody battles with the original Zerg on those planets. Although it makes me extremely sad, we must be prepared to abandon these worlds. I have ordered the evacuation of residents from the planets in the war zone. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we must never give up these worlds easily. Every time the Zerg obtains a planet and transforms it into a hive world, the enemies we have to face will increase exponentially." Kerrigan nodded. "That's why we should fight on enemy land as much as possible. The output of the planet, including the food they rely on for survival, is very important to humans, but the Zerg don't have so many concerns. This is why barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes." Guess what important information our friend, the Dark Archon Zerachel, has sent? Augustus looked at Kerrigan and said, "The coordinates of Xeris? The birthplace of the Zerg, the true home of the Zerg. Its status is equivalent to that of Earth to humans and air to the Proteus." Kerrigan immediately saw what Augustus was thinking. "I asked you to guess, but you never guessed." Augustus was helpless. Not being able to tease the lovely queen made life less fun. In contrast, his stupid nephew was much easier to play with. "What are you going to do?" Kerrigan made an ignition gesture. "Blow up Xeris. I decided to send a detached expeditionary fleet to raid Xeris, led by Jocko." Augustus turned on the holographic projector on his desk, and a yellow and green planet appeared on it. Augustus was proficient in my eldest brother Sun Yifin's strategy of changing homes. As the saying goes, advantages change homes, disadvantages change homes, and everything can change homes. Zerachel is there. Xeris was originally a green planet, but now from the outer space orbit, ugly scars are all over it, like an ugly scab. Now Xeris has been transformed into the hive world that dominates the Zerg swarm. There are countless hatcheries, splitting pools and evolution chambers all over it. Walking on Xeris, every stone thrown can hide a Zerg. What is Zerachel doing there? Kerrigan has a very good relationship with Zerachel, who can be said to be her teacher. He said that he got a revelation from the Zelniga and decided to go to Xeris to find out. Augustus replied, "As for what he found in Xeris, we will know only after some time." The old man never wants to explain the whole story directly. Kerrigan stared into Augustus' eyes. "Is Xeris important?" "Very, very, very important." Augustus paused and finally emphasized, "It must be in our hands." Xeris is separated from the Caprulu sector by a quarter of the galaxy, and communication cannot keep up. Kerrigan only knew that Xeris was important, but she didn't understand why Augustus was so sure. Generally speaking, although Zerachel is always elusive and speaks in a vague way, he almost never makes mistakes. The expeditionary force will be isolated and alone. But Jocko is capable of this job, and I also sent Hank to set fire to the mountain. Augustus nodded. The 2 first-generation Heavenly Devils are each Augustus's confidant brothers. Hank. Kerrigan smiled. "If he appears, someone will always be unlucky." Augustus thought for a while and took out a printed picture, which was cut from the Ian crystal image sent back by Zerachel. Dark Archon Zerachel is in a withered primitive jungle, and the dead ferns exude a smell of decay and decay. This is a picture that has been magnified many times, and Zerachel is not even the protagonist in the photo. Deep in the withered jungle, a small multi-armed Tyrannosaurus with a goatee is hiding in the tree canopy and quietly observing Zerachel. There are still primitive Zerg left in Xeris now, and they are still resisting. "What is this?" Kerrigan asked. "Strange thing." Augustus quickly answered Kerrigan's doubts. Why did he list this creature separately? He took out many photos. The photos came from various planets, and this small Tyrannosaurus-like creature appeared on each planet. Even Korhal I have ordered a search for this primitive Zerg. Thanks for voting. Chapter 569, The Troubadour of Xeris. Today is another day that August Grid is safe. Malcolm Kel-morian is a seasoned Imperial agent, a veteran of the field after having spent time in the Tarsinus Police Department before joining the ISB. As an agent of the ISB, Kel-morian's job is to fight all crimes that attempt to subvert the Terran Empire, which means that he and his colleagues are responsible for criminal cases, counterintelligence, and counterterrorism. Kel-morian is an extremely perceptive and thoughtful case-solving expert, solving 3 times as many cases as his colleagues, which has won him the appreciation of his superiors and the opportunity for a promotion and a raise. As a result, Kel-morian was transferred to the newly established Psionic Investigation Section last year, specializing in cases related to psionic and non-human crimes. That means Kel-morian has been fighting against the Umajin Shadow Guards and other sneaky non-human alien creatures that have infiltrated August Grid since then. This non-human alien creature mainly refers to a species of alien insect called mimic hatchling, which has only appeared in the past year. Even among the alien insects, mimic hatchling is an extremely strange creature. They are twisted aliens composed of biochemical sensing substances, sticky nutrient mucus, muscles and organs, and can perfectly transform into humans. This simulation has no faults in appearance, and even family members find it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. In addition, mimic hatchling has a very high intelligence and can even use computers, which increases its danger. These mimic hatchlings are almost omnipresent. They often sneak into the military bases of the Empire or the homes of senior officials to steal confidential information. At present, the people of the Empire are still unaware of the existence of this creature, but as its range of activities continues to expand, it is only a matter of time before the number of eyewitness reports continues to increase. Kel-morian saw this thing once 2 months ago. The one who was fooled was an officer of the Imperial Intelligence Department. He drank a little and was so drunk that he didn't realize that the sexy blonde who took the initiative to throw himself into his arms in the middle of the night was wrong. By the time the girl turned one of her hands into a sharp bone blade, it was too late for the fool who was immersed in pleasure. But since there are aliens who can make electric noises in this world, it is normal for strange things to appear. If someone told Kel-morian 10 years ago that someone could strangle another person with willpower, he would just say that you are so funny. Nowadays, this is so bizarre, with demons and monsters rampant, August Grid psychics, Protoss, Zerg and deformed creatures gathered together, and the Imperial Security Bureau is in a state of headache. Look, this time the mission given to Kel-morian is so weird. No matter how many times Kel-morian checked it over and over again, he felt that the monster on the wanted poster looked very much like the dinosaur toy he had when he was a child, a Tyrannosaurus with several forearms. But dinosaurs were extinct on Earth 6,500 million years ago. His mission is to capture one or more dinosaurs running around in the world of reinforced concrete and glass at the end of the 25th century, just like the story in Jurassic World. According to the theory of convergent evolution, if the environment of a planet is extremely similar to that of the Earth during the dinosaur era, it is not impossible for a race to develop a similar physiological structure that is born for brutal killing. As far as Kel-morian knows, this is a primitive Zerg, a branch of the Zerg, and their evolutionary path may have parted ways with the current Zerg tens of millions of years ago. Everyone knows that the Terran Empire is fighting the primitive Zerg, but that was still on the border of the Empire, far away from August Grid. This creature has now infiltrated Korhal openly, so someone must have lost his official hat for this. In any case, Emperor Augustus must be extremely angry, otherwise he would not have used so many people and even the army to hunt down this primitive Zerg. You know, almost all of Kel-morian's colleagues have been sent out. It is conceivable that if the residents of August Grid found that the Zerg had appeared at their doorstep, public order would be greatly affected. Taking a step back, Kel-morian couldn't imagine how many people this brutal monster had eaten in August Grid. Any missing report could point to a terrible tragedy. Even if he didn't take credit, Kel-morian believed that he had an obligation to maintain the order of August Grid. Yes, he was the kind of upright Imperial agent who silently guarded August Grid from behind, and finally left without any fame or merit. Malcolm's nickname, I dare say that the primitive Zerg must be here. Believe me, I have smelled the smell of Zerg on it. Yes, but you have to take care of yourself, little girl. As an old senior, Kel-morian was also leading the newcomers. It is said above that this primitive Zerg is very dangerous. Once you encounter it, You must call for support immediately, and you can't rush up by yourself. Of course, he is not a pure newcomer, but a top student who graduated from the Psychic Reaction Department of the Ursa Ghost Military Academy and a telepath with a psychic level of 7. This kind of talent is just to be put down to experience and will be transferred back to the headquarters after a while. People who come out of the Ghost Military Academy are usually arrogant and have a cold face. But the girl who follows Kel-morian is a girl with a good personality. She is lively, cute and considerate. She is simply the white moonlight in the hearts of men. Delta M. Brock, number X10128B, is a petite girl with ochre hair and green eyes. She has strong telepathic ability, and her special abilities are fire control and precognition. Okay, I know. Delta replied a few words and said to Kel-morian, "Follow me." In the Central Park of August Mengsk, Delta, wearing a black Bureau of Investigation uniform, is a beautiful figure. Kel-morian also admitted that she was very beautiful, and Delta was definitely a great choice for a girlfriend, but he kept his distance from her except for work. This was not because of the age difference between the two, but because Kel-morian had a headache when he was close to telepaths. Kel-morian's psychic level is exactly 3.5. This level does not have the telepathic ability of at least level 5, but he is very sensitive to people with telepathy. The reaction on him is a headache, and he must take medicine to relieve it. In the past, the old Federation used people with similar abilities to search for people with telepathic abilities, but the current Terran Empire no longer does this. Usually, the Terran Empire does not need to establish a special organization to search for telepaths, and the parents will send their children to special schools by themselves. Do you really think that guy is hiding here? Kel-morian still doubted Delta's statement. You know, Surian is considered the central area of August Grid. What exactly does the primitive Zerg want to do by mixing into the densely populated area? The people in the outer city haven't eaten enough. Does this monster come in to change its taste? Why did it come to August Grid? If it just wants to eat people, there is no need to go to the heavily guarded capital of the Terran Empire. The intelligence of high-level primitive Zerg is generally higher than that of their distant relatives, but except for some extremely special individuals, the intelligence is also limited. Some experts in the Terran Empire's alien biology believe that the original Zerg are a group of creatures that imagine eating whatever they want, even though they have not become smarter after eating human brains. But this one must be very intelligent, even if it has eaten many people. Its methods of committing crimes must be quite clever. Now the police and security agents of the Terran Empire are not those good-for-nothings in Tarsinus. It is hard to imagine that a primitive Zerg can lurk in August Grid for so long. Judging from its trajectory, it is quietly approaching the palace. It is really bad. Kel-morian couldn't help but think that if this monster came to assassinate the Emperor, then he must not let it succeed. Although he had only met the Emperor a few times, Kel-morian firmly believed that the Terran Empire must not lose Augustus Mengsk. He was not a fanatical supporter of Emperor Augustus, but he was a very smart man. I can be sure, 100% sure. Delta said. Another nightmare. Kel-morian followed a bouncing little girl, feeling like an old father taking his daughter shopping. You know, this ability is always wrong. Delta has the ability of foresight, and some Protoss Dark Templar also have this ability of foresight, and even the first generation of Overmind who has died may have it. But Delta's ability is not very stable. She often has nightmares, and these nightmares often point to a terrible future. But she can't see far, and it's not always accurate. Even so, it is precisely because of this ability that Delta and Kel-morian have become a perfect team. Occasionally there will be mistakes. Delta added. It may be right a few times in 1,000 times. Kel-morian said. As long as it can succeed, even if it is right once in 1,000 times, it is enough. Delta replied. She is right. I had several nightmares after that, and I'm sure it was here. I'm familiar with this situation. This time it will definitely work. She seemed excited and full of energy, in stark contrast to the old-timers in the Tarsinus Police Department who just wanted to get by. But this is what a girl of this age should be like. She doesn't look like she lost her parents at all. When have you not said that? Kel-morian could only say, and he still didn't miss any clues that might be missed in Surian Square. This time is the most special one. Delta snorted. Surian Square was designed by a famous architect. The building is magnificent, showing the majesty of the empire. The path paved with white gravel winds through beautiful light fountains and tree-lined trees to the Imperial Art Gallery. A statue carved from white Moria marble depicts Emperor Augustus riding a horse. Whenever the people of the Terran Empire see the statue, they will remember who created their happy and peaceful life today. Since there was not enough evidence to prove that the original Zerg was here, Kel-morian did not get much support, but he still tried his best to pull up the banner of his immediate superior and let the Syrian police department persuade the pedestrians in the square to leave. If the original Zerg was really found, most likely Delta would have to take action. In fact, this little girl is very powerful, and even 100 Kel-morians would not be able to do anything to her. Under Delta's uniform is a Kel-morian laser pistol, but she has never used it. If it were on the ancient Earth, Delta would probably be the kind of witch that people talk about. She can control fire and can ignite the enemy out of thin air. Compared with the ability to predict, Delta's fire control skills are very stable. At least Kel-morian saved a lot of money to add liquid high-energy gas to the laser lighter. Kel-morian is not as young as when he first became a federal police officer. The specific manifestation is a slightly bulging belly and a lot of fat. Generally speaking, in the past, when they were on a mission together, Kel-morian would sort out the truth of the incident based on the clues given by Delta, and then let her deal with the criminal. It should be here. Delta turned over the map of Syrian Square again. It was a large public toilet with many huge trash cans stacked next to it. The row of trash cans and the toilet formed a relatively hidden space. No one would come here except the rats who came here to check for food. There was also a billboard next to it, which was a clothing company called the Beautiful Emperor. This was a widely circulated joke in the Terran Empire, saying that Emperor Augustus Mengsk was very narcissistic when he was young. He walked while looking in the mirror and bumped into a street lamp, and he also liked beautiful skirts. Ha ha ha, this is so embarrassing that no one took it seriously. Later, a company registered this trademark, which was said to be an industry under Prince Arcturus. Kel-morian turned over the internal wanted order of the Security Bureau, unidentified primitive alien insects, rampant monsters. The Emperor has ordered that they must be captured alive while ensuring their own safety. This primitive Zerg was easy to identify because it was the only one with hair among the huge group of primitive Zerg, a thick OT. In this way, the legend of the Korhal goat monster spread and even became the inspiration for many film and television works. There were also reports of similar creatures in many places, but there were no casualties. The responders only claimed that a bearded Tyrannosaurus stole their cattle, sheep, chickens and ducks. Judging from the numerous reports, this guy is really not picky about food. It was quiet here, and they soon heard some subtle sounds. When Kel-morian approached, he suddenly found that the primitive Zerg he had been looking for a long time was sitting obediently between the garbage cans, and sometimes it quickly used its long frog-like tongue to roll up a flying fly and put it into its mouth. Useless essence. Useless. No. Rule the little dinosaur yawned in boredom, and swept another august grid ladybug into its stomach at lightning speed. I am the wind, and the enemy is the sand. The enemy is the fish, and I am the torrent. It was about the same height as Delta, and looked like a smaller dinosaur, sitting like an Australian kangaroo. Wait for me to call someone over first. Kel-morian grabbed Delta, who was about to investigate, and told him not to act rashly before he shook someone off. Suddenly, the primitive Zerg looked over, as if there was no blind spot in its vision. I've been seen. Then, it waved its sharp claws to dig up the tiles of Syrian Square, and the debris flew, and half of its body went into the ground. Delta reacted quickly, and the brave Imperial agent immediately rushed up and grabbed the tail of the primitive Zerg with amazing strength and pulled it out. Chapter 570, The Primitive Zerg Leader on the Run. This primitive Zerg with a thick long tail was really powerful. It kept digging with its short forelimbs, and its two strong and powerful hind limbs dug into the ground and kicked hard. The muscles under the tough leather had a marble-like dense texture, containing unimaginable strength and explosive power. But even Kel-morian didn't expect that the petite Delta would pull the tail of this little monster out, which was no less amazing than Lindayu pulling up a weeping willow. Kel-morian stood by and didn't know for a moment whether he should help Delta pull the big tail that was swinging left and right. After all, he was an experienced Imperial agent. He immediately took out the C9 electromagnetic pistol he carried with him and shot at the exposed buttocks of the primitive Zerg. Unexpectedly, the two shots were fired and there was a sound like the collision of metal and stone and the sound of swords, but the opponent was unharmed. This was truly shocking to Kel-morian. You know, A C9 electromagnetic pistol can easily cut a human in half. This monster's butt is like it's made of diamond. Kel-morian was afraid that the flying bullets would hurt Delta, so he immediately stopped shooting. At this time, Delta shouted loudly, his arms were bulging with veins and muscles were exposed, and he used his footsteps to pull out the primitive alien Zerg that was about to be buried underground by more than 10 inches, which shocked Kel-morian. Ghost agents have strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, and can even bend gun barrels with their bare hands, but Kel-morian originally thought that was when they were wearing combat uniforms. Could it be that Delta was born with supernatural power? It's coming out. Delta's face flushed. The next moment, the big tail broke free from Delta's hand, and the powerful Imperial female agent sat on the ground with a plop. In this way, the primitive alien Zerg swaying its tail disappeared. How can you be a match for that monster? Kel-morian hurried to see if Delta was injured. There was no one in the security department who didn't care about this lovable girl. This primitive Zerg was not a good person. The row of knife-like spines on its spine were covered with black bone plates, and the end of its tail full of sharp scales was a dagger-like bone spike. As expected, Delta's hands had been worn to a bloody mess, and the upside-down scales were like rows of files. Even so, Delta didn't even shed a tear, but immediately put her head into the big hole dug by the primitive Zerg. It's terrible. I almost succeeded. Don't go in. Kel-morian stared at Delta while waiting for support. She knew that this girl really wanted to get in. If you jump down now, you still have a chance to catch it. Delta gestured with her bloody hands, and the scene was quite terrifying. As she said that, she put her head in again and used her fingers to light a blue flame for illumination. This seems to be the tradition inherited by the Ghost Academy from the Proteus. The universal ability of psychic energy is lighting. Delta's psychic flames can stick to the enemy like a bone-eating maggot, causing huge pain and damage. Originally, Delta could not master this power very well, but since the Imperial Ghost Academy invited the high-level Templar of the Terran Empire to serve as teachers of psychic control and psychic breaking, human students have learned more systematic and valuable knowledge. For example, always maintain restraint to avoid hurting others around with your psychic power. Wait, the medical team will be here soon. Kel-morian sighed. A few minutes later, 2 drones finally arrived, followed by a large number of Imperial Security Department detectives who arrived in special cars. Then the Augustus Security Force Death Head. Death Head is the elite Reaper unit of the Terran Empire that appeared in the heart of the Swarm campaign. Reaper Company descended from the sky and quickly controlled Surian Square. The turbojet backpack was originally a civilian technology used for mining, but now it is the symbol of the famous Reaper Force. This scene alarmed many residents of Augustus. The city had not deployed so many armed forces for a long time. But considering that the Terran Empire has already started a war with the Zerg, such a dispatch is reasonable. Star Agent Mal, this time you caught a bad guy's tail again. A G-226 medical transport plane descended from the sky, and a blonde girl wearing the golden and red uniform of the Royal Guard walked out of it. The Mengsk family logo on the collar was the symbol of the royal family. She said, "It's always you. It's always me." Kel-morian knew her. She is the daughter of Annabella Terra, the most famous socialite in Augustus, Nova Terra, with an internal number of X41822N. A super seeker, a superhuman genius. Stand aside, the Royal Guard is here to save the situation. Nova shrugged, "It's not something you can deal with. It depends on you." Kel-morian said. Nova, it didn't run far. Delta knew Nova because they were both students at the Terran Empire Ghost Academy. Nova Terra was a star in the academy, not only because she was one of the few remaining descendants of the old Federation's founding family, but also because she was the only 10th level psychic besides the principal, Sacco Angelini. The Ghost Academy had a 4-year curriculum, but Nova graduated in just 2.5 years, which was a historic achievement. Nova was less than 16 years old when she graduated, and then she joined the Royal Guard of Emperor Augustus. Speaking of which, people who graduated from the Ghost Academy were all cold and weird, but they were not difficult to get along with. As telepaths who were extremely sensitive to thoughts, they were actually quite eager to be recognized by their peers. You're injured. That primitive Zerg may be highly toxic. Let the doctor take a look. Nova had a good relationship with Delta. I'm fine here. I have to catch that primitive Zerg quickly. Delta said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll lead the team this time. Nova's straight Royal Guard uniform looked particularly eye-catching, and the slim waist design perfectly showed off her good figure. It can't escape. The Royal Guards in gold-studded power armor walked out from behind Nova, with a dazzling array of modern weapons, and some even carried rocket launchers. Kilikian knew that these glittering armors were not just for show. The Royal Guards were elite troops, veterans who had followed the Empire in the Korhal sector for 10 years. A Royal Guard soldier carried a black cube box in one hand, and when he opened it, hundreds of Black Widow spider mines crawled out of it. These micro-machines that looked like four-legged spiders quickly disappeared into the darkness as soon as they entered the caves dug by the primitive Zerg, with only the faint red light of their electronic eyes visible. This guy has appeared in August Grid for a long time. Someone found that his home was gone when he got home from get off work. It was him who caused the trouble. Nova said, the Ministry of Security and OGB took great efforts to block the news. Now it's our turn to clean up the mess. Fortunately, it hasn't hurt anyone yet. Thank God. Kelechian followed Nova to the transport plane's gangway. Let's go. Black Widow will lock and locate the cave's exit. We have to get on board and leave quickly. Nova took out a personal terminal that looked like a tablet and pointed to the medical transport plane next to her. It can cross August Grid by digging a tunnel underground. Kelechian suddenly realized, no wonder we can't find it at all. God knows how sharp its digging claws are. You know, in the early days of August Grid, in order to isolate the radiation source, a foundation comparable to the area of a continent was built with lead and concrete. There are hundreds of thousands of tons of concrete under Syrian Square alone. It's not just about splitting mountains and rocks. It's probably not a big problem to dig through the center of the Earth. How fast can it dig? Kelechian asked Nova. It's like swimming in the ocean. Our scientists suspect that the modern Zerg's digging ability is inherited from their ancient ancestors. The other party replied. Even I can see it. Kelechian said. As they talked, they had already walked into the huge cabin of the G-226 transport plane and sat in their seats and fastened their seat belts. Before the spacecraft rose steadily into the air, Kelechian was suddenly startled by a scream not far away. It was a thin man in a white lab coat, sitting between two muscular Royal Guards, like a chicken sandwiched between muscular lions. What's going on? Where am I? Who are you? Aegon Stetman screamed, and finally saw Nova next to him. Nova, hello. Hello, Dr. Stetman. Nova said. Hey, you kidnapped me. Stetman realized it later. I'm sorry. His Majesty ordered you to come with us to capture this primitive Zerg, but you refused to cooperate, so my people had to knock you out. Nova's cheeks were slightly puffed up, as if she was trying to hold back a laugh. Except for Dr. Nerod, you are one of our best Zerg physiologists. Thank you for the compliment, I thought so too. Dr. Stetman waved his hand. This is too rude. The scientists on the Hyperion never get experimental materials by themselves. It's always like this. Hello, Doctor, we met in the biological laboratory in August Grid last time. Kelechian wanted to go over and shake hands with Stetman, but the spaceship had already taken off. Kelechian did meet Stetman once, or more than once to be precise. At that time, he was ordered to escort a dead mimic larva to the alien laboratory, and he talked to Stetman in the laboratory for a long time. The two sides got along very well and felt that they had met too late. Really? Stetman stared at Kelechian for a long time. The embarrassment on his face was clearly visible. It's you, Mickey. No, Kelechian was about to say something, but Stetman shouted, almost jumping out of his seatbelt in excitement. Oh, you're Goff. He made a wait gesture. Sorry, I don't quite remember, Zio. Kelechian was speechless for a moment. He knew the personality of this scientist. He was used to immersing himself in his own world. He was startled and socially anxious. Oh my God, my experiment is not finished yet. Stetman remembered something and wailed, I told you to wait, Nova. It's okay, Doctor. Kelechian said, the experiment can be done again. Fresh original alien insect experimental materials are rare. You're right, Zio. Stetman said, you're a good person. At the same time, a Royal Guard medic was treating Delta's injured palm. You are the first wounded person I have received since I put on this uniform. The medic was also a young girl, and she did not look like a veteran. I am a little nervous. I did not ask to see your medical license, said Delta. It may be a little painful, said the medic. Come on, said Delta, looking at the other person. As he spoke, The medic took out his backpack and spread out Delta's injured palms under the green light emitted from his back. The medic used the nano-medical kit, which could release a green light composed of countless nano-robots. The nano-robots would quickly repair the damaged body, and flesh wounds were no problem at all. Delta's hands healed immediately at an astonishing speed, and even the skin healed well, and there seemed to be no signs of damage. Nano-medical kits, Earthling stuff is really useful. The medic breathed a sigh of relief. I feel like I can be a medic, too, said Delta. Yes, more and more modern technology is replacing manual labor, and I may be out of work in 2 years, said the medic pitifully. Okay, let's get back to the main topic. On the other side, Stetman cleared his throat loudly. This primitive Zerg is scurrying around in the Great August Grid, and only we can stop it. This creature is in a sense able to cross the continent by digging underground tunnels at a very fast speed like the tunnel worm. No one except the Zerg can catch up with it underground. This is the brainworm headquarters. We have received the movement trajectory of the primitive Zerg underground, and the agent Zerg is ready to go. At this time, a holographic projection image suddenly jumped out of the cockpit of the transport ship. Opposite was a brainworm wearing a marshal's uniform. Kel-morian rubbed his eyes several times and slapped himself to make sure he was not dreaming. What's wrong with that human, Agon? The brainworm tilted its round head in confusion. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Kel-morian understood and said to Nova. It's okay. Someone will help you erase this memory when you go back. He just hasn't seen a brainworm like you. Stetman said, I have to remind you, Zio. If that brainworm calls you a close friend, then it definitely has evil intentions and wants to harm you. You're surprised by what you've seen. The brainworm put his hands on his hips and said, that ape-man worm has been hiding in August Grid for so long, and my worms haven't found it. I'm more curious about how it came to Korhal. At present, it doesn't have the ability to fly or jump through time and space. Stetman said. Nova, where's it going now? The brainworm asked. What? That direction is the palace. Nova looked at the data panel in her hand and said in surprise. It's looking for death? The brainworm also exclaimed, it seems that I can get off work early today. I was really in a hurry to write today, and I'm not in good shape. Please forgive me. Chapter 571. Are you also a traitor? Don't panic, Faraday. I have faced enemies that are hundreds and thousands of times more vicious than this primitive Zerg. From the office to the restaurant of the August Grid Palace, Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard, was persuading the Emperor to take shelter in the underground secret room. The palace had just received a warning that the wanted primitive Zerg was coming this way. Although the palace is the most heavily guarded place in August Grid, it is the largest and most impregnable fortress in the Terran Empire, guarded by the most elite and loyal Royal Guards. Neither Augustus nor Faraday believed that the primitive Zerg could enter the palace. But Faraday still hoped that the Emperor could stay in a safe enough place as much as possible, because he knew that this was the only place that could not be lost. But Faraday wanted to say something, but the Emperor just signaled him not to be nervous. But I wasn't born to die at the hands of the Zerg. Augustus said to Faraday, you're not a rookie, take it easy. If that primitive Zerg wants to get into the palace, then this is a good opportunity to capture it alive. He said, you know what to do. Yes, Your Majesty. Faraday had no choice but to obey. The Emperor is like this, he is a man of action, and prefers to face challenges rather than sit in the safety of the back and wait for the results. The corridor decorated with mosaic tiles is very long. The exquisite works of art on the counters on both sides remain silent under the light of the stone hanging arm lamps. The portraits of the ancestors of the Mengsk family on the wall calmly look at the Emperor of the Terran Empire, with a distant look. Compared with the primitive Zerg that sneaked into August Grid, Augustus is more concerned about the war on the front line. Since the Battle of Tasha, the Terran Empire has officially started a full-scale war with the primitive Zerg swarm, and more than 20 colonies, outpost worlds and mining worlds have broken out and fallen into the flames of war. This was the largest alien war since the founding of the Terran Empire. Even the Imperial fleet, which was considered unmatched, was caught in a bitter battle. Although the Imperial fleet had a strategic advantage with far fewer casualties than the original Zerg, the terrifying thing about the original Zerg was that they could directly absorb the genes of their dead counterparts. The more original Zerg they killed, the stronger the survivors would be. For example, although the original Mother Sliffin had died, a new tribal leader, the Cave Mother Merva, was born from the many offspring who had eaten her body alive. The new leader Merva led the tribe that originally belonged to Sliffin to join the battle again. They firmly believed that there could only be one winner in this primitive competition with the Terran Empire. Either the original Zerg devoured humans and became stronger, or humans devoured them. This was the survival law of this race. Every day there were good news and bad news coming from the front line. Generally speaking, the Imperial fleet withstood the stormy offensive of the original Zerg as expected, but the salient was inevitably abandoned. Fortunately, the personnel had been foreseen and evacuated in advance. Casualties were still inevitable, and reports of deaths from the front were increasing day by day. For those officers who had to send out death notices, it would be an extremely difficult task, but someone had to do it. Death notices would not be sent to the families in the form of cold emails and mailed letters, but officers from the army where the victims served during their lifetime would be sent to visit them. Of course, these officers would naturally be regarded as black crows announcing the death. Augustus immediately ordered that the compensation work for the families of the fallen soldiers should be immediately started. The pension must be paid in full, and their families will also enjoy housing, shopping, education and other preferential treatment. If they have already started a family, the Empire will bear the expenses of their children until they reach adulthood. It is for this reason that Augustus has been wearing black clothes these days. Without any long speeches, the people of the Empire can feel the Emperor's grief, because no one has ever seen him cry. When he walked to the door of the dining room, several court maids were carrying plates in. Since the outbreak of the war, Augustus has not eaten in the restaurant. He always eats with the officers of the general staff in the operations center. And today, these sumptuous meals are not prepared for Augustus. Are you going to welcome the distinguished guests from Xeris here? My Majesty. The brainworm dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Marshal was enjoying the food on the table, and swallowed a huge Tarsinus cassowary with the roll of his tongue. Leave some, said the noble Emperor. You greedy brainworm, how could the master create such a strange thing like you? This brainworm is likely to be the last brainworm created by the master. The biggest difference between it and other brainworms is its strong plasticity. Because it is so strange and refuses to accept the rule of the new master, Augustus often suspects that Prince Tosh of Blade is just a cover, and this brainworm is the savior appointed by the master. When the great master created me, he used up all the virtues in the world and poured in his great thoughts. The brainworm chuckled, I am his most outstanding work, you know nothing. Dog Emperor. Idiot. Augustus is also a man of temperament. The captain of the Royal Guard, Faraday, wiped the sweat from his forehead silently, wondering whether to add this sentence to the Emperor's diary. One day, the royal brainworm cursed the dog Emperor, and the Emperor responded, Idiot. How much does the master know about the fallen Zeldiga Amun? Augustus sat down at the dining table, frowning as he watched the brainworm feasting. Amun created the master, created the psionic link and the current swarm, and then it was the so-called War of Gods. The brainworm sneered at the primitive Zerg. The primitive Zerg have no mental link, no brains and often fight among themselves. They are so pathetic. Amun wanted to control the primitive Zerg, so he created the master. Augustus frowned. Yes, I think it should be like this. Amun wants to use the talents of the Zerg to absorb the genes of other races. The brainworm said, but the primitive Zerg refused Amun's rule. The pursuit of freedom is the instinct of life. Augustus said. Only rule can create power. The brainworm said, although the primitive Zerg are powerful, they are internally divided, so they can't be the opponent of the piglets. The primitive Zerg are very powerful. The pressure they put on the Terran Empire is even greater than that of the dominant Zerg during the First Total War. Fortunately, the current Imperial fleet is no longer what it used to be. In the Battle of the Windsor Galaxy, the Ash Zerg led by the primitive Zerg leader Yagdra even severely damaged the Red Squadron. The flames spewed by the extremely powerful Ash Zerg are hotter than lava, hotter than the core of a star, and flowing golden rhenium. The Zerg ancestor Zerwin is even more shocking. Its abyss-like huge mouth can chew up warships. But even so, they were still driven out by the Zerg. At this time, an officer from the combat center pushed the door open and brought the latest information from the front line. Augustus looked at it and his face was not very good. Windsor, the pearl of the southern territory of the Terran Empire, fell. This is a young imperial colony that was established by Augustus after he ascended the throne, with the purpose of consolidating the rule over the border. Augustus had long expected the fall of Windsor, Because the Windsor system was just on the way that the original Zerg must pass, and the lack of satellite worlds lacked strategic depth. If heavy troops were sent to guard it, a large number of fleets would also be needed on both wings, but the problem was that the battle line was too long. This beautiful planet is a wonderful world like Alice in Wonderland, and the huge umbrella-shaped fungi are like colorful forests. The lush pastures are close to the coast with gray-white cliffs, and the dense bushes are full of flowers, full of various strange creatures, and the warm breeze blows the beautiful sea view. Her fall was a heavy blow even to the powerful Terran Empire, which was the largest industrial hub and economic and cultural center of the province, with numerous magnificent crystal mines, smelters, heavy factories and military factories, and the losses were incalculable. Although the destruction of the planet by the primitive Zerg was not as thorough as that of the modern Zerg, this group of gluttons would eat up all the creatures on it. Your Majesty, Nova reported that the primitive Zerg just stopped outside the palace. Faraday walked towards Augustus. It seems to be looking for a way in. I have ordered the royal guards. Let it in. At this moment, Queen Sarah Kerrigan was walking in. Since she didn't have to appear in public today, the Queen was dressed like a housewife at home today, wearing a thin silk shirt with a pink and white long cotton coat, and a pair of loose slippers on her feet, as if she had just come out of the kitchen. My duty does not allow it, Faraday was about to say. I say, let it in. Kerrigan said in an unquestionable tone. Faraday looked at Augustus, who just shrugged. Yes, kind madam, Faraday said immediately. Kerrigan glared at the brainworm that was eating with her beautiful green eyes before leaving. Her eyes were self-evident. No matter how rich the royal family was, they couldn't afford to keep such a pig. The brainworm almost choked and kept coughing. But this guy didn't have a neck at all, and no one knew how it could be choked. I'll go out for a while, Kerrigan said. She's not in a good mood now. After the Queen left, the brainworm dared to speak. She's a little grumpy when she wakes up. Augustus hummed. She was awake when I was sleeping. There should be someone in the Emperor's office within 24 hours. That primitive Zerg is in big trouble. The brainworm gloated. It can't be Kerrigan's opponent. She is the most powerful human so far. Even I can't be the Queen's opponent. In this world, she is invincible. The brainworm rarely sighed. Augustus' bedside was often filled with various military books from the Earth era, some of which were taken from Stukov. Among them was The Romance of the Three Kingdoms of Ancient China. After reading this book, the brainworm immediately compared himself to the brainworm's Honda. You can't even beat a bulldog, Augustus said. But I can beat Duke, the brainworm said. Then, Augustus picked up a roast chicken from the table and started eating. The brainworm also restrained himself a little and paid a little attention to the way he ate. These two masters who remained calm in the face of a great disaster, no matter what happened, they still did what they had to do. Faraday had been watching the surveillance outside the palace. When he saw Kerrigan push away the fully armed royal guards and beat up the primitive alien Zerg with slippers, his expression and mentality changed subtly. In less than 10 minutes, Kerrigan dragged the primitive alien Zerg by its tail into the palace restaurant and threw it in front of Augustus like trash. Tell me what you are here for, Primal Zerg. Augustus clapped his hands as he looked at the satisfied Kerrigan and sat down beside him. I am Delhuka the Essence Drainer. I kill, collect essence, and absorb essence. This Primal Zerg was not much taller than Kerrigan, and its bruised face looked particularly funny. It did not need to learn human language, and could communicate with telepathy. Zerwin is leading the Primal Zerg to destruction, and I must survive. Only by surviving can I evolve. I have been observing humans. It said to Kerrigan, you are so outstanding. I am willing to follow you to absorb essence. Powerful essence, extremely powerful. You will help me and devour the essence of the Zerg. Essence is change. Only by changing can we survive. Essence, this word also means essence and essence. As mentioned by the brainworm Alpha, essence is the genetic information carried by all living things, and it is the key to the evolution and development of the Zerg. Both the Primal Zerg and the modern Zerg need essence. The difference is that the former can directly use the essence to make themselves stronger, while the latter incorporates it into the gene pool of the Zerg. Unfortunately, the brainworm doesn't often mention the word essence. It cares more about French fries, Coke and fried chicken. But this primitive Zerg talks about essence every 3 sentences. So, you came to join us. Augustus looked at Delhuka. Why do you think the Zerwin will fail? Why don't you join the Overmind, the Protoss or other races? And the primitive Zerg never ally with others. Zerwin, they are like rocks, trees and hills. They will stand firm when faced with strong winds. They want power. But power is just a trap. Derhuka said, and I am like a river, I know how to change with the wind. I can't collect the essence of the Protoss. I don't like them. Traitor of the race. How despicable. The brainworm shouted. I will collect your essence now. Derhuka roared. Come on, I will make you 3 hands easily. The brainworm was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Rua. Derhuka roared. Beautiful words are better than poor swordsmanship. Augustus said to Derhuka, it seems that you have met the Protoss. Even if what you said is true, how can you prove your worth? He said implicitly, you just lost to a human woman. Chapter 572, Derhuka with full intelligence points. So powerful. I am no match for her. Derhuka looked at Kerrigan, who was cutting her nails with nail clippers, with his dim yellow eyes, and seemed to be still in fear. I can't beat her by myself. The primitive Zerg are very similar to dinosaurs, but they are not reptiles that live in cold, damp and evil as people think. Derhuka gave Augustus the impression of a small dinosaur standing on 2 legs and dragging a big tail, but its body is covered with many black bone plates and sharp claws. These weapons born for killing indicate how dangerous Derhuka is. Among the primitive Zerg of Xeris, Derhuka should be the only one with hair, that is, the funny goatee on its lower jaw. Augustus couldn't figure out the purpose of these beards, so he decided to let Stetman study them. In Augustus's opinion, the current Derhuka is far from evolving to its true final form. In the cooperative mission of StarCraft II, Derhuka who absorbs enough essence is comparable to Super Tyrannosaurus Rex and Godzilla. At the moment, it seemed incredible that Derhuka had not absorbed enough essence after the Primal Zerg and the Overlord Swarm had been fighting in Xeris for so long. So you are a rookie. The brainworm said sarcastically, no wonder you came to the human race and voluntarily obeyed such a weak creature, while the noble Zerg would rather die than beg for mercy. You are not qualified to say that, others say you are a dog in my family. Kerrigan crossed her legs and put her hands on her thick cotton pants to pick her nails. I didn't volunteer, I was forced. The brainworm thought to himself, a real man would never be willing to be inferior to others for a long time. Brainworm, powerful essence. Don't irritate me. Derhuka really wanted to eat this brainworm. I want to know, what does your essence taste like? Let me have a bite, anyway, because the brainworm will be reborn. No. The brainworm poked its head out. You bastard, what do you think the brainworms are, a buffet? I know what you mean. Derhuka replied immediately, that's right. What the hell did Dagos and the others do in Xeris? The old overlord has lost all face. The brainworm was shocked. It didn't know that the original alien Zerg had even sucked several brainworms. Derhuka, tell me, what are your special qualities that deserve me to take you in? Augustus waved his hand, signaling the brainworm to shut up. I can see that you are the smartest among the primitive Zerg. But, one of the freeloaders in the palace is enough. When I worked hard for you for nothing, you didn't say that. I am a noble brainworm, the son of the master, and I will never forget this humiliation. The brainworm was angry. The flexible fat man immediately jumped up, 10 inches high, and pretended to bite Augustus' head. But the brainworm did not get what it wanted. It didn't even fall down before Kerrigan strangled its non-existent neck with a psychic grip, causing it to cough dryly like a person about to suffocate to death, curling up and twisting like a scalded insect. Save, 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 save. The brainworm screamed. Forget it, Sarah, just let it suffer a little. Augustus was also tired. This brainworm is actually just a naughty child, but a child can also control a swarm of hundreds of billions of insects to devour the world. Unlike the Sirius Warfield and others, this brainworm is a first-class life treasure. At least half of the joy in the palace is created by this guy. Augustus raised this brainworm as a son-daughter. It was because of such pampering that he allowed it to be unruly. It's really getting more and more rampant. Kerrigan said, throwing the brainworm on the ground. The brainworm rolled on the ground and soon returned to the table as if nothing had happened. It quickly focused on the food. Even if it is a dragon that will eventually devour the world, it is still a cub now. Augustus looked at Derhuka again, hoping that it would answer his previous question. I am Derhuka, I can absorb essence. Derhuka has been thinking for a while, and said seriously, I am very strong. This is just one of my clones. I created many such clones. I control them, just like trees and fruits, roots and leaves. There are many of me like this in this world. Amazing. Augustus' eyes lit up. So my people have found your footprints on many planets. So, your real body is actually still in Xeris. That's right. Derhuka agreed. What are you still doing in Xeris? Augustus asked. I am protecting the primordial splitting pool. Derhuka tried to explain to Augustus what the primordial splitting pool is. That is where the original Zerg was first born, and it has the original and most powerful essence. The Overlord has not occupied the primordial splitting pool yet. Augustus reacted quickly. Augustus originally thought that since Zerwin and other powerful original Zerg had already fled Xeris, the Overlord should have already controlled the primordial splitting pool. Not yet. Derhuka said, the essence of the original cleavage pool is beyond the reach of ordinary Zerg. We are tenacious, we resist the attack of the Overlord. The army of the Overlord is fire, and we are weeds. Modern Overlord Zerg also have a cleavage pool, which is a huge chamber filled with viscous liquid. It was originally used to provide a place for the evolution of Zerglings, and now it can also be used for the evolution of other Zerg. The original cleavage pool can be said to be the first cleavage pool of the Zerg, and it is naturally extraordinary. There is no doubt that if the Overlord controls the original cleavage pool, or even merges with it, the Zerg will become more powerful. Derhuka brought crucial information. This original Zerg is very smart and smooth, while its other peers value strength and will not evolve brains. As the future leader of Xeris, since Derhuka wants to surrender, Augustus will not refuse. Derhuka is of course very useful. If Derhuka can be used to form an alliance with the original Zerg, then the Terran Empire will have another great helper during the Doomsday War. Of course, he will not be very attentive. Since Derhuka came to him, it meant that he was the one who needed help. After all, Derhuka was a Zerg, not a human, so the way to deal with him was different from that of a human. Most of the human commanders in the game were under Augustus' command, and there were also many Zerg commanders. When necessary, he could call Shakiris to get people, and Phoenix and Artemis could come to support him. Fortunately, we have Zerichel, who is in Xeris. Augustus suddenly thought, Faraday, pass on my order, let Xeris Expeditionary Force arrive at the primordial splitting pool as soon as possible. Augustus thought that after returning, he would have to send a message to Zerichel, who is now in Xeris, and make sure he controlled the primordial splitting pool in his hands. Even if it was destroyed, the Overmind could not get it. I hope Zerichel can get it. In any case, Augustus still trusts his old friend's ability to do things. Original splitting pool. The brainworm had been listening, and it immediately said, once we get the original splitting pool, the power of the swarm will be transformed. Augustus, you have to find a way to get it for me. That's right, once the Overlord gets the original splitting pool, we may never be able to kill it again. Kerrigan also said. The brainworm on the side was a little scared. In the eyes of the brainworms, the Overlord is both a father and a mother and a godlike existence, but in the mouths of these people, killing an Overlord is like killing a chicken. So, the brainworm stopped interrupting. Maybe Zerichel has already noticed the original splitting pool. With the ability of this Dark Priest, he will never let the Overlord succeed easily. If you have any important news, tell me together. Augustus looked at Derhuka. I know that Zerwin has always wanted to devour the essence of the Overlord, so that it can become the supreme Overlord of Xeris. Derhuka thought for a while and said. This primitive Zerg's mouth is full of words like essence. In its view, survival is the first priority, because only by surviving can there be a chance to absorb essence, and everything must serve the above purpose. But it failed in the end, and it failed miserably. Augustus said. Yes. So, it ran away. Derhuka said. This is not a shameful thing, but ancient primitive Zerg like Zerwin are not afraid of death. Even if they know they will die, they will fight to the death to devour the Overmind. Augustus's understanding of Zerwin surprised Derhuka. This primitive Zerg could not make human expressions, but at this moment its tongue was hanging down from its mouth in surprise. But Zerwin still ran away. It was not afraid of the Overmind, but the thing behind the Overmind, right? That's right. Derhuka said, the master served by the Overmind will devour all essence. If he is still alive, all essence will be devoured by him, the changes will stop, and I will resist to the end. That master should be Amun, the fallen Zelniga, Amun who proclaimed himself the Dark God. The Tal'Darim worship him as a god, and the Overmind is also affected by it. Kerrigan said. Now humans and Protoss still know very little about Amun's true information and purpose. They just think he is a malicious void god. Zerwin saw his shadow in the Overmind, and his influence is still exerted on the broken swarm. The Overmind returned to Xeris, and he will also return. Derhuka said. Derhuka knew that Amun's existence was not something incredible, and the powerful primitive Zerg were extremely sensitive to danger. The fear that Amun brought to the primitive Zerg was almost engraved in their genes. Well, Augustus thought Derhuka was right. At a certain point in time a long time ago, the Zelniga Amun arrived in Xeris and violated the rules agreed upon by the Zelniga clan, that is, not to interfere with creation. Amun forcibly transformed the primitive Zerg at that time, abducted most of the primitive Zerg and created the original Overmind. And Zerwin was the ancient primitive Zerg who was fortunate enough to witness that terrible scene. The primitive Zerg that was still weak at that time trembled in front of Amun. So when the Overmind returned to Xeris, Zerwin's fear of Amun returned. The primal Zerg do not fear death, for death, survival or evolution is the law of Xeris. But the primal Zerg, especially the strongest among them, would rather die than be enslaved. Life is not controlled, and life will always break the shackles. They will open up new areas and break through obstacles. It is painful and even dangerous. But that is life, and life will always find its way out. Just as seeds will push away the stones above them when they germinate, the roots of plants will continue to extend underground to find water sources. For example, the roots of the Marsura stone rose may be hundreds of feet long. The Overmind tries to control the Zerg, to dominate and control all evolutionary directions. But life cannot be changed, and life will find its own direction. Derhuka said, he will devour all the essence. We cannot grow in such a world. We will never surrender. That's right. We will never surrender. Amun thinks he can play with all living things, but he is just a clown. The brainworm jumped out again at this time. Amun doesn't care about the Overmind's great plan at all, but he will regret it one day. The Zerg will never be slaves. We are the tide, and the enemy is just duckweed. Derhuka said, the enemy is wildfire, we will burn. So we fight. We can't drift away like fallen leaves, we must stick to it. From the information we have now, Amun is definitely the real mastermind behind the scenes. Augustus also knows Amun's overall plan and knows that he is preparing to create a super hybrid as a host to return to the real universe from the void, which is the so-called rebirth. Once Amun's consciousness returns to the real world, the army it controls will destroy the entire universe, causing all things to wither and the stars to die. It's a cliched script of an evil villain destroying the world, but that's what Amun thought. And what Augustus is going to do now is to thwart Amun's plan. Everyone thinks that the Zerg is already extremely terrible, but it's just a part of Amun's army. Well, I have to ask you, why don't you follow Zerwin to absorb the essence of humans, but instead ally with the weaker humans? Augustus asked, I'm very curious. Derhuka couldn't possibly surrender to the Overmind, but it would be strange for him to give up his position and mix with humans. Zerwin has no intention of defeating humans, it just wants to escape. Derhuka said seriously, it's not trustworthy. As long as I can follow you to collect the essence of the original Zerg and Zerg, I can become powerful. Derhuka said, the original Zerg will rise. In the final analysis, it still looks down on the essence of humans, but although the quality of human essence is not very good, the quantity is still okay. Humans are a very strange race. Their essence is inferior but they can create terrible tools. Although Derhuka looks down on human tools from the bottom of his heart, he has seen the power of the Imperial fleet. Keep him, but you can't eat humans in Augustgrad, understand? At this time, Augustus thought about it and decided to keep Derhuka. After all, the palace still needed a guard. Humans, weak essences, the gain is not worth the loss. Derhuka said, humans will avenge their dead. Derhuka looked at Kerrigan and said, I will be loyal to the supreme overlord of mankind. He is the emperor. Kerrigan pointed to Augustus and said jokingly, according to the ancients, he is my master. Poor essence. Derhuka glanced at Augustus, and the latter vaguely heard it snort. The dignified emperor of the Terran Empire was actually looked down upon by a primitive Zerg. Don't you think it speaks like Tosh? Augustus asked Kerrigan. They are very similar in that they don't speak human language. Kerrigan said, there's nothing strange about that. Zerachel is the same because they are not human. Call Stepman over and ask him to check this primitive Zerg to see if it carries any infectious diseases and get rid of the worms. Augustus gave the order and said to Derhuka, since you have come to us, you must abide by human rules. Then, I will let you get what you want. Essence. Derhuka said. Okay. Augustus was trying to convince himself, If we fight Xeris one day, it will be very useful. At least, now Delhoka will teach us how to deal with Zerwan. Chapter 573, Battle on the Front Line. The combat center set up by Augustus in the Augustgrid Palace originally had only more than 50 staff officers, but later this number increased to 400, and even several other vacant rooms were temporarily used as additional offices. The people in the command center always have to be small and elite. They must be outstanding, responsive, and can't make mistakes. Even so, the interstellar war that spans hundreds of star systems at the beginning requires more people to handle planning, intelligence, operations and logistics. At its peak, more than 60,000 people worked in the palace, multiple Marines and Navy departments. They were senior officers, intelligence personnel and government officials. Governors of various planets also sent people to Augustgrid to wait for the Emperor's latest instructions. By this time, the orderly streets of Augustgrid were also shrouded in the shadow of war, and festivals and holidays were cancelled. Resources such as crystal mines and high-energy gases should be used for military purposes first, and more factories turned to the military. Therefore, the list of goods in the restricted purchase order is gradually increasing, and the export volume has shrunk significantly. Among the imports, the demand for Umoan's cutting-edge propulsion technology is also continuing to increase. The people were increasingly worried, especially as casualties on the front continue to increase. But they still believed that Emperor Augustus Mengsk would lead the Terran Empire to victory as always, but this time the victory would come later. The actual situation was more severe than the people of the Empire had imagined. Both the original Zerg and the Zerg controlled by the Overmind were extremely formidable opponents. Although Edmund Duke's fleet had dealt a heavy blow to the primal Mother Sliven's tribe in the Bracken system before the war started, the original Zerg swarm did not retreat. For the original Zerg, there can only be one winner in a primitive competition. Due to the huge number of original Zerg and their extremely tenacious nature, it is unrealistic to think that one or several key battles can win, and it is difficult for both sides to determine the winner in a short period of time. As a result, this quickly turned into a large-scale cross-galaxy war. Starting from the Bracken system, the battlefield covered hundreds of light-years and multiple galaxies. 1/7 of the worlds in the Korhal sector directly or indirectly felt the approach of the war. This was not the largest war in history, but it was enough to make people stunned. In less than 10 days, the main fleets and marines of the Terran Empire have fought more than 1,000 battles around these star systems. The smallest battles were just a battle between a squadron and the original dragons, and the largest included bloody battles from the surface of the planet to the edge of the star system. This war brought great losses to both sides and brought painful pain to the Terran Empire people who lost their loved ones, but it was far from over. Despite this, the situation was still favorable to the Terran Empire. On the way from the center of the Milky Way to the Korhal sector, the original Zerg of Xeris was hard to find an opponent. They devoured countless tribes along the way, and those who were capable of hyperspace travel also fled in all directions. But they were defeated by the seemingly weak humans, and the most terrible thing was that the more terrifying Overmind Zerg was behind them. On the morning of March 10th, a report from the frontline war arrived at the palace by the fastest route, which immediately attracted attention. Soon, the report was handed over to Admiral Jim Raynor and the Emperor. The moment we have been waiting for has come. In the conference room of the operations center, Raynor's face was full of joy. Before, even an optimist like him always frowned and looked serious. Zerwan lost his patience. Augustus put his hands behind his back and clenched his fists. It didn't expect us to block it here for so long. Even if the original Zerg is still moving forward, its speed is much slower than before. The Overmind and its swarms are chasing after the original Zerg relentlessly. According to the reconnaissance report, the Jumungandr swarm of the Brainworm Ark has already bitten the tail of the original Zerg. Now Zerwan is attacked from all sides, and it has no choice but to jump over the wall in desperation. And we are not in a hurry at all. In front of him was the star map of the war zone. Data from all over the front line was being collected every moment, and then sorted and marked on the star map by humans and supercomputers. On it, the original Zerg marked in green had eroded many gaps in the red defense line of the Terran Empire fleet, but it could no longer move forward. At this time, the Overmind swarm that had been chasing the original Zerg had already come up closely. Even the fastest information on the star map happened at least 2 days ago. This means that for the current original Zerg, the situation may be even worse. The second generation Overmind regarded the original Zerg as cannon fodder that consumed human strength. It was the war supervisor, holding a sword against the back of the original Zerg's neck and letting them fight with humans. In comparison, humans are easier to deal with. The standard for the original Zerg to judge the strength of the power lies in the strength of the essence, but humans are special. These terrifying upright apes have very weak essences, but they can use terrible tools. Zerwin, the most powerful leader of the original Zerg, also thought so at the beginning, but now it suddenly found that humans are a hard bone to chew. Be careful of the desperate one jumping over the wall, Raynor said while connecting the fleets of the Terran Empire and the clan nests of the Overmind swarm on the star map with blue. It looks clear at a glance that the original Zerg are surrounded by humans and the Overmind swarm. Raynor, wearing a marshal's uniform, is confident and steady. Who would have thought that 10 years ago, this famous Imperial commander was just a farm boy driving a harvester? Facts have long proven that Jim Raynor is a real general, not a lucky guy who happened to meet the Emperor. Before the war, the idea of blocking and slowing down the primitive Zerg and dealing with them with the hand of the Overmind was widely recognized by the generals. The difference was that Horace Warfield advocated building and defending several important fortress worlds to establish a defense line. But Augustus quickly overturned this proposal and adopted Raynor's view. The biggest difference between Raynor's proposal and Warfield's was that he believed that the Empire must take advantage of the strategic depth. The Imperial fleet should first give the primitive Zerg a head-on blow on several worlds, further shrink the defense line and fight mobile warfare instead of defending a few key worlds. At the same time, the strategy of clearing the fields and clearing the land is also applicable. Using orbital bombardment to destroy all creatures on the planet can prevent the primitive Zerg from absorbing more essence. In this way, even if the primitive Zerg tried their best to capture a world, it would not make much sense. According to Matt's report, Zerwan has gathered its most powerful tribal warriors in Exgelia IV. Raynor said, this even includes some ancient primitive Zerg as old as it. Derhuka said that these ancient primitive Zerg were dug out from active volcanoes or underground by Zerwan not long ago. After the Terran Empire recruited the primitive Zerg Derhuka, it immediately became a military advisor responsible for providing intelligence to the Empire. Of course, Augustus actually hoped to communicate with Zerwan and other primitive Zerg leaders through Derhuka, but the stubborn primitive Zerg were unwilling to believe the cunning humans. Although this guy didn't give much useful information in the end, Augustus still appointed Derhuka as a lieutenant, and he became the only Zerg with a military rank in the Empire. This caused dissatisfaction among Corporal Titus Finley, who believed that it was a foolish act to give an official title to a pet. Zerwan is going to fight to the death. Augustus heard about the ancient primitive Zerg of Xeris from Derhuka. The original Zerg are almost immortal. As long as they are not killed and continue to evolve, they can continue to survive. Therefore, the older and more mature the original Zerg are, the stronger they are. This means that the Imperial army of Acilia will bear the brunt. Acilia was originally a world discovered by the UED Expeditionary Force. After the defeat of these Earthlings who came from afar, the planet was immediately incorporated into the territory of the Terran Empire. This is a beautiful planet with beautiful scenery and lakes and seas. Because of historical issues, the place names and city names above are named after the naming method of Earth. The most famous water area is the New Aegean Sea, and almost all the cities in Acilia are located near it. Acilia. Augustus marked this world on the star map. It's time to start the second step of the Raynor plan. So many original Zerg are crowded in front of our defense line. If we don't give them an opening, we will not have a good result if we force Zerwan into a corner. The core of the plan ordered by Raynor is to force the original Zerg to change the direction of advance, which is much more difficult than changing the course of a river. If the plan goes smoothly, the original Zerg will change direction as expected, and the Terran Empire will have a chance to breathe. New Fortinier. Raynor pointed to another star system. On the star map, the New Fortinier star system is located at the westernmost end of the Empire's defense line. It has to be here. The commander of the former Omega Squadron, Lieutenant General Gregory, stationed at New Fortinier, led a large main fleet. I have ordered Gregory's fleet to gradually withdraw from New Fortinier, giving the original Zerg the illusion that they are retreating. Augustus said. If everything goes well, the original Zerg will pour into the star system and look for a new way out. He said. This is a high requirement for Gregory. He can't give orders hastily, otherwise there will be a risk of a total collapse. Next, when more and more primitive Zerg take off from New Fortinier, The Eastern Fleet will shrink to the west, and such an inverted loophole will gradually take shape. Raynor marked on the star map, and the direction of the exit of this funnel has deviated from the territory of the Empire. As long as our main fleet on the Eastern Front continues to exert pressure, the primitive Zerg will follow the route we want them to take. I hope so. Augustus nodded, otherwise we can only activate the backup plan. At the same time, a considerable number of primitive Zerg will still enter the territory of the Empire. This is inevitable. On the route calculated by the supercomputer, the redirected primitive Zerg will pass through the territory of the Tal'Darim Protoss. It is foreseeable that there will be a fierce battle between the cruel and warlike Tal'Darim and the primitive Zerg. We have made all the preparations, Augustus said, the rest depends on Warfield and others. This is because we will have to wait a few more days to know whether this plan has succeeded. As a command center, Korhal is still too far away from the battlefield. I don't like this feeling, but in fact, even if I sit in the palace and sleep, you can still win the battle. Maybe Warfield, Matt and Pryor can all be called famous generals, but it is because of you that they can fight together. Raynor said, without you, Augustus. Maybe after I retired from the Federal Marine Corps, I would have followed Tychus to become a bandit, and rode a vulture bike to do justice in Caprulu. Of course, there is no if. The border is too far away from Korhal, so Augustus cannot understand and control the entire battlefield in time and command his generals. Of course, even if he is somewhere on the front line, it is nothing but a pipe dream to want to command different armies and wars that occur on battlefields at different times. Augustus does not need to do this. What he needs to do is to delegate power, because commanders like Warfield and Honor are good enough. The combat center will give a combat plan, but it will be broken down into each battlefield, and each commander must execute it according to the plan. How to do it specifically is not important, but they must complete it. Many times, generals like Warfield have to make combat plans with their own staff when they are on the front line. You know, the size of their fleet is equivalent to the old Terran Federation in the past. People like you can shine everywhere. Augustus said to Raynor. If you hadn't established a Terran Empire, no one would know where these people are now. Raynor said, they may be gold, but only you can find them and unite them. It's just that this era happens to need me to stand up. Augustus smiled. The Imperial soldiers on the front line were all very brave, and their morale was generally maintained at a high level. The Terran Empire had its share of victories and defeats in the battles with the primitive Zerg, but generally speaking, the empire that was well rested and adopted advanced tactics suffered less losses and achieved greater results. Your Majesty, the diplomat of the Kel-morian Federation and August Grid requests to see you. At this time, an officer hurried in. Why did he ask me to come? Augustus had no expression. He said that the Zerg were discovered in Moria, and the directors and executives of the Federation requested that we send a fleet to help them eliminate them. The Federation's guild guards haven't fought for so long. Can't they hold guns? Of course Augustus knew about the discovery of Zerg in Moria. Now it is all thanks to the Terran Empire that the Caprulu humans are supported. Whether it is politics, economy or military, it is the de facto big brother. To be honest, the Zerg in Moria has nothing to do with Augustus. Moria is relatively close to Char, and the discovery of Zerg is actually nothing to be surprised about. However, this time it is a large-scale invasion. The Federation has basically not developed its military in the past 2 years, relying entirely on mercenaries to maintain the situation. Let him come to see me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Sending Troops to Moria. That night, in the hazy fog of August Grid, shops, restaurants, and bars lit up with colorful neon lights. The endless stream of cars stretched for thousands of miles, converging into countless overlapping, flowing bright bands of light. The stars were sparse at the edge of the Milky Way, and sometimes such bands of light could be seen in the sky. They were linear arrays of flying cars and spaceships, and the lights of large tonnage cargo ships were brighter than the stars. A few years ago, August Grid was still a deserted place, but now this brightly lit city could be clearly seen even from the high-altitude orbit of Korhal IV. The night breeze in August Grid was warm, but Mahisakai, the Kel-morian Combine diplomat stationed in Korhal, who was waiting outside the palace, had cold hands and feet. He paced around, anxiously waiting for news. At this moment, the 8 royal guards standing outside the palace gate stood motionless. They were wearing gold-plated crimson power armor, shining with golden light, standing tall like pine trees, and looking like giants made of gold and blood. Only when changing guards, people would find that these warriors were living humans rather than statues carved in gold and stone. At this time, from time to time, imperial officials in suits and leather shoes and senior imperial officers in uniform walked into the palace. They all knew the purpose of Zake's visit, but did not say much, just cast sympathetic eyes. After many years, the Zerg once again launched an attack on the entire star region. The threat of the Zerg has never gone away, and the Terran Empire has never let down its guard, but the Kel-morian Combine is not the case. With the vast territory of the Terran Empire as a natural barrier, the rulers of the Combine seem to be able to rest easy. About 6 days ago, Moria, the first star of the Kel-morian Combine, was attacked by the Zerg, suffering heavy losses and the collapse of order. Hundreds of millions of people died in a short period of time. The Kel-morians fought back, but the size of the swarm was beyond their imagination. Not only Moria, but the remaining colonies of the Commonwealth were caught in the flames of war, and countless people died. The Zerg seemed to have suddenly appeared. They had never appeared in the Commonwealth before, and there were rumors that they disappeared quickly. At first, the Commonwealth Executive Board asked for help from Imogen, but the United States was only willing to provide all support except for sending a fleet, because their few troops had to stay to defend their homeland. As a last resort, the Executive Board could only reluctantly ask for help from the more powerful Terran Empire. They were all smart people, knowing that this would definitely give Augustus Mengsk the opportunity to interfere in the politics of the Commonwealth for nothing, and everyone knew that the Emperor was the most ambitious person in the entire Korhal sector. But if they did not ask for help from the Empire, they would suffer greater losses. As a diplomat appointed by the Commonwealth, Zake, who was shouldering a heavy responsibility, was more worried that the Emperor of the Empire did not want to meet him at all. The Terran Empire is facing the main force of the Zerg, and they may not be able to spare a hand to help the Kel-morian Combine. Zake has met Emperor Augustus many times, and even a strict person like him has to admit that this young monarch has many valuable and noble qualities. However, no one can see through Augustus Mengsk, and no one can tell what secrets are hidden under his glorious appearance. Is he really a revolutionary hero or an ambitious person who steals power? Mr. Zake, your request to meet the Emperor has been approved. Please follow me. At this time, several people in royal guard uniforms walked out of the palace gate. Seeing them, Zake's heart was finally relieved. Even though it was not the first time he entered the august Grid Palace, Zake was still shocked from the bottom of his heart. The palace is a symbol of the peak of Emperor Augustus' power. Through the magnificent dome entrance of the palace, you can see the open arches on both sides and the escalator carved with leaves and floral patterns. Many long corridors inlaid with gold and jade led to various luxuriously decorated rooms. The corridor leading to the main hall alone is 1,000 feet long. The golden and red flags of the Terran Empire are everywhere in the palace, with the emblem of the Mengsk family on them. The continuous colonnades, stone domes, complex planes and gorgeous Baroque decorations together create a magnificent and majestic momentum. There has never been such a large single building in the history of Korhal, and there has never been a building that gathers so much art in human history. This is a symbol of wealth and power. In comparison, the luxurious residence of the richest guild leader in Moria is just a simple country manor. The Mengsk family is a true aristocracy, and the most powerful and wealthy people among the Kel-morians are ultimately profit-seeking businessmen. The palace is large, but there are corridors and elevators everywhere. It takes 20 minutes for these elevators to go from the underground to the top. Zake thought that Emperor Augustus would summon him to the reception room of the palace, just like the previous times, but he did not expect that the Emperor would allow him to enter the combat center inside the palace. Although Zake did not know that the Palace Combat Center was already the highest military agency of the Terran Empire, so many Imperial officers working and arguing at their desks also made him realize that what was going on here was closely related to the war between the Zerg. This did not scare Zake. Zake was not a politician. On the contrary, he was once the greatest general of the Federation. During the Kalian War, it was Zake who led the fleet to fire the first shot at the Terran Federation. At that time, the Kel-morian Federation and the Terran Federation could still compete militarily, and even had the upper hand at the beginning. Since then, Zake has been the military leader of the Federation. Although his victory made him regarded as a hero by the Kel-morians, the Federation was defeated in the end. After the Kel-morian War, the Federation lost most of its planets and its strength plummeted. If it weren't for Zake's high prestige, he would have ended up like the other generals, becoming a scapegoat for the Union government after the defeat. Later, like many former Kel-morian soldiers who were unemployed at home after the war, Zake also actively participated in politics and anti-war lobbying. After that, he became a diplomat, looking for ways to reconcile the two countries in August grid. "Hello, Mr. Zake." When Zake entered, Augustus was bowing his head on the holographic simulation sand table in the combat center. "Please forgive me, it was a sudden incident and I was not polite." While the Emperor was speaking, Ulysses Hargrove, whom Zake knew, handed him a cup of warm coffee. "Thank you." Zake took the cup and immediately said respectfully to the Emperor who was looking at him, "The Eagle of Moria also prostrates at your feet, the great Emperor Augustus I." The Prelude sector is so large that no one does not know Augustus Mengsk. The gray pupils and gray hair color are very rare, and the Mengsk family is full of handsome men and beautiful women. It seems that this family has never produced ordinary people. This is not the Augustus that is circulated in many folk stories, but a living imperial monarch. 10 years ago, he was just an ordinary soldier in the old Terran Confederation Marine Corps. At that time, Zake was the general of the Kel-morian Combine. And now this man who calls himself the Emperor is indeed in control of a powerful empire, a behemoth that spans the Prelude sector. Augustus Mengsk used his skills and ambition to create his powerful Terran Empire in 4 years, while the Kel-morian Combine became weaker and weaker in the shadow of endless unrest and economic recession. Augustus looked at Zake and nodded with a smile on his face. If Zake was in the Terran Empire, he would definitely be a general, but it was a pity that this man refused to abandon his people and country. This is a gloomy man, who is completely bald in his 40s. He has a nose as sharp as an eagle's beak, a face like an eagle, and dark eyes hidden under a pair of eyebrows that are always frowning. Although he looks very difficult to get along with, Zake is a very gentle person on weekdays. He doesn't look like the man who was once one step away from defeating the Terran Federation. The defeat of the Kel-morian Federation was due to the intensification of internal conflicts and the weakening of national strength. In the later period, Zake could only rob the weapons and supplies of the federal soldiers to maintain his army. "I know what kind of crisis Moria is facing, and I also know why you are here." Emperor Augustus walked up to Zake and said without any beating around the bush, "I can also tell you my answer." Zake stared into Augustus' eyes. He was not so nervous even when he shot and killed someone for the first time. "Of course, the Terran Empire will send troops to Moria." "Why not?" Augustus shook his head. "The area near Moria is the Empire's territory. We can't just sit back and watch the Zerg occupy this rich planet and use the precious crystals and high-energy gas on it to build and strengthen their hive warriors. For a long time, Moria has been considered the most abundant mineral planet owned by humans in the Prelude sector. Even after 200 years of frantic mining, there is still no sign of exhaustion. It contains extremely huge mineral and gas resources, which are the key to the rise of the Kel-morian mining empire. During the Battle of the Brood, Moria was once attacked by the Zerg and the Protoss because of its rich mineral deposits. Relying on Moria's rich raw materials, Augustus can build an invincible fleet, but if it falls into the hands of the Zerg, the result will be the same. Therefore, Augustus will not sit back and watch the fall of Moria. The Kel-morians will always remember your kindness, benevolent king. It can be seen that Zake was indeed very happy. Unfortunately, the Kel-morian Federation no longer has an army for Zake to command. It is divided internally, and the major guilds and families are opposed to each other. The largest armed force is the mercenary organization hired by these guilds. I will send a fleet to support Moria, and for this I need the cooperation of the army of the Federation. Augustus waved his hand. He didn't need the gratitude of the Kel-morians. How much resistance is there in Moria now? According to the information obtained by Augustus, the attack on Moria is likely to be the Griffin hive of the brainworm Carlos. The terrible epidemic in Moria is the iconic combat method of this hive. The virus of the alien Zerg has been evolving and becoming more and more powerful. There have even been bacterial blanket clusters that can infect the Protoss. The nano-serum developed by the Protoss in the past has gradually lost its effect. The Black Death God is ruthlessly harvesting lives among humans. Augustus can almost guess what the brainworm Carlos is planning. In Char, Stukov, a master of military tactics, accomplished the task assigned to him by Augustus brilliantly, and defeated the returning Carlos. So, this cunning brainworm decided to take advantage of the weak and set his sights on Moria. Using Moria's resources, Carlos could regroup his troops and make a comeback. I don't know, there are battles everywhere, men and women who can still walk have taken up arms, and all the heavy factories are producing tanks and Goliath robots. But the regular army has long been defeated by the swarm. Zake also felt that it was too embarrassing to say this in front of the Emperor of the Terran Empire. But this is the truth. The mercenary corps of the Kel-morian Combine was completely vulnerable. In the end, the most stubborn resistance was actually the armed workers and Kel-morian pirates. The entrepreneurs fled to Umajan, Tarsinus and Korhal early, leaving the people of Moria to fend for themselves. The war potential of the Federation is actually very amazing. Their home planet Moria, which is extremely rich in mineral resources, and its affiliated colonies have a complete industrial system, and most of them are heavy industries that have been developed for hundreds of years. During the war, these factories were completely used to produce tanks, aircraft and space battleships. The combat style of the Federation during the Kalian War also fully proved this day. Although there is no large-scale professional army within the Federation, the Kel-morian nation has never lacked brave and combative warriors. Originally, even in the face of enemies like the Zerg, Moria had a chance to expel them with its own strength. But the Kel-morians, who are tough and brave by nature, were defeated. This is entirely due to the coquettish operations of the directors and legal persons of the mining guild in the Federation. When the disease first spread in the blocks built with discarded aluminum plates in major cities in Moria, the managers and executives of the mining guild did not take it seriously. They hastily swept out the infected people and hired new workers regardless of the risk of the spread of infectious diseases. Only civil organizations, the Red Cross of Umoin and the Terran Empire are actively taking measures. In less than a month, the infection spread rapidly throughout Moria and its colonies. Only then did the rulers of the Commonwealth panic. After all, output and profits were greatly affected. But it was too late. When the Zerg invaded, the streets of Moria were full of dying people. That would have been fine, but when the elite of the Commonwealth confirmed that the Zerg had really come, their first reaction was to flee with their families. Even the legal members of the Kellenis Guild ran away. The flight of a large number of powerful people and rich people caused panic in the whole society. Coupled with the spread of the disease and the emergence of many new species, the Zerg easily slaughtered a large number of Moria people. I know. Augustus was silent for a moment, thinking that he might have to help Moria rebuild order in the future. The Kel-morians are our closest brothers and sisters after all. He had no interest in annexing Moria, but it was indeed an opportunity to control the resources of the Commonwealth planet. Chapter 575 Cockroach. On the 14th of that month, the Terran Empire sent troops to the sovereign territory of the Kel-morian Combine. An imperial fleet led by General Abram Cruikshank departed from Granaki Prime. According to the Universe News Network this imperial fleet was so large that countless starships supported the dome of Granaki Prime, which was clearly visible even in low orbit. Millions of imperial soldiers boarded at various starports and orbital space stations at the same time, which was a shocking scene. Even considering the UN's usual spring and autumn riding style, a 50% discount was enough to deter the villains. If the brainworms were also watching the news, it would at least scare them for a while. As for the reaction within the Empire, there were mixed reviews. Some people praised the Emperor's ambitions while others opposed it. The people of the Empire did not have a strong voice in supporting the Kel-morian Combine. People even believed that their children should not die for the Kel-morians. Considering the grievances between the Terrans and the Kel-morians, this was understandable. Others believe that opening too many battlefields will lead to excessive dispersion of troops, which will face great challenges in terms of troop replenishment and logistics. Obviously, it is the Terran Empire that is facing the main force of the Zerg. The troops are already stretched to the limit, and they have to take care of two disloyal brothers. Who knows whether the Kel-morians will appreciate it? These shrewd businessmen may even turn the tables. But many people still understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold. After all, a considerable number of Kel-morian citizens live in the territory of the Terran Empire. The Kel-morian Federation regime has actually collapsed, and it is impossible to expect them to drive away the Zerg themselves. Since the Emperor has decided to intervene in the crisis of the Kel-morian Federation, It is impossible to withdraw his order because of a few objections. On the 24th, Crushank's fleet arrived at Boone, the sovereign planet of the Kel-morian Federation. Several main divisions of the Imperial Marines landed on the warm and humid forest grassland of Boone in landing ships and airdrop capsules, and fierce battles broke out with the Zerg near the landing point. This is a well-equipped and well-trained Imperial Army, with two main divisions being the ace troops of the Revolutionary Army. The rest of the troops are also regular troops that have served for more than 4 years. They have received rigorous training to overcome their fear of the Zerg. A truly outstanding Imperial soldier should be as obedient and brave as a resocialized soldier. The training of Imperial soldiers is completely different from that of the Kel-morian Combine and Unigen. Not only are the Zerg simulated by holographic images, but Imperial soldiers also have to participate in actual combat training regularly. They are facing a real Zerg, that is, the cyborg Zerg manufactured by Cerberus. On the battlefield, they will face well-trained Cerberus Zerg, which may be no more than a few hundred, but may exceed 100,000. Although these Zerg will not really hurt them, if the soldiers are lax, their names and those of their comrades may appear on the list of casualties. The technology of the Cerberus Zerg is still immature, and there is still a possibility of losing control, so there is also a Cerberus loyal to the Terran Empire to control them. The soldiers all know the code name of the Cerberus because it is the most famous instructor. Its status is equivalent to the AI instructor Mechanical Sergeant Tavis in the old Federation recruit training camp, except that the brain worm is a living, highly intelligent creature, and is 10,000 times more cunning than AI. This slightly evil brain worm has been strictly trained. It is very strict and feared by the soldiers. If a brigade fails miserably in an actual combat exercise with a Cerberus swarm, they will be ridiculed by their superiors, saying that the brain worms beat them all while eating popcorn and playing arcade games. At the same time, many new weapons and equipment that have never been unveiled have been put into use in Boone, including mechanized troops composed entirely of werewolves, evil bats and giant Goliath robots. The ace number troops are even equipped with Mk Odin mechas, and the restrictions on tactical nuclear weapons are completely lifted. The emergence of new soldiers such as looters, medics, hulks and reapers has also greatly improved the combat and survivability of the Imperial Army. However, the Zerg has also evolved more efficient and powerful physiological structures and biological weapons. As a watershed in the iteration of weapon updates, the wars before and after the Battle of the Brood are two completely different forms. The Imperial Army that landed in Boone encountered a swarm of Zerg, mainly composed of new Zerg variants, cockroaches and bannerlings. These monsters with multiple appendages have a wide body and a carapace covered with sharp spikes and protrusions. They have a pair of high-density cutting sickle-shaped claws on their backs, which are sharp enough to cut through human armor and synthetic steel. Cockroaches are also the most notorious species in the current Zerg swarm. They are often deployed on the front line by the brain worm as the backbone of the group. They are a classic variant that has emerged in the process of the continuous evolution and strengthening of this modern Zerg swarm. The salivary glands in their mouths can secrete a deadly corrosive liquid. This strong acid is ejected through the contraction of the surrounding muscles, and can even melt the alloy steel armor of a siege tank into a pool of smoking liquid metal. In general, cockroaches really attack by spitting. Even the highly mutated tissues of cockroaches are not immune to this strong acid, but their powerful self-healing ability can neutralize it. The self-healing ability of cockroaches is so strong that the Imperial soldiers have seen many cockroaches that have been blown to pieces burrowing into the ground and crawling out intact after a while. When a group of cockroaches appear on the horizon, it will be a sensational sight. These monsters covered with hard black shells are shaped like small armored vehicles. The pair of sickle-shaped claws on their backs are like a wall or a forest, like countless moving blades. The characteristics of cockroach strains in each region are different. For example, the cockroaches in Moria have grown shells far beyond other species due to absorbing the excessive rare earth and metal elements on the planet. A unique cockroach species can also fission into multiple small cockroaches after death. Compared with the cockroach species that appeared on Char, those in Boone are larger and have thicker shells, like black armored vehicles. The Imperial soldiers who landed on Boone called these cockroaches black lunchboxes, and used the individual recoil rockets and self-destruct robots issued to deal with them, and jokingly called them opening boxes. The Imperial Marines' Gauss rifles have little effect on the dense heavy armor of cockroaches. They can only use heavy weapons such as armor-piercing grenades, large-caliber railguns, and D-series cluster explosives. When seeing large-scale cockroaches, The Imperial commanders on the battlefield are often more accustomed to calling for artillery and air support. Not only cockroaches, but also new variants such as bannerlings, infested worms, swarm hosts, and hive lords have appeared in the gene sequence of the Boon swarm. The last thing the Imperial Marines want to encounter is a group of bannerlings. These bloated creatures with strong acid in their bodies are mutated from ordinary springtails. One bannerling can destroy several squads of Marines. And since it is still the era of brainworm rule, the old variants such as lurkers, scorpion worms, queen worms, and devourers have not been forgotten, but joined the battlefield in another highly evolved form. It is no wonder that the Kel-morian Combine is unable to resist the swarm's rapid offensive, because they are still using old weapons to deal with the Zerg. When the Zerg invaded, the people of Boon were still using rifles, steel helmets, and slow-moving tanks from the Kallian War to fight the enemy. Even so, one must admit that the Kel-morians were brave. They drove tractors modified into tanks to wrestle with ultralisks, and used laser drills that were originally used to dig mineral veins to sweep the Zerg. The Kel-morians used nuclear devices to modify mines and used laser guns as fuses. The Kel-morians dared to fight trench warfare and guerrilla warfare with the Zerg in the deep and complex underground mines. No matter what, even if they were abandoned by their own leaders, they still fought to the death. Especially since Boon was originally just a mining planet with a population of only 200 million, and the corporate government of the Combine banned the development of military forces in colonized worlds for fear of an armed rebellion. The Kel-morians of Boon kept fighting, even though they were torn apart by countless Zerglings, melted by the corrosive saliva of cockroaches, and crushed by the brutal ultralisks. By the 24th, Boon's main city had not fallen. After the arrival of General Abram Cruikshank's troops, the surviving Boons even launched a fierce counterattack. The battle to defeat the invading Zerg lasted until the 28th, and Cruikshank's main fleet had already set off for the Federation's first planet, Moria. A battle 10 times larger than that was then launched in Moria. On the 29th, Augustus, who was in the operations center of the August Grid Palace, received the news of the recovery of several Federation worlds including Boon, but the battle situation in Moria was still very tense. At present, there are more than 50 Minotaur-class battle cruisers and hundreds of troop transports, landing ships and gunboats in the Moria system, and the population involved in the battle is as high as 6 to 7 billion. This is also a battle in which the Zerg can truly hatch new species on a large scale. Brainworms are creatures with extremely high intelligence. If they analyze a new species and a new gene sequence that is completely superior to the previous species, they will immediately add it to all the populations. The second generation of the Overlord, that is, the Little Overlord, also received support from the old Overlord's old subordinates after his resurrection, including the Master of Evolution Abathur. Strictly speaking, Abathur is a creature independent of the brainworm. It is similar to the brainworm but also very different. The cockroach may be the work of the brainworm Carlos and Abathur. The cockroach was originally a creature called the xanthal worm living in the imperial territory of Garxax. It has terrible self-healing ability and can secrete a kind of mucus that can corrode alloy steel plates. It was not until 2497 that Garxax was discovered by the Terran Empire's research ship, but in fact, adventurers and smugglers had already discovered this planet, but Augustus did not know about this until 2 years later. Augustus knew that the xanthal worm was the predecessor of the cockroach, and he immediately ordered the blockade of the system and deployed a large number of troops in Garxax. Interestingly, this once made the nearby Umoan colony think that the Terran Empire was about to go to war, and they were so scared that they immediately sent beautiful diplomats to the palace to ask about the well-being and observe the mood. In 2498, the Empire's scientists established a scientific station in Grax to study the self-healing genes and highly corrosive mucus of the xanthal worm for medical and industrial use. The planet also officially appeared on the Empire's star map. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Although the Empire prohibits private smuggling and research of xanthal worms on the grounds of preventing species invasion, this creature has appeared on the black market long before that. Xanthal worms are sold at high prices to collectors who like to collect alien creatures, extremely ambitious biotechnology companies, or human merchants bribed by the brainworm Carlos. As a result, new variants came into being. The size of the small xanthal worms increased dozens of times in a few life cycles. They quickly grew the Zerg's iconic hardened carapace and sharp teeth and claws that can cut through fine steel. However, the uncanny work of nature is amazing after all. There is also a special vine plant growing in Grax. The juice of this plant will cause a terrible explosion when it comes into contact with a xanthal worm. This discovery made up for the loss. Before the Zerg discovered and evolved related antibodies, the weapons made by synthesizing the juice in the Industrial Age could be used as secret weapons to reduce the losses of the Imperial Army. At this moment, it was noon in Augustgrad, and the Palace Operations Center was full of busy senior officers. They were either communicating with other departments or discussing and formulating new combat plans in accordance with the Emperor's orders. It's a pity that several veteran troops lost more than half of their troops in Boone, but the result is good. The newly trained troops have also accumulated valuable experience. Augustus was talking to Marshal Renault. Abram is a capable man, tenacious, brave and resourceful. Although his personality is not very good, compared with General Edmund Duke, he is simply a weak girl. I've met him several times. Duke thinks Crushank is not very capable and his nose is upturned. Renault shook his head. Don't blame me for laughing at him for not knowing himself. Now it seems that expelling the alien insects from planets such as Moria should not be a problem, but it depends on whether the losses can be minimized as much as possible. Augustus was still talking about the war, but his eyes were already on a farther place. I received a report that 80% of the giants and elites of the Kel-morian Guild have fled to other planets. Of course, since they have done this, if they want to recover their assets, they must pay a sum of money. At the same time, if they can't come back, their industries will have to be taken over by us. I guess the directors of the Moria Guild and the Kellanus Transport Guild dare not say much? Renault also hummed. If their people knew that these people had fled long ago, I'm afraid something big would happen. Because now these people have weapons in their hands, and they are not issued by us. Moria must help us build warships and chariots, and the rest of the Federation worlds must do the same. Of course, we will definitely pay, and will mention the same work as the internal enterprises of the Empire. Augustus said, but we will pay the workers directly. Let's do this for now. The war on the Tasha front is the top priority. If the legal directors of the Federation come to me, let them wait first. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.